Events take place at a railway station called Shijiang. Mr. Pan, whose name is translated from Chinese as full, was given some food to take with him on the journey. The man also asked the guy to save his number and be sure to call him when he returned to Shijiang. Mr. Pan thanked Ga Shiwei and apologized for the inconvenience he caused over the 2 days, and also asked his husband to visit the old man when he had free time. His friend respectfully accepted the apology and agreed to fulfill the request. Health, who was Ga Shiwei's subordinate, noticed that his boss was treating the tumor very importantly, so he thought that he was some kind of important person. The man asked if his employee remembered the story of how he was taken to Jinfeng Mountain 5 years ago to escape from murderers. The big man clarified whether this was the same case when Bao Wan wanted to secretly kill his boss. It turned out that at that time, Bao Wan sent as many as 23 elite assassins after Ga Shiwei, who drove the man into the mountain. It was at that tense moment that the so-called tumor saved him. Just one golden silkworm killed 23 professional killers per second. After mentioning such tense moments, Ga Shiwei nervously lit a cigarette. When the boss exhaled smoke, the strongman asked him why he didn't just pay with money, and he explained that such powerful people are too dismissive of money and do not need it. Meanwhile, the main character was calmly leaving by train. He happily tasted the delicacies presented to him and looked at the views passing by outside the window. The guy was just thinking that if he had known that Ga Shiwei was still a bandit, he would have ripped off more money from the man. The train continued to move, and the tumor was content to crunch on delicious food. Train passengers with their belongings ran past his seats and quarreled, because one of them had been in the toilet for a long time, and now they did not have time. One of the girls noticed that they missed their own compartment because of a quarrel. The company's destination was coupe number 57. The panting beauties entered and asked if they had found their seats correctly. One of the girls sat down and complained that her grumpy friends were incredibly exhausting. She asked Mei Mei if she was sitting in the toilet because she was hiding from Boss Yuan. It seems that the girls had already refused this man, so they suspected a certain connection between the girl and him. Our hero did not pay any attention to the beauties and calmly continued to crunch his cookies. Meanwhile, Mei Mei explained that Boss Yuan had been constantly following her since they arrived at the station, and after boarding the train, he actually crowded into their carriage, so the girl had no choice. Her friends apologized to her and advised her not to do this again, and Mei Mei noted that she did it not only for herself. The conversation of the beauties was interrupted by the loud bang of a pack of chips, which their neighbor opened. They only now noticed that they were not alone in their compartment. The pink-haired girl asked what the tumor was forgotten in their carriage, because her friends had booked it entirely for themselves. Our hero finally looked up from his food and thought about the stranger's words. The guy thought that the neighbors wanted to try his tea balls. His interlocutor was confused and did not understand at all what the tumor meant. The girl did not appreciate the tastes of the main character and invited him to try real goodies. She treated the connoisseur to beef jerky, and the guy thanked her for such generosity. In the end, the girl was not happy that she shared her food and her friends laughed at her. There were numerous packs of open goodies lying around the tumor. Suddenly, the neighbors decided to contact the main character. It turned out that the girls wanted to meet him, and the girl from the Bob introduced herself as Suhi Mei, but her friends called her Mei Mei, and the other friend was called Vaner, but for her friends, she was Wang Yue. The generous girl who treated the guy was named Tian Jingjing, but the girls simply called her Tianjin. Friends asked our hero to tell about himself, and he introduced himself as Sunda Wei. His age was 20 years old. The guy always lived on Jinfeng Mountain, did not study anywhere, and had no friends. The main character said that his old man always called the young man a glutton, and other students called the boy master. And the girls laughed and said that perhaps other teachers called him a student. Sun Davy was offended and noticed that his old man only had 5 students, and the guy was the main one among them. Kenjin asked what kind of craftsman the main character was, but he himself didn't know, because he simply prepared medicinal baths every day and filled the bottle with various goodies. This did not make the girls happy, so they also called the guy a glutton. At this moment, Kenjin noticed that the neighbor had already eaten almost all the beef, and Sun Dawei confirmed that he had indeed already opened 10 packages. Mai Mei laughed sweetly at the fact that our hero really was a glutton when someone approached their compartment. The door opened and Boss Yuan appeared, who had been chasing poor Mei Mei all the time. The man with a disgusting smile laughed evilly. He noted that it was rude of the girl to run away from him without warning, but the boss did not take offense at her. Boss Yuan noticed that he was really short on people lately, and Mei Mei's friends listened very carefully and thought about how to save their friend. The man reminded his subordinate that last time she herself agreed to his conditions. He asked if she would agree to work, since they had a rich social package and a salary much higher than old Shaolin's. The friends lied that they would be glad to accompany Boss Yuan, but they had already promised to listen to a story about life on the mountain from their compartment neighbor. Sun Dawei calmly offered the stranger some tea eggs, but the man only thought that the guy had completely ruined his plans. Boss Yuan was irritated by his failure, so he left the compartment without any result. But the man did not want to give up and came up with a new plan, so he smiled suspiciously. With anger, he thought that the girls themselves would still beg him on their knees. With Boss Yuan gone, the girls could finally breathe a sigh of relief and thank Sun Dawei for his help. The main character did not understand the reasons for the gratitude from the girls, and Mei Mei noticed that she had fried fish with her. Suddenly, our company heard that someone named Boss Lin was feeling unwell, so his companion called for a doctor. It seems that the girls knew this man, so they were afraid for his condition. Everyone looked out of their compartments and wondered what happened to Boss Lin. An unfamiliar guy with glasses sat next to a man who was convulsing and begged for help. All the girlfriends jumped from their seats and ran to find out the state of Boss Lin, but the main character could not understand such panic. It seems that Sun Dawei also felt uneasy, so he stopped eating his delicacies. Boss Lin was in a terrible state and was screaming furiously in pain. The husband looked very scary because his whole body was covered with blood vessels, and profuse bleeding began from his eyes and nose. Suddenly, someone ran up to the crowd and everyone started asking if he was a doctor. The blonde guy was already putting on a mask and asking people not to block his passage. He asked Lao to help and ordered other onlookers to disperse from the patient. People around were screaming that Boss Lin was covered in blood and was on the verge of life and death, so they begged for his rescue. The doctor examined his patient carefully and noticed very intense bleeding. The guy couldn't even imagine what could have happened to the boss. The girlfriends came closer and looked at the seriously ill Boss Lin with tears in their eyes. There was chaos in the crowd because everyone was worried about the patient, but Sun Dawei still went out to find out the situation around him. Among the people begging to save the boss, he saw the same Yuan who pestered his neighbors. The main character looked closely at the unpleasant man's face and saw an ominous smile on him. At this time, the doctor carefully examined the patient's eyes. Then the guy examined the boss's oral cavity and did not notice anything special there. The crowd was very nervous and asked every second about Mr. Lin's condition. The doctor concluded that the man had a stroke and asked that someone notify his relatives, because there was a high probability that the boss would die. The guy, who was very worried about the boss's condition, could not believe such a terrible verdict, so he demanded that the doctor check the patient again. Sun Dawei was the only calm person in the crowd and calmly analyzed the situation. He seemed to have guessed something, so he patted Mei Mei on the shoulder to ask her something. Our healer asked his friends if the old man had recently crossed someone's path. The tearful girls began to ponder this question. Mei Mei was sure that this could not happen, because Mr. Lin was always kind to everyone. While the doctor was begging for at least some kind of salvation, Sun Dawei sat over the boss's body and thought deeply about something. Our hero watched as the guy begged the doctor on his knees, but he could not do anything and left the boss's fate at the discretion of God. Meanwhile, the husband continued to experience incredible pain, so he periodically let out screams and screams. Sun Dawei looked at Mr. Lin's suffering and touched his ear, from which blood flowed like a river. It turned out that the healer had superpowers, so he concentrated light energy in his hand. Claws of dark energy hung over the young man, but he still decided to help the old man. Using his magic, he scanned the patient's body for anything that was not associated with normal illnesses. Finally, after some searching, Sun Dawei found a centipede in his lungs. Using magic, the healer quickly reversed its effects to cure Mr. Lin. The main character noted that the masters of the UGU, who mastered the techniques of spells, necromancy, and manipulation of insects, definitely do not need to cross the road. He took a needle from his pocket and licked it with his tongue. The guy came down from the mountains to do good deeds, so he wasn't averse to helping the sick man. The people in the crowd and Boss Yuan noticed that the medicine man was performing some strange manipulations on Mr. Lin. The unpleasant man was again annoyed that the fat man would interfere with all his plans. He started screaming and asking from what jungle our hero came out because, according to him, you shouldn't go near terminally ill people. The medicine man did not pay attention to the exclamations and began to cast spells over the body of Boss Lin. Mr. Yuan continued to yell and throw images at the main character, who was trying to save the man. He already wanted to grab Sun Dawei and drag him away from his victim. Boss Yuan was almost there when the young man began to actively move under his clothes. This surprised him very much, so a scream rang through the carriage. It turned out that from under the protagonist's clothes, a snake with huge fangs crawled out onto Boss Yuan. Everyone around was shocked and thought that she was summoned by a black magic spell. The reptile's tail came from exactly one tooth, which formed a necklace on Sun Dawei's neck. The snake's eyes glowed red and furious because it was protecting its master. Suddenly, a bright ray of light flew out of the protagonist's ear. This stream of light magic flashed throughout the entire carriage, so the crowd was very surprised at the magic they saw. It was a golden silkworm, with the help of which the healer saved lives not for the first time. A small but very strong insect sat on the owner's hand, and he ordered it to step on Mr. Lin's body. The silkworm immediately flew to the patient's nose to quickly cure him. Boss Yuan was still trying to prove to the doctor that our hero only made the patient worse, but the doctor did not agree with his words, because a blush immediately appeared on Mr. Lin's face, and it was clear that he really felt better. The panicky guy still couldn't calm down and stop worrying about the boss's condition, and the doctor came up and asked what Sun Dawei had done so interesting. The guy looked seriously at the people who approached and noted that if they want Mr. Lin to feel better, they should step back and watch from the side. The young man in glasses was almost tearing his clothes and begging the healer to save the old man. Suddenly, Sun Dawei pointed his finger at the patient and told the panicker to look at him. The same scolopendra that had previously been in his lungs came out of Boss Lin's nose. She was held in her tiny quotation marks by the same golden silkworm that the main character launched. The healer, with a serious expression on his face, held the centipede in his hands and examined it. After analyzing the insect, the young man discovered that it was a jasper scolopendra. Mai Mei asked Sun Dawei if it was really an insect in his hands. He confirmed her guesses while his tame silkworm flew around his head and seemed to be trying to tell its owner something. Everyone around watched in surprise as the insect circled the wizard who saved their boss. It turned out that the silkworm just wanted to feast on the jasper scolopendra, which he definitely deserved by saving Mr. Lin. Sun Dawei wanted to save the old man to the end, so he took out a blue pill from his pocket. The medicine man carefully placed the medicine into his patient's mouth. After swallowing the pill, Boss Lin immediately opened his eyes wide and woke up. The old man stood up abruptly and coughed up the remaining blood after bleeding all over his body. Everyone around saw that Boss Lin was in a normal state, so they were incredibly happy. The man himself could not understand why so many people had gathered around him and what had become of him. Zheng Jing walked up to the gentleman and happily explained that the fat man behind him had just saved his life. The old man, with the support of his subordinate, returned to our hero and asked how he could thank the guy for saving him. Hearing this proposal, Sun Dawei immediately thought about it. Suddenly, the medicine man pointed his finger at Mei Mei, which made her a little embarrassed. Then the main character calmly explained that he wanted the girl to give him her fried fish. At this moment, Mr. Yuan cursed the young man in his head and was incredibly furious at the failure of his idea. The husband was furious because Sun Dawei had already changed his plans for the second time. After such shocks, the train still continued to travel calmly to its destination. Boss Yuan came to his empty compartment after a series of failures. It turned out that the man was not alone. So he began to complain that old man Lin was saved by some fatty. The mysterious guy asked if he understood correctly, and Yuan bowed down in front of him. The man confirmed his words and noticed that the savior seemed to have some magic. His interlocutor did not consider this a serious problem. He suggested first surrounding them so that no one could escape. Meanwhile, the main character savored the food that he was treated to for his heroic deed. Boss Lin and his assistant set Sun Dawei's table and promised to bring him more treats if these were not enough. While the healer was eating in silence, the old man wanted to ask him something. Mr. Lin became more serious because he guessed that what happened to him was definitely not like an ordinary stroke. Our hero confirmed his guesses because if it had been a stroke, the man would have been dead long ago, and asked if the old man had had conflicts with someone recently. Boss Lin said that he was an ordinary director who made films peacefully and earned a little money for a living, so he believed that he simply could not cross someone's path. Sun Dawei said that there is nothing terrible in the thief's obscurity because he should definitely manifest himself on his own. Our hero continued to chew the chicken contentedly, and his interlocutor seemed dissatisfied with the prospects he heard. Suddenly, the director decided to ask if the guy liked watching movies. Sun Dawei was really interested in them. Although for the last 10 years he was mainly engaged in treatment, but over the last 2 years he became addicted to Western films, watched them on the internet and on discs. The man also believed that Japanese and Korean films lack high-quality special effects and realism, and asked the guy who his favorite actors were. The guy started listing different actresses with rather strange names. It seems that Mr. Lin did not know these names at all, but his assistant guessed who Sun Da-wei meant. The main character also mentioned several Asian names in the list of his favorite actresses. The director confusedly asked his assistant if the healer was talking about some new stars of Japanese cinema. His employee explained that these actresses were all from adult films. Mr. Lin decided to change the topic as quickly as possible, so Sun Davy told him to eat more treats. After a while, having had a good dinner, the main character was calmly resting on his bed. Suddenly, something caught Sun Da-wei's attention, so he quickly got up from his bed. He looked at Mr. Lin, who was sleeping peacefully on the spot next to him, and thought that he was a good person for treating the guy so generously. The main character decided for himself that he must definitely find out who helped Boss Yuen in his insidious plan. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin's rival walked along the carriage corridor with his assistants. Boss Yuen confidently walked into the room where the director and Sun Da-wei were. The man stood with an ominous smile because now he had a new plan to destroy his opponent. He walked over to the bed where Boss Lin was sleeping, unaware that his life was once again in danger. Boss Yuen was happy because he saw that all the elements he needed were in place. Suddenly, the old man woke up and, turning on the light, asked the unexpected guest what he had forgotten. At this moment, Lin's head recalled the words of the protagonist that the thief should soon appear on his own. The old man had an epiphany and realized that it was Boss Yuen who was to blame for his illness. The director said his guesses directly to the culprit's face. Yuen confirmed Mr. Lin's guesses, but noticed that the old man and Sun Da-wei had nowhere to go. The vile man wanted to see if his victim would be lucky this time. At this time, Sun Da-wei was already sitting on his bed and spoke the wisdom that the killers of peacefully sleeping defenseless people had a soul as black as pitch, and a vice unknown to the eyes would forever torment their soul. Our hero scoffed that the Wu-Gu masters hired by Boss Yuen did not tell him about this curse. At this time, the mercenaries broke into the room and noticed that the guy was not shy at all. The guy immediately noticed that one of the masters had centipedes all over his body. This mercenary approached Sun Da-wei and asked with a smile who was the layman here. He asked the healer to tell him the name of his teacher in order to know whether to give the guy a chance for mercy or not. Our hero noted that he has no teachers, but only an old grandfather who raised the young man for 18 years on Mount Jinhuang. The man in centipedes believed that this was a forgotten place where no one pokes his nose. His partner stopped the insect master because he knew something about Jinhuang Mountain. But the man could no longer be stopped because he was not going to let our hero and Boss Lin live, because 10 million and beautiful girls from the carriage were paid for them. Sun Da-wei was not at all afraid and invited the master to give all the money to him. The guy noted that a dead director and assistant would be out of place, and offered the magician several afterlife moments so that he could have fun with the girls in hell. The protagonist's insolence angered the centipede man. The insect master did not wait and decided to deal with the guy, so he used tamed centipedes. Sun Da-wei watched the magical insect heading towards him without emotion or movement. The man was furious and noted that this scolopendra was terribly toxic and was called Scarapea Enwang. Just one touch of it was enough for a person to die from the poison. Boss Yuen watched this with a satisfied smile, and Mr. Lin became agitated because of the danger looming over the young man. Suddenly, Sun Da-wei grabs the poisonous scolopendra with his bare hands. The master was surprised by such an unexpected development of events. The main character laughed at the hellish Scarapea because his old one fried it very appetizingly and served it with corn vodka. The guy pulled a scolopendra into his mouth and noted that it was delicious, and he even had a couple with him. But, unfortunately, you can't light a fire on the train to fry insects. In the end, Sun Da-wei took a sharp bite of the hell Scarapea. The guy asked the insect master if he knew the real reason why no one poked their nose into Jinfeng Mountain. Suddenly, the main character jumped out of his seat and within a second found himself behind his opponent. The next moment, it seemed that the weak tumor had already grabbed the man by the throat. Sun Da-wei had a lot of strength to lift the insect master off the ground, so several centipedes fell to the floor. Then our hero explained that no one goes to the mountain because everyone knows that he lives there. Meanwhile, Boss Yuen recuperated, realizing that he was now completely powerless. The man with centipedes began to choke, and foam came out of his mouth. At that moment, his boss wet his pants out of fear like a real loser. Another master watched this from the side and swallowed nervously because he did not want such participation for himself. There was an ominous aura around Sun Da-wei. as if a real angry snake was fighting with his centipede husband. The main character noticed the master standing aside and tried to pretend to be an empty space. He decided to finally let go of the man, who had already suffocated in his own saliva. Sun Dawei threateningly asked the second master if he wanted the healer to finish him off with his own hands. Our hero's face showed real rage, so Boss Lin was already afraid of him. The old man became nervous because he couldn't understand who the guy really was. At this moment, Boss Yuan noticed that the craftsman he hired was doing something strange. The magician, who had not yet received it from the guy, introduced himself as Wu Ka and said that he was ready to receive any punishment from Mr. Pan due to the fact that he did not know that the medicine man would be here. Sun Dawei asked Wu Ka if they knew each other personally. The guy on his knees, with the permission of our hero, said that Uthutu was his father. Then the healer thought about it, because this name seemed familiar to him. Wu Ka excitedly explained that his father and the head of their clan were Da Daier's disciples. Only then did the main character realize that this master's family were his followers, and decided to spare the guy. Then Boss Yuan realized that he would definitely be hooked by Sun Dawei. In the meantime, our hero got better and asked Ka to say hello to Daier when they met. The guy pressed his forehead to the ground and sincerely thanked Sun Dawei, for which the healer was embarrassed. After some time, Uka packed the body of his partner in a bag. During this process, the master noticed several things. He turned to the main character and asked what to do with Boss Yuan. Sun Dawei and Mr. Lin stood over their disgraced husband, and the guy asked the director how he crossed Yuan's path. The old man explained that Boss Yuan was the sponsor of his film and wanted him to be entertained by several girls from the film crew, but Lin did not give him permission to do so. Yes, the guy didn't like it, so he wondered what to do with the weakling. In the end, Sun Dawei was unable to do anything bad to Boss Yuan because he had too good a nature. Our hero allowed Ka to take the corpse with him and throw it away somewhere, for which the master thanked him, but continued to tremble with fear of his mentor. Eventually, Ka left the train and stood on its roof with the packages and the body of his comrade. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin asked in surprise whether Sun Dawei really ate this poisonous centipede. The healer explained that toxins of this level are part of his diet. The guy also asked the director to call him simply Dawi, or just Fatty, and noted that he did not expect to meet acquaintances here who knew about his status. Boss Lin then asked who Mr. Yuan's mercenaries were. Sun Dawei said that they were not special, but simply his students and Wugu masters in Shijiang. Then Boss Lin asked who the main character himself was. At this moment, the guy opened a new bag of chips and said that he was only Sun Dawei. But the healer realized that the old man wanted to know where he came from with such incredible powers, and the director nodded, confirming the young man's guesses. Our hero replied that he was the simplest healer and master of Ugu and lived all his life on Jinfen Mountain with an old rich who taught the guy. But one day, something happened while the guy was training on the mountain. The events are transferred to the mountains, where the main character was sitting among poisonous animals and insects. An old man stood near the house, watching the main character train. Suddenly, the guy jumped up from his seat and ran forward. He jumped high to attack his teacher unexpectedly. Sun Dawei wanted to use his snakes, but the old man only needed a touch of his palm to stop his student. In the end, the old one masterfully pushed our hero away, so he forced him to retreat. Then, the main character quickly pulled himself together and decided to use the power of his golden silkworm. The insect quickly flew, and its owner ran after it for a subsequent attack on the teacher. This time, the old man simply put out his hand, which easily stopped his student again. Now Sun Dawei was unable to stay on his feet, so he flew away and hit his head hard on a tree. Meanwhile, the silkworm was easily caught by the teacher. In the end, the mentor concluded that the guy's Jiddu technique, which consisted of hardening his body with poison and toxins, had improved quite a bit. Sun Dawei was unhappy that the old man immediately beat him, because he simply came to the teacher's call, although he was busy with his own training. The husband asked if our hero had ever wondered why he called his student a glutton. The guy thought that he got his nickname because the old man lured him to this mountain with the help of sweets. With a smile on his face, the teacher asked if Sun Dawei blamed him for such an act. The student definitely couldn't do this, because if it weren't for the old one, our hero would have suffered from the curse of the 9th month. Sun Dawei was grateful to the master because it was he who helped the guy become stronger during these 18 years and not die in childhood. In addition, the parents of the main character wanted such a fate for him. The guy laughed because he had not yet had time to thank the old man for all his beautiful deeds, so he definitely had no right to blame him. Sun Dao enjoyed the chicken leg and still remembered some complaint against the teacher. Our hero remembered how last year a couple came to their mountain for examination, and the mentor took a good wife for himself and gave the student her husband. Then the teacher understood the reason why he received the nickname Old Rich from the young man. Sun Dawei did not answer and only took a resentful bite of a piece of chicken. Meanwhile, the old man took out some kind of scroll and invited the main character to look at it. It turned out that Dawei, as a very young child, fell victim to the 9th-month curse, which marked his inevitable death. In the end, this did not stop the guy from becoming a majestic master in magic. The teacher handed over the scroll and noted that in the past our hero was very small and the master used Ugu magic to contain the curse. But now the student has reached the peak in the Jidu technique. The teacher explained that the boy was now ready to defend himself on his own. He noticed that Sun Dawei needed to collect all the things on the list in 1 month in order to escape the 9th-month curse. He could study the Poli technique, that is, reproduction, the Jiddu technique, the Yuchi technique, which consisted of controlling existence, the Quishi technique of the 3 stages, and the Chendie technique, namely, destroying one's cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Sun Dawei was somewhat confused, because he had already achieved mastery of the Jida technique, so he had to obtain 3 more scrolls. The old man asked if the main character wanted to immediately learn the Quishi technique. He noted that by studying this technique, the guy will be able to master his luck. Sun Dawei became interested and opened the scroll given to him by his teacher. The main character read the list and was surprised by the things on it. The guy shouted and asked how he could find all this, because there was only the quintessence of pure jade. The teacher only said that it depended on Sun Dawei's luck. He also noted that the scroll contained the address of the guy's parents. Sun Dawei read and was surprised at the information he saw about his relatives, whom he had not seen for so long. The old man ordered to pack his things and go down the mountain, where the guy was supposed to meet Gashaway, who would help him return home. The teacher said that all good things always come to an end, so he asked the glutton not to lose heart and get ready for the journey. The mentor recalled that they lived together for 18 years, and that was enough for teacher and student. Tears flowed from Sun Dawei's eyes after the old man's request to visit him sometimes. In fact, our hero was annoyed that he had not yet tried the local game. The old man was shocked by such impudence, so he called him shameless and ordered him to leave immediately. After some time, Sun Dawei collected all his things and informed the teacher that he was on his way. All the animals, insects, and birds of the mountain gathered and watched the main character. They were happy because the guy was considered a stomach on legs. Events fast forward to the present day. When Sun Dawei finally arrived at Shanjin Station, the guy who seemed to be expecting the main character noticed something strange. The train should have arrived an hour ago, but he is still waiting for the healer. Finally, he heard Sun Dawei calling to him and announcing his long-awaited arrival. The guy called the main character a mentor, and he was glad to meet his friend. The guy was happy and ran to meet our hero to hug him. Finally, he was able to wrap his mentor in a tight hug, because he really missed Sun Dawei. Mr. Lin came out behind the main character and was surprised, because he personally knew the healer's student. Dr. Fan explained that our hero was his mentor, and the young man himself was his second student. Then Sun Dawei decided to ask how his student and the director knew each other. It turned out that the doctor was the supervisor of Mr. Lin's granddaughter. The girl had an unusual illness, so expensive medications were needed to maintain her current condition, but the doctor still did not know how to cure the patient. Mr. Lin said that everyone has their own happiness and only heaven has power over a person's destiny. The director believed that the only thing he could give his granddaughter was help in the form of medicine, and everything else depended on luck and fate. Dr. Fan wanted to add something to Mr. Lin and somehow console him, and our hero thought about this situation. In the end, Mr. Lin noticed that he was already keeping the guys busy with his conversations and was sure that they had something to talk about. The student drove Davy in his own car, and our hero looked at the metropolis with interest because he had never seen anything like this on his native mountain. He was fascinated and delighted by the view of the big city. They were surrounded on all sides by the futuristic buildings of the city of Shanjin. One of the skyscrapers looked like cowards, so the main character asked his friend about it in surprise. Dr. Fan explained that this was the service building of Shanjin Television, which was built several years ago, and a lot of money was spent on it. Sun Dawei believed that the townspeople have very amazing taste because it is very strange to live in shorts. Meanwhile, the GPS informed that after turning right, the driver needs to go up the overpass. Our hero was surprised by such an invention and asked Fan why someone was sitting on his phone and telling him the direction of the road. The doctor explained to the mentor that this thing is called a navigator and promised to later explain to the healer how to use it. Dawei was carried away by life in the city and fell in love with the old Rich because he only forced him to do training, which now makes no sense. Dr. Fan said that there is no need to talk so badly about the master because if he were here, he would have already punished our hero. Suddenly, he became more serious and wanted to ask his mentor something. The student asked the healer if he was glad that he would finally come to his home. Sun Dawei looked at the sky and did not say anything because he was thinking about the guy's words. He began to look around the city again and noted that he did not know how to feel in this case, and the doctor noted that this did not seem like his teacher. Eventually, they arrived at a rich house in the BA region. Dr. Fan said that they had arrived at the place they needed. Sun Dawei looked excitedly at his home building, which he had not seen for 18 years. Meanwhile, the student walked to the door and rang the bell when he saw that our hero continued to stand and stare at the building. Fan invited the mentor to finally go into the house. In fact, the main character was very worried, so he took a nervous sip. He embarrassedly asked the student what he could say to mom and dad when they first met, but he replied that Dawei himself should have thought about it. The healer thoughtfully took his chin and hesitated, because he had never communicated with his parents at a conscious age. Sun Dawei issued an idea to announce his arrival by calling himself a fat man, which made his student feel embarrassed. While the guys were talking to each other, someone had already opened the door to the house. The man who came out because the doorbell rang apologized for interrupting the conversation. Dawei looked in surprise because he realized that this was his own father, his soulmate. An older, balding man recognized Dr. Fan and looked carefully at our hero. He adjusted his glasses to better see whether Sun Dawei was really standing in front of him. The father asked again if his son had really returned, and Fan confirmed his guesses. The husband approached the healer and began to ask how he lived on the mountain, but the main character could not utter a word. He was also nervous and did not know what to say to his son, whom he had not seen for 18 years. Sun Dawei still stood silently because he was very nervous about such a meeting. At that moment, a gray-haired woman ran out to him and rushed to hug the guy tightly. She cried because she was happy about the return of her own son, and Dawei tried to ask a friend to help him. Dr. Fan watched the family reunion with a smile, and at that time the mother said that her son had already become such a big boy. The main character looked at his friend with an embarrassed look for a few more seconds. In the end, Sun Dawei looked at his mother, who was hugging him so tightly and lovingly, and felt this family connection. He finally put his hand on his birth mother's back and turned to his parents. The father also came up to hug our hero, and then the guy felt that he was finally at home. Fan couldn't stop smiling while looking at this incredibly cute scene. The father thanked the doctor and invited him to come into the house, but he refused because he did not want to interfere with the family reunion, and promised to come for Dawei tomorrow to get the guy settled at the university. At the house, the family was met by a girl who looked very bright and called the main character a hillbilly. Sun Dawei did not like this treatment at all. The mother scolded her daughter because you can't call your own brother that way, and ordered her to introduce herself to the guy. Dawei and the girl were outraged that they were actually related to each other. The mother tried to calm her children down and invited them to go ahead and eat some fruit. The bright girl silently ate berries and watched her new relative. She considered Davy a real glutton and called his appearance completely peasant. In the end, the sister found the strength to smile and turn to her brother. She called her brother and offered to show her her personal room. Sun Dawei continued to eat grapes, but agreed to his sister's proposal, which made her incredibly happy. The girl grabbed our hero's hand because she really wanted to show off her home. She pulled him through the stairs because the room was on the second floor. My sister opened the door with a chuckle, proud of her place. The room was as bright as the girl herself and completely reflected her personality, and her pets were real snakes. Sun Dawei looked at the room in surprise because there were a lot of skulls here. Then he noticed his sister's clothes and underwear scattered on the rumpled bed. But what attracted his attention were the reptiles in the terrarium, because these animals were close to him. It seems that the snake also felt the strength of the main character, so it looked at him carefully. Sister didn't want to end it here and wanted to surprise Sun Dawei even more. The healer did not understand why the reptiles were so miniature, so he asked the girl if her favorites were still babies. Meanwhile, my sister had already taken out another favorite and was holding a rather large spider in her hands. She explained that this was her beloved baby, on whom she needed to spend a lot of money. Sun Dawei looked at his pet with rapture, and the girl could not understand why the guy was not even a little scared. Suddenly, a spider jumped right onto our hero's face, but he didn't react to it at all. In the end, the girl scared not her brother, but herself, so she screamed throughout the house. My sister started apologizing because she really didn't mean to do it on purpose. Sun Da-wei carefully took the pet in his hands and noted that the spider was still very small, but very cute. He said that there was a much larger spider in his box and offered to show it to his sister, which made her very happy. The girl watched in fascination, as if expecting a real miracle. Our hero asked if she really wasn't afraid, and the girl noticed that she was the bravest in the class, so she shouldn't be afraid of various insects. The box contained various reptiles from centipedes to snakes. Sun Da-wei took out one of the plump snakes to show his sister, but she was no longer there. She still got scared and hid behind a chair, trembling with fear. Our hero asked his sister why she was scared, but she lied that she wasn't scared. The guy invited her to take something from his arsenal as a gift from her older brother. The girl recalled that her brother talked about a black widow, which was larger than her favorite, and asked to show her. Then Da-wei realized what gift his sister had chosen for herself and received a really big spider. The girl immediately came up to better see the giant in the palm of our hero. The medicine man began to tell that the black widow is one of the most aggressive species, but they only attack when they are very hungry or feel danger. The guy noted that he had been choosing this spider for a very long time, and the girl was surprised because she thought that they were just being caught. He confirmed that he really chose his favorite, because there were 100 of them in the dark cave. Da-wei talked about how he had to spend the whole day in a cave with a torch in his hands. And his sister listened to his story in surprise, and now considered her brother very cool. The girl asked if the spiders had bitten him, and our hero noted that, after all, 2 spiders had bitten him. One of them died from poison, and the other guy mercilessly teased him. In the end, Sun Da-wei decided to show what his favorite could do, because the spider's small head did not indicate a lack of intelligence. The main character gave him the command to stand still, and the insect really responded to it. Next, Da-wei ordered the spider to salute, and he quickly raised his little quotation mark. Now the girl considered her brother very cool and envied him, but these were not all the talents of our hero. Then the sister was very happy because she thought that Sun Da-wei knew how to drive cars. At this moment, the young man remembered that the only time he drove a car was today with Fan. In addition, the main character did not understand what his sister meant by the word drive. The girl saw his confusion, so she thought that the young man did not know how to do this, and our hero decided to lie about his skills. Sun Da-wei decided to go to the latter and came up with the nickname King of the Jinfen Circuit. As a result, the sister became very interested in the cool medicine man. In the end, she invited her brother to go to the race with her that evening, because there was one bastard to beat. Then the main character bitterly realized what stupidity he had just committed. Events are transferred to an abandoned racetrack where the competition was supposed to take place. Racers in incredibly cool and expensive sports cars have already raced and competed with each other. The main character's sister was driving the red car, and the guy himself was sitting next to him in the passenger seat. The girl skillfully changed gears and turned the steering wheel in the right direction. The car made such a sharp turn that Sun Da-wei hit his head hard on the glass. As it turned out, my sister had a good command of the car and could skillfully drift around corners. Meanwhile, other racers mocked the fact that their rival had come again only to lose all her money. When Wen-Wen stopped, someone greeted her happily. It was her friend who noted that the girl was a little late today. The protagonist and sister got out of the car, and Wen-Wen asked her friend if the scumbag Chang was already there. Sing Sing said that he had been here for a long time and also brought with him a new racer who had the nickname God of Underground Racing and knew how to do cool tricks. Meanwhile, the sister proudly declared that the real king of the track was Sun Da-wei, who was standing behind her and was very nervous. She immediately introduced her brother to her best friend Xing Xin. A familiar sister immediately saw our hero's stupid smile, tastelessly chosen clothes, and fat. She couldn't believe the words that this guy was the king of the track because he didn't look right for that title. Sing Sing asked if her friend's brother was sure everything was fine when a luxurious black car drove up to them. Someone from the car found out that little Sun had finally arrived, and Wen-Wen looked warily towards the car. At that moment, the trash Chang appeared on the track with 2 beauties, and everyone around him admired him. Then Sun Da-wei realized who his sister was talking about. A narcissistic guy came up to our group and asked if Wen-Wen was tired of losing. The girl told her enemy that he needed to stop bragging because she did not believe that such a dog could be lucky every time. She took out and placed a whole suitcase with money in front of Chung. Xing Xing was surprised by the amount of money her friend had and began to threaten the trash Changgu that Wen-Wen would grind him into powder. The girl's audacity interested their rival, so he threw away the butt of his cigarette He stood among his gang and asked how the boy's son was going to defeat him. Wen had a total of 700,000, so she bet 200,000 on the first competition. Our hero tried to stop his sister from such a risky step. Sing Sing, meanwhile, recalled that her friend's brother was the king of the track, the name of which she did not remember, and should have easily passed the bastard. The girl believed that Sun Dawei would beat his opponent in just one race, and that he would even be left without panties. In the end, the girls looked hopefully towards our hero, who was standing to the side. The guy pretended that everything was fine and he could help his sister. Then, to spite her opponent, Wen bet the entire amount on the first race, and Xingxing confidently looked at the trash. Chang laughed at the girl's confidence and decided to raise the amount to 3,300,000 in response. He offered to place a bet of 1 to 5, so if Wen wins, he will receive 3,600,000. Then someone stopped Chang and he asked what in his words was not yet clear. The guys from his gang seemed to recognize the main character as the king of the mountain track. Meanwhile, Chang approached Sun Dawei and began to taunt him. Our hero did not respond to his opponent's mockery, but only looked at him with a serious look. In the end, the guy, without fear, pushed the racer right in the chest and gave him more money. Chang had a few bills and 1 coin left in his hands, and he could not understand whether Dawei was serious about this bet. The guy told his opponent to add it to the total and then give it back to him. One of Chang's teammates laughed because he didn't believe that the king of the track was so poor. Chang asked how much money our hero had provided and suggested throwing 100 to win. The main character and his rival got into other cars and prepared for a fierce race. The beautiful girl screamed at the racers to get ready, while Chang's gang looked at her beauty. The cars made a U-turn to take the starting positions on command. Yes, the entire audience was rooting for the driver that Chang put in, and was sure that he would completely crush his opponent. Wen was irritated by such active support, but meanwhile Dawei was incredibly nervous while driving the car. The girl asked why her brother didn't drive to the start, and he explained that the car didn't want to move. Then the sister asked if the guy even knew how to drive a car, and our hero noticed that supposedly before that, he had simply driven a completely different car. Wen realized, most likely, that her brother only drove a manual and had not yet driven an automatic. The girl explained that with your left foot, you need to press the brake and pull the lever to the letter D, then release the brake, and the letter P was parking. And in order to start the car, the lever location should always be on P. Chang, meanwhile, informed that the rivals needed to drive straight for 5 kilometers, and then drive through 4 sharp turns and 1 big one. The rules of the race were that there were no rules. The racers stepped on the gas and the main character took the lead. It turned out that Sun Dawei had left for a false start, so Chang began to mock him again. And Wen noted that the guy himself noted that there were no rules. Then our team's opponent also quickly took off from his place. He quickly caught up with Davy, so a fierce battle for the championship began. Chang's racer thought that there was nothing interesting about competing in the mountains. The guy believed that after the first turn, our hero would definitely lose. In the end, he decided to cut off the inexperienced Sun Dawei. The racer mocked the main character and said that it was hard to even call it a race. He mockingly called Sun Dawei a complete loser and clumsy. Chang confidently awaited his victory, sitting in his car, in the arms of a girl. The bully drank beer and enjoyed the moment with his beauty. Suddenly, a friend approached him and said that someone had arrived, but did not specify who exactly. Wen's completely crumpled car arrived at the finish line. Chang completely lost face at that moment because he realized that he had lost this argument. It turned out that the car was not driving on its own, but was pushed from behind by the main character. No one understood where the god of racing was, and others talked about why Dawei was pushing the car, because this is racing. With the efforts of his own body, the guy crossed the finish line. Wen saw this and was happy because the long-awaited victory was already in their hands. The main character thanked and reminded Chang that they bet money on their own victory 1 in 5. The whole gang and their leader were shocked by such an unexpected development of events in the dispute with Little Sun. The king of racing finally reached the finish line and said that our hero had broken the rules because he drove all the sharp turns in a straight line, and on the track he crashed into the racer and did not allow him to accelerate. At a big turn, Dawei simply overturned the car and the racing king almost lost his life. The whole gang was outraged by our hero's violation and threateningly asked if the guy had just decided to fight with cars. Chang complained that his brother and sister had broken the rules, so he would take the money to restore his poor car. Then Sun Dawei noticed that Chang himself said that there were no rules, so no one should have cared about how our hero drove. The whole gang immediately took up arms, and the bastard began to threaten because there was a whole army behind him. He asked the fat man if he still wanted to fight him. Wenwen knew that the situation was starting to escalate and become too dangerous for the two of them. The girl quickly reached for the phone to call the police. Suddenly, her best friend seemed to snatch the phone from the girl's hands. Sing Sing sucked up to Chang and said that Wenwen wanted to call the cops. Then the girl realized that she really did not have a real friend. Chang laughed at the fact that Wenwen wanted to call for help because by the time the cops get here, only corpses will be left of the brother and sister. The gang leader also began to threaten that Sun Wen was still a virgin and hinted that he was lucky today. Sing Sing looked at Chang with a smile and asked how he got so lucky. The bandit was disgustingly happy that today he would get both the girl and the cash. Suddenly, Dawei grabbed the bastard's middle finger. The main character, with a threat in his eyes, noted that today Chang could lose everything. He pulled the bully's finger down to break the bones. In the end, Chang was unable to resist this in any way, so he screamed furiously like a real coward. At that moment, the whole gang jumped up and started shouting that the fat man probably wanted to die. But our hero was not one of the ordinary fat men, so he quickly dealt with all the hooligans around with the help of martial arts. He was constantly flying in the air and throwing kicks in all directions. The bullies couldn't do anything against Davi's perfect strikes, so they simply fell apart. The main character entered a state of incredible rage, so he didn't even think about stopping. At the abandoned racetrack, all that could be heard was squealing and pleas for help. In the end, the bullies lost the fight and were left lying in a puddle of their own blood. Those who were still more or less intact knelt before the healer and begged for mercy. Dawei noticed that the leader was the only one left, so he again reminded him of the 1-to-5 agreement. Eventually, Chang admitted that he had no money and fearfully begged the guy to back off. In this case, the medicine man decided to deal with the scumbag differently. So he reached into his pocket and grabbed the gang leader by the face. Dawei said with a smile on his face that in exchange for money, he would take Chang's life. The scum immediately stopped lying and jumped up to bring the promised amount to the main character. He brought a whole bag of money and begged Dave on his knees, because it was all his money. The guy asked his sister to transfer all the money. Wenwen immediately agreed and was delighted to receive such an assignment from her cool brother. She finished the count and happily reported that there were exactly 3,600,000 in the bag. Suddenly, the police arrived at the racetrack. One of them, using a walkie-talkie, reported that the violators were still on the highway and ordered that they be searched. The police tried to run as quickly as possible to prevent them from leaving. Eventually, the cops caught our hero and his sister and ordered them to put their hands up and not move. The police began quickly packing up the gang members. The captain was informed that no contraband was found at the scene, only money. They realized that only young girls and racers were there. In the end, the captain ordered his subordinates to take everyone to one place. After a while, all the bandits were already in handcuffs at the police station. Meanwhile, the chief was sitting in the interrogation room, where they first asked him his full name. Sun Dawei looked at the police officers tensely. He thought about why he still hadn't seen any women in the police department, because in the novels he liked to watch, there were always affairs in the police department. Now the guy could only think about what kind of uniform women are attractive. And at that time the police asked his gender, but the detained citizen did not react to this in any way. Because Dawei thought about girls, he said that he had a female gender, so the employees were surprised. In the end, our hero realized that he was talking nonsense, so he got nervous and began to say that he was a man after all. The policeman calmed the young man down and asked him to tell in detail the events at the abandoned racetrack. Dawei called them uncles, and they asked if they were that old, and the guy began to make excuses and as a result called them brothers. In the end, the police decided to start questioning and find out what happened yesterday. The young man said that he and his sister were told that underground races were being held somewhere, so they decided to see what it was. And then suddenly everyone started fighting with each other. Then the policeman asked why it looked like the guy and the creep Chang were fighting over stolen money. Dawei explained that this money was his sister's, so the employees must have made a mistake. He said that Chang saw their weakness with Wenwen and wanted to take their funds. The policeman looked at the main character with a serious look and asked if it was so. He decided to end the interrogation and said that the results of the investigation would be known this evening. But due to the fact that Dawei participated in underground racing, the guy receives a fine of 2,000 and will be detained for 3 days. And the detainee was dissatisfied and considered this unfair. The policeman was confident in the young man's participation in the race, because as many as 2 cars were completely destroyed. Then the employee offered to imprison Davi's sister if he denied his participation. The protagonist didn't want Wenwen to be affected by this, but he still asked the police to check everything again. The guy held the handcuffs in front of him so that the police would fire him. In the end, the guy did not succeed, and depressed, he left the interrogation room, accompanied by 2 police officers. They witnessed how the boss cursed at his subordinates. The man was very unhappy that he was forced to assemble such a large force just to catch the racers. He talked to his informer and told him that if the boss let his employee go, the smugglers would immediately tear off his head. Zhang Lanhua was not at all afraid of the threats from his boss. The informer said that he was not involved in smuggling and was not hiding from the police, so they could not do anything with him. Zhang Lanhua knew that for providing false information he could only get 48 hours of detention, and if the boss hit a subordinate, then 3 skins would be torn off from him. The main character listened very carefully to this conversation. The police said that there was no progress in the case, and Targan did not provide any useful information. Then Davy came up with an idea and suggested to the police brothers that he knock information out of Targan as atonement for his guilt. But they did not agree because the informer was protected by dangerous thieves. Our hero promised that he would find out information from Zhang Lanhua without using force against him. The policemen looked at each other. This was a good chance for them. The boss came out of the office and, hitting the wall with his fist, shouted that Targan was terribly infuriating him. The subordinate approached the captain and asked permission to report some information. The angry boss returned to address him. He was told about Davi's desire to help find information, and the captain asked if the guy knew about the consequences that could await him. Our hero was very confident in his abilities and agreed to the terms of his task. Eventually, the captain ordered his subordinates to remove Davi's handcuffs. The chief ordered the young man to follow him and led him to the room with Targan. Zhang Lanhua could not understand where this fat man came from. At first, Dawei kindly asked the informer to tell everything to the police, or silence would force the guy to resort to his own methods, which made Cockroach very unhappy. The man was angry at the tone of the conversation with him, and he called the young man a fat pig. He began to threaten and say that Davia might accidentally get hit by a car or a pea might fall on his head. Then the main character said that the cockroach brought trouble upon himself, and Zhang Lanhua continued to say that there would definitely be revenge for him. Dawei took out his small magic needle from his pocket. The main character abruptly threw it directly at Zhang Lanhua's forehead. The informer immediately lost consciousness and rolled his eyes so that only the whites were visible. The captain jumped up from his seat because he thought that Dawei was about to harm his informer. Then our hero touched Zhang Lanhua's hand with 2 fingers. The medicine man used his powers and ordered him to tell all the information about the crimes that the informer committed in this world. Dawei began to threaten Tarek and he screamed furiously. In the eyes of the man, the main character changed a lot and began to talk about how he had to go through all the circles of hell for lying. He thought that the real Yan Wan, the ruler of the underworld, had appeared before him and immediately agreed to tell everything. After some time, the captain already had a whole stack of information that his employee barely had time to write down. All the police watched this process, and Zhang Lanhua finally said that this was all he knew. He eventually remembered that at the age of 10 he stole 13 coins from home. The main character looked at the captain, and he showed a sign that everything was fine. He told Targan that he had told the whole truth, so now he has the right to return to the world of the living. Dawei snapped his fingers to return meaning to the interrogated, and he thanked him. The captain immediately ordered the staff to prepare for the operation. Everyone began to fuss, and the main character asked the boss not to forget about him and his fate. In the end, the captain ordered his subordinates to remove all suspicion from Dawei and shift the fine to Chang, but he was not going to let the guy go and send him to the restroom. Our hero shouted that this was unfair because he was a law-abiding citizen. Eventually, Dawei ended up in the restroom and had already been dozing there for 3 hours. He lay and dreamed of the very fragrant meadows of Yanwan. His sleep was interrupted by the open door, through which the captain's praise for the successful operation could be heard. Dawei got up from the sofa when he heard a familiar voice and thought that he would finally be released. The guy saluted and was glad to see the boss return, but he said that these formalities were not needed. The captain said that our hero's case had been destroyed, so he was no longer a suspect, and for his help in investigating the case, he would receive a generous reward. The guy refused the money because it was an honor for him to help the police, but he only wanted him and his sister to be released. The policeman allowed the main character to leave, but asked what the guy did in the interrogation room. The medicine man explained in a whisper that it was the finger of oblivion, an ancient technique of the teacher, which the old Hrich had forbidden to talk about, and the chief asked why the young man used a silver needle. The main character was a little nervous because the captain noticed his gun. Then the policeman decided to tell the young man what he had been doing before. Previously, he hunted thieves and in 2 years was able to arrest more than 600 thieves. That is, an average of 1 person per day, and thus with his own eyes earned a place in the criminal police department. The policeman noted that he notices absolutely everything, so Dawei should stop pretending, otherwise he won't leave here. Our hero sat down on the sofa with displeasure and said that the captain could ask at all costs and stop being so nervous. Then the boss asked what kind of trick with the needle it was. The main character explained that acupuncture is just a form of entertainment for Chinese medicine. He noted that he was a healer, and the needle is used for treatment, but not in this case because this one was saturated with poison. Having heard such interesting information, the captain decided to ask what kind of poison it was. This was a difficult question for Davy, so the guy thought for a while. He thought it was most likely a mixture of venom from the copperhead, red cherry scorpion, and purple king spider. Dawei mixed all this with the juice of red sedge, sweet potato, and Indian glove. But the captain could not believe it, because from the poison of the copperhead, because from it Targan would definitely recoil. The guy noticed that it was precisely a combination of poisons and herbs, and asked if the person knew what the sedge juice was for, and it was used specifically to neutralize the poison, so it was simply a hallucinogen. The healer suggested that the captain also try, because Dawei could make the man surrounded by the most beautiful girls. Then the boss could not stand it and drove our hero far away. In the end, a police officer finally brought the guy to freedom. Davy really liked the feeling of freedom, and the policeman told him to stop playing. The main character agreed with him, and his family was already waiting for the guy. Mom and Dad were worried about their son and asked if they had done anything wrong to him. The mother was very upset because the children frightened her greatly with their antics. Dawei apologized for disturbing his parents and noted that he helped the police and they promised to give him a reward. Next, events moved to the home of the Sun family. Wenwen and Dawei had already put on their pajamas and opened the suitcase with the money. The sister was happy because there were 4,320,000 and dividing this amount in half, she and her boyfriend would become very rich. The main character suggested that the girl keep everything for herself because it was inconvenient for him to take money from his younger sister. The sister was not satisfied with this proposal because she wanted everything to be fair. Dawei stood his ground and wanted to give Wenwen all the money, and the girl reminded him that they won together. The children continued to quarrel, so eventually the father came in to see them. The husband said that the money would be kept by him and his mother, so the brother and sister should stop quarreling. The father finally ordered the children to go to bed. The main character and sister were unhappy with this development of events. This situation showed them that in a quarrel between two people, someone third always wins. Events continue the next day when heavy rain broke out, and our hero was riding in a car with Dr. Fan. Davy sat and yawned because he did not have time to sleep properly. He asked his friend why they were going to the hospital, because they had previously planned to go to the university. Fan asked the mentor if he remembered Mr. Lin. The guy recalled that he was the doctor of the old man's granddaughter, but his abilities were limited, so the doctor wanted to ask our hero for help. Dawei said that the student should have been told about this earlier, because the healer thought about helping him at the station. Eventually, they arrived at the hospital where a seriously ill girl was staying. The director, Dawei, and Dr. Fan gathered around the bed. The patient was connected to numerous machines and was completely hairless due to her illness. Mr. Lin said that the girl had a very difficult life, because when she was only 3 years old, her parents had an accident. The director raised her and wanted to quickly see his granddaughter in a wedding dress and play with her children, but suddenly something bad happened to her. Dr. Fan asked the old man for a laboratory letter, an x-ray, and a letter of the girl's tests. Dawei stopped him, because he only needed answers to a few questions. The director was excited, but was ready to answer any questions from the healer. The guy asked if a relapse occurred 3 years ago when the girl had a headache, nausea, and vomiting, and in general the condition resembled pregnancy. Mr. Lin was surprised, because the healer told his grandchildren the beginning of the illness in full detail. Dawei further said that this condition lasted for a whole year, and then insomnia began, lack of appetite, frequent nosebleeds and loss of consciousness, high fever, hallucinations, and the patient began to call her parents. The director could not believe that the healer knew everything, and at that time the guy was reflecting on his conclusions. In the end, Dawei noticed that it was impossible for Dr. Fanyu to cure this disease, but he already knew this because he had not yet been able to do it. Then the student was happy because he thought that his mentor would still be able to do this. And finally, our hero confirmed this and noted that he would only need a few minutes. The healer explained that the girl was tormented by a poisonous moth caterpillar that lived in her body. He asked Mr. Lin and Fan if they knew about the hermit crab and explained that the patient had become a shell for the caterpillar. The doctor was very angry with this explanation on the fingers because he was not a 3-year-old child. At that moment, a beautiful nurse entered the room and informed that the patient needed to take medicine. The doctor ordered to stop taking the medicine and asked to call teacher Wan Bowen. The nurse was surprised by such a sudden change in treatment, but listened to the manager. She left the room and took one last serious look at the company inside. Dawei told the doctor that he needed to run for his box, and Fan asked if he needed to prepare anything for treatment. The main character said that he didn't need anything extra. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin asked how the doctor's fate connected with Dawei. The old man said that on the train they met 2 fairly mature Ugu masters, and one of them communicated with the guy as an elder. And besides, the stranger said that his father was Dawei's 5th student, so the director was a little confused. Dr. Fan thought a little about how to explain the situation to Mr. Lin. He said that his and Davy's teacher was more than 120 years old. Yes, this figure really surprised Mr. Lin. The guy explained that the life of healers is either very short or very long. That is, short because they can be killed quickly, and long because they can use techniques to extend life. Before meeting Dawei, the teacher had no students yet. At that moment, Fan was studying at the Faculty of Medicine and working part-time at a university hospital. Then his old teacher wanted to find a doctor to protect Davy on his way home. The teacher tied Fan up and dragged him to his mountain. Mr. Lin was surprised that the guy was kidnapped just like that, and he also noted that the old man threatened to poison him, but Fan did not resist. In fact, the guy's life turned upside down when he got to the mountain. Everyone around the doctor desperately wanted to finish him off. But there were an incredible number of different types of priceless medicines and poisons. When Dr. Fan saw the skill of the old teacher, he knew that he needed to stay at Jinfen Mountain. But in fact, this was not the only reason why the student remained in that mysterious place. He was also held back on the mountain by his attachment to his little mentor Dave. Dr. Fan practically contemplated how the main character gradually grew up. He returned to Shanjin when Dave was 7 years old. The old man accepted Fan as a doctor only when the guy showed his efforts in helping with a small mentor. This is exactly how it happened that Sun Dawei became the old man's first student, and Fan became the second and became close to these people. Mr. Lin noted that the doctor had indeed replaced his father's medicine man, and asked what happened to the other students. Fan knew nothing about the 3rd and 4th, because at that time he was already in Shanjin and continued his studies at the university. The doctor only heard about a 5th student named Dadara. This young man was a very famous Wugu master in Shijiang. In Shijiang, all Wugu masters and healers are respected. Dadara became a real professional and taught more than 100 students. In Shijiang, this master's school became incredibly powerful. Even though Dadara was more popular than the teacher, he was still much weaker than the old man. The disciple was unhappy with this, so one day he brought all his disciples to Mount Jinfen to attack the master. But they were unlucky because that day the old man forbade Davy to eat roe deer, which greatly angered the fat man. It was at this moment that the disguised students jumped out of the bushes. The main character immediately reacted to this and rushed towards them in a rage. An enraged Dawei personally scattered more than 30 of Dadara's students. His partner in the form of a golden silkworm knocked out 30 other opponents. Everyone who could stand on their feet ran in different directions to escape. Due to the defeat, Dadar decided to disband his school and students. In the end, he swore on his life and went to apprentice to the old master and became the 5th disciple. Mr. Lin was incredibly shocked by such a story about the origin of our hero. And at that moment, Dawei just returned and asked what his friends, who had such sour faces, were talking about. Dr. Fan was surprised because the young man returned very quickly. The main character explained that he never went out because his things were in the car, and the hospital was very large, so the guy was afraid that if he went out, they wouldn't let him back in. Fan wanted to call the secretary to help Dawei, but at that moment his teacher entered the room. He went inside with his assistant and asked the doctor if he had been called. Fan introduced Dawei to his teacher Wan Bowen, who was one of the authorities and master of the Huaxia Public School in the Huaxia Chinese Medicine Society. The main character was embarrassed by so many titles and greeted a respected person. The healer was asked to tell about the principle of the patient's illness. He said that according to his guesses, the girl ate a wild amur loach, which led to the nuzao from the body of the loach spreading throughout the patient's body. The young man clarified that the disease was caused by parasites in the patient's body. The teacher did not understand what nezao was because he did not know about the existence of such parasites. Another doctor, called by a suspicious nurse, entered the room and said that it was impossible to draw such quick conclusions. Dr. Fan was not pleased with the appearance of Zhao Dejun's patron. The doctor noted that, in fact, no one called the deputy here. Zhao Dejun noted that the patient was not the director of Fanei personally, but the entire hospital. And besides, the guy brought a stranger and is waiting for him to cure the girl. He asked who would be responsible if something happened to the patient. Of course, Fan Yuan was not afraid of his deputy and ordered him not to touch what was happening under the responsibility of the director. Zhao Dejun asked if the doctor could control it because he didn't know what nezao was. The deputy had not heard of such things before, so he assumed that our hero could have come up with this unknown word himself. Teacher Wan Boan explained that nezao is a type of flea that lives inside the body. In Chinese medicine, there are several references to nezao and the diseases they cause, but over time this knowledge was lost. And besides, the teacher knew the method of destroying parasites with poison, but did not know which one. Davia added that these fleas live in the dirtiest places in rivers, so he assumed that the patient became infected in such a place. The girl could also eat wild amur loach or carp feeding on wattle fence from the bottom of the river. Then Mr. Lin remembered that his little girl got sick after her university organized a fall trip to the reservoir. When she returned, she was so happy she talked about how she caught several fish herself, how she and her friends cooked them and ate them. Then Deputy Zhao Dejun irritably asked why the patient's classmates did not get sick either, but Lin replied that this was not the case. The doctor concluded that this illness was not related to nezao, and that the fat man simply made it up and was a fraud. The main character asked the man if he had ever heard of the theory of probability, and gave an example that on the battlefield, someone will die from a bullet, and someone will not even stain their clothes. He noted that the nezao are afraid of high temperatures, so they live at the bottom of the year. And as for the human body, everything depends on the assimilation of products. Zhao Dejun was angry that Dawei was trying to humiliate him, so the man started yelling at the medicine man about his incompetence. Then the doctor asked how the guy was going to treat the patient if his assumptions were correct. He heard that our hero said that he could cure the girl in a few minutes. Dawei agreed with the opinion of teacher Wan Boan that the parasite only needs to be poisoned. The doctor shouted in rage that there was no need to joke here, because one could not be sure of the lost knowledge. Our hero had to cover his ears because Zhao Dejun was yelling loudly because something could happen to the patient, so he was categorically against it. Everyone around said that the man was neither the girl's doctor, nor a relative, nor the patient himself, so he had no right to say anything. Dawei noted that Zhao Dejun was a nobody, so he should not speak his unnecessary opinion. The patron was simply torn with anger, but he really couldn't say anything. Our hero asked his brother Fan, who personally treated the patient, if he gave permission for her treatment. The director agreed and took full responsibility for any problems. Next, Dawei asked Mr. Lin if he, as a relative, agreed to treat his grandchildren. The old man agreed, because the guy was the last hope for his girl, so he was ready to go against the hospital. Our hero also noted that he treated such mild diseases already at the age of 12. He had several similar patients. The teacher asked if Dawei had actually already cured several patients from nezao. The old man could not believe it, because such diseases were a problem for the entire planet, and he still had not heard of the guy's arrival. In fact, the main character's patients were a wild boar and a wolf, so Van Boven definitely couldn't have heard about it. The teacher and deputy thought that Dawei was indeed a veterinarian. The medicine man found something he needed in his box and showed it to everyone around him. Wan Boan and Zhao Dejun saw in front of them a dozen snakes of various types. There were also huge ants and something with claws. In the midst of this horror stood a hive with wild bees with a scolopendra next to it and a scorpion behind. Meanwhile, Zhao Dejun felt sick at the sight of all these reptiles. Teacher Wan Boan was fascinated because he saw the Black Widow, and Dawei watched the reaction of the patron. The old man was surprised because the main character took poisonous centipedes with his bare hands, and the nasty doctor's condition was getting worse. Then the guy decided to go to the ladder and eat one insect from his poisonous collection. When Dawei bit off a piece of the scolopendra, which was the final blow to Zhao Dejun, the doctor could not stand it, so he ran out of the room, because he really wanted to vomit from such disgusting views. The nurse also ran after her supervisor Zhao. In the end, Dr. Fan ordered the fat man to stop fooling around and get down to business. At that moment, the teacher saw that among the main characters' collection there was a real heavenly serpent. Dawei was surprised that the old man knew about this rather rare species, and he explained that he had only seen this snake in pictures and books. The healer said that this reptile was rather lazy, but obedient, so it slept all the time and woke up only to eat. He asked his lazy pet to lightly bite the patient. The snake immediately listened to its owner and bit deeply into the girl's skin. After this, our hero personally began to further treat his ward. To do this, he took out 3 needles from his pocket for further actions. He concentrated and used force to infuse the instrument with energy. The medicine man stuck the needles in the right places and ordered the snake to bite in another place. Dawei immediately threw 3 more needles into the fresh bite area. Teacher Wang Bowen and Fan watched in surprise at the unusual work of the healer. The old man noticed that the guy was using an acupuncture technique called wind taming. Dr. Fan asked what kind of technique this was because he had never heard of it before. The teacher explained that this method was very old and was used specifically to treat poisoning. In ancient times, princes were treated for poisoning in this way, because with the help of this technique, the poison can be concentrated at one point in the body and prevented from spreading throughout the body. Physician Fan noted that this technique did not look too special. Teacher Wan Boan was dissatisfied with this assessment from the student because in all of Huaxia, only 30 people had heard about this technique. A maximum of 10 could be treated in this way, and there were only 3 such exercises as our hero, and the old man himself was not confident in his skills. Dr. Fan could not stop marveling at his mentor's skill. The old man continued to talk about how the wind taming technique was one of the 10 most difficult acupuncture methods. It consisted in the fact that the doctor must block one area among all the vital points, and the difficulty is that the needle must enter the body at a certain angle. In the end, teacher Wang Bowen wanted to know how many acupuncture techniques the fat man knew. The main character noticed that he needed to concentrate and cover more than one area, but constantly change points all the time so that the poison could circulate in the body. The old man explained that as many vital points as there are, so many times the location and angle of inclination need to be changed, and asked if the healer knew all these important aspects. Dawei recalled that he suffered greatly while learning this complex technique. He tortured many wolves from the mountain while trying to teach this method. After the poor wolves, the guy studied on wild boars because previous patients fled when they saw Davy. Then the main character pierced the girl's foot, from which several drops of a strange liquid flew out. Mr. Lin jumped up because he was very worried about his granddaughter's condition. Liquid continued to flow from this hole, and a very small bug jumped out. Dr. Fan asked if it was really the same Nezao. It remains to give the girl one more pill, and in the meantime, Dawei thought that he owed the old man and his granddaughter in a past life, because now he had saved them both. Only 3 days have passed since our hero descended from the mountain, and he has already spent 3 tablets. At this moment, teacher Wan Bovin noticed that the medicine man had a rather rare medicine in his hands. The old man asked the guy if it was a pill that drives out evil, and asked Dawei to sell him one of those. The teacher was delighted because he could get important rivers and suggested that the young man only name the price, and meanwhile our hero began to evaluate the clothes of his potential buyer. In the end, Dawei did not want to sell the medicine, but decided to simply give it to Wang Bovan because he was known to his brother. In the end, they agreed that now all of Principal Fan Yuan's affairs would be teacher Wan Bowen's affairs as well, and by fulfilling this condition, the old man could receive the pill. Teacher Wang Bowen received his coveted pill and was very happy about such a gift. He was so fascinated by the medicine that all the golden needles in his box fell out onto the floor. The main character crouched down to examine the jewelry that fell down. The guy realized that these were expensive and valuable needles. Dawei asked with interest whether old Wang needed these golden needles, and he confirmed that the healer could keep them. In the end, the guy said that he had cured the patient, so he had nothing more to do, and he asked teacher Van Bowen to prescribe the girl a recovery diet. The old man was surprised, because a person who used wind reconciliation could not write a prescription for a patient, and Dawei explained that he only learned acupuncture with the help of his teacher's old books. Teacher Wang Bowen and Fan were shocked that the guy was able to learn this technique on his own. Dawei got angry because he remembered that the old Hrich just sat down in one place every day and stared at one point. He continued to complain because every day the guy had to cook food for himself 3 times. Meanwhile, the deputy was eavesdropping on them outside the door, and Fan was shouting at our guy because he was talking badly about older people. and telling him to get ready quickly because they had to go to the university. Zhao Dejin was annoyed that the director allowed Davanu to save the sick girl. The angry man wanted to ensure that the doctor was thrown out of their hospital. Meanwhile, events returned to the Sun family home. The main character sat and meditated, gathering an unknown force around himself. The snakes immediately responded to the call from their owner. All the years immediately crawled out of their boxes and crawled towards Davy. The medicine man sat surrounded by concentrated energy, snakes and insects. Scolopendra climbed onto the wall and began to form a certain pattern. Eventually, the insects formed the silhouette of a skull on the wall. Meanwhile, the ants tightly hugged Davy, who continued to sit calmly. All the spiders, under the influence of forces, descended on their webs from the ceiling. The ants had almost completely enveloped our hero when a golden silkworm flew up to him. The snakes began to release poisonous discs from their mouths. Meanwhile, the scorpions stung and injected poison into the owner from all sides. At this time, the spiders had already covered the entire ceiling with their web. Dawei released energy from his mouth and formed it into a bright green sphere. All his reptiles and insects helped to hold this magical energy. In the end, the main character ate the sphere, causing his pets to be surprised. In the end, Dawei lay down on the bed to rest and thought about how he was very bored training. Fan talked about going to the university, but in the end they only got to registration and now the guy just had to wait for classes to start. The guy noticed the scroll that the old man gave to the young man before he returned home. Dawei opened it and thought about where he could get the pure quintessence of jade. The mother called her son because Fan had come to him and talked about some urgent matter. The main character came out and asked his friend what had happened. The doctor wanted to take Dawei to his supervisor so that the guy could study for several months and then join Fan in the next semester. The fat man was annoyed because he didn't have time to have breakfast, but Fan said that he had already opened a table in Jin Wanfei so they could have a snack at lunch. The mother was surprised when she heard the name of the establishment from Fan. She decided to give her son a credit card so he could go out. The woman whispered that the password for the card was the main character's birthday because she didn't want to bother Mr. Fan. Mom asked her son to obey Dr. Fan, and the guy happily left. Events continue in the doctor's car where he asked who gave our hero various useful things, and Dawei explained that it was Gashi Wei. Fan noted that the healer was given 100,001 bank card. The main character looked at the back seat, saw a package there, and thought that there was food there, so he immediately began to unpack. Fan smiled and saw that his mentor was happy with the gifts. In the end, the main character suggested that his friend divide everything in half, and the doctor told Dawei to decide for himself. Then the healer decided that the funds from the card would go to Fauna, because the guy had no problems with money. The doctor was very surprised by such generosity, because he remembered the times when the main character did not even want to share a fried scolopendra. Suddenly, he saw a man standing on the road right in the path of the car. Due to the fact that the driver braked quickly, our hero hit his head on the glass. The man who was hit by Fan shouted throughout the street that he had been hit. The man screamed that they were allegedly trying to question him and kill him. In fact, nothing like that happened, so Fan got angry because the man was simply either looking for death or wanted to extract compensation from the driver. The man began to smile, realizing that he could get money from Fanya. The main character also got out of the car to take a closer look at the situation. At that moment, Fan asked the downed man where it hurt, because he was a doctor and could examine the victim. The husband ordered the driver not to touch him, because he would immediately call the police and put the so-called thief behind bars. Fan continued to quarrel with the malingerer while our hero carefully examined the stranger. Eventually, Dawei saw that there was an aura of real death around this person. Fan continued to yell at the stranger, but the main character asked him to stop and just give the money. The guy quietly explained to his friend that there was a terrible aura around the eccentric, which meant that its bearer would be unlucky very soon, and Dawei did not want to get into other people's problems. Fan looked at our hero for several seconds and thought about his warning. Finally, the doctor gave the man 1,000 and asked him to get off the road. The malingerer immediately jumped to his feet, like a healthy person, and thanked him for the funds provided to him. He mockingly asked Fan to be careful on the road, because not all people can come to such an agreement. Getting into the car, the comrade immediately asked Davy what he saw in this man's aura. The main character pointed with his finger and invited Fan to just look at the stranger. The deceiver did not understand why the guys were looking at him and noticed that a car was rushing towards him. Following his old pattern, he lay down on the road and started screaming as if he was being run over. The husband was happy because he thought that he could still earn money, but the car did not stop at all. Only at the moment when the wheel approached the deceiver's face did he understand the deplorability of the situation. In the end, there was a collision with a car, so the man flew far away without having time to react. Fan was shocked by this development of events, and the main character rejoiced at his prophetic abilities. As a result, the deceiver was lying in a pool of blood because of his ugly actions, and in the meantime, the doctor asked the mentor when he had already learned to predict the future. Dawei invited his comrade to finally leave and said that he simply had free time. And even the old rich noted that our hero was at the top of his skills. But a healer, with good luck, could rise to another level and his skills could help with this. Fan praised his comrade and noted that their teacher had a good teacher. Finally, the friends were able to safely drive to the restaurant to have a bite to eat. At the entrance, they were greeted by beautiful girls in national costumes. Dawei, out of curiosity, asked if the beauties were tired of wearing such a pot on their heads the other day. Fan explained that this was the classic dress of court ladies, and in Jianfang Fu this was the standard uniform for all waitresses. The main character mentally did not understand who needed this style because the most important thing for him was to eat deliciously. At that moment, the guy saw that an incredible beauty walked next to him. Meanwhile, his friend continued to say that in Shanjin Jinwang, the place is quite expensive and inaccessible to everyone, because you need to have a club card. Fan was so carried away by his story that he did not notice how his comrade had disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, Dawei, like a real agent, watched the beauty from the bushes. Suddenly, he jumped out of his hiding place, which frightened the stranger. She heard some noise behind her and immediately returned. In the end, the girl saw in front of her the ridiculously disguised protagonist, blushing because of his exposure. The beauty's cheeks also turned pink, because she did not expect to see such a strange picture in front of her. The girl stood with a serious expression on her face and expected further actions from the boy. Dawei could no longer say or do anything, because he was fascinated by the beauty of the stranger. Meanwhile, Fan was already sitting with the scientific advisor in the restaurant and waiting for the main character. The guy looked at his watch and wondered where Dawei had run away to. He even asked the waitresses to tell them if they saw the fat guy who was with Fan. Eventually, someone came into the room and apologized for being late. This was exactly the girl Dawei met, and the supervisor introduced her to his student as an international student named Natalie Borman. The man noted that she came by special invitation. The girl sat down at the table and personally greeted Dr. Fan. Natalie said that her mother was from China, so the girl was interested in the culture of this country since childhood, and noted that her name in Chinese would sound like Lai Yanyu. Fan was pleased to meet such an important guest, so he invited the girl to the table and explained that the table would soon be set. In the end, the doctor decided to ask the student's opinion about the situation in Jin Wangfei. She replied that it wasn't that bad, but something was bothering her. Natalie said that she met one fat man who was watching her all the time, and then Fan became somewhat suspicious. She noted that she needed to make some efforts to get rid of the persecution. At that moment, the main character, who had not yet completely lost his disguise, ran into the room. Natalie looked at the guy and recognized him as the strange stranger who had been chasing her a few minutes ago. In the end, the girl shouted that it was Dawei to the entire restaurant, which is why even the waitresses got scared and almost dropped their dishes. The student hid behind her supervisor and continued to complain about the fat man, and our hero could not understand what he had done wrong. Fan had a headache due to the incomprehensible events happening around him. In the end, the doctor got angry and called the main character to come closer. He began to scold Davy for his behavior because the young man behaved like some kind of fat pervert. The supervisor laughed at the situation that had developed between his students. As a result, the main character and Natalie sat next to each other, but could not even look at each other due to discomfort. Fan turned to Old Liege, introduced him to his comrade, and asked him to teach Dawei for several months. The leader was happy to help the student and even expressed gratitude to him, because Lienya was a capable student. Meanwhile, the main character looked only at Natalia because he was already head over heels in love with her beauty. Lienyu then realized that Fen and the leader had decided to simply reach an agreement among themselves. The girl felt disgusted because she didn't think that with Huaxia, everything was decided by connections. She previously believed that the hospital was a special place, but she did not expect that an MD degree would give her the right to break rules and laws. Lienya was annoyed that teacher Li was cavalier with his students and took advantage of his connections. Fan tried to calm the girl down and explain that Dawei was a very capable guy, and that's why he was guarding this one. Lienyu ordered the guy to remain silent, because she was already beginning to think that the doctor had earned his place with the help of connections. The main character sat in a very dejected state from the words he heard. He squeezed the glass so hard that it covered itself and turned to the girl. Dawei asked the student if she had any idea why the guy was actually following her. She didn't think anything else except that the guy was a real pervert. Our hero admitted that he fell in love with the girl at first sight, so he began to follow her. Everyone around was surprised at such a straightforward confession from Davy. The guy admitted that he had few advantages and many disadvantages, was a glutton and a stingy person, but never forgot the good deeds of people. He decided to tell the story when little Dawei, at the age of 4, started playing and got lost in the forest at night. A panther followed the boy and seemed to be playing with him like a cat with a mouse. In the end, the beast had enough of playing and decided to attack its victim. Suddenly, Brother Fan appeared in front of Dawei, like a real angel descending from heaven. Even though the protagonist's comrade was wounded, he still pretended that everything was fine, but promised to defeat the panther. A thin and weak nerd was able to beat the strong beast half to death. He desperately fought with the panther, which had enormous clicks and strength, just to protect little Davi. Fan could only stand on his feet because he had strong courage. When the teacher finally came to them, the guy immediately passed out and lay unconscious for 3 days. The teacher did not punish little Dawei, so the boy sat next to Brother Fawn, who had a fever and was daydreaming all 3 days. The chief was very scared then. He thought that his close comrade would die. He asked his listeners if they could guess what Fan said while he was unconscious. In fact, the guy only repeated the request that the fat man quickly run away from the panther. Dawei admitted that the teacher took Fan to his students only because at one time, the young man saved a small healer. The doctor was immediately embarrassed because he believed that the old man really saw hidden potential in him. Lena did not understand what the main character wanted to say with this story. Dawei noticed that his brother has since become the dearest person in the world to him. Finally, our hero explained that the girl had just insulted someone dear to him. An ominous atmosphere formed around the guy, and he ordered Liana to apologize to Fan for the offensive words, or the consequences would be dire for the student. The girl thought for a couple of seconds, but did not listen to orders from the main character. After refusing, Dawei could not stand it, and with all his strength, he overturned the table at which they were sitting. Fan tried to simultaneously hide from the resulting chaos and calm his mentor. Meanwhile, the healer pressed the frightened Liana into the wall and looked at her threateningly. Dawei was going to take the life of a foreign woman for insulting his dearest person. The snakes were already approaching the unprotected Liana, and she, with tears in her eyes, begged for mercy. Fan gathered all his strength and shouted an order to the main character to stop this circus. He noted that the girl was not aware of the whole situation. And this was a modern society, not a wild mountain or Xizjiang. Suddenly, the doctor asked if the guy really didn't want to go to his best friend's wedding because of the senseless murder. In addition, he wanted to invite the teacher as a witness and make our hero his driver. In the end, Dawei listened to his brother and did not touch his victim. The healer looked at the girl with a cold gaze and said that she still could not escape the curse. The guy began to say some kind of spell, and a vortex of dark energy spun around them. A bald, fit man flew into the room, shouting that our hero was apparently tired of living because he was doing such unacceptable things on someone else's territory. In fact, it was a small young man who spoke, and the big men were only his guards. The head of the restaurant was about to personally hit the main character, but he saw something else that attracted his attention. He noticed that the girl was crying because the medicine man was using some dark magic against her. The restaurant owner swung a stick at the guy to save Lienya. The man hit Davy with all his might, but he supposedly didn't feel anything because he didn't even move. Without a word, the protagonist returned and responded by punching his attacker directly in the stomach. He pushed the owner straight into the bookcase and ordered him to get out of here. The guards immediately entered into battle because the life of their owner was under threat. They tried to grab the guy, but he skillfully dodged the attacks. The big guys did not understand anything. And at this time, the healer was already concentrating energy in his hand for the next blow. In the end, Dawei used magic, so his opponent seemed to be burning in black fire and suffering from pain. Without a doubt, the main character simply cut one of his rivals in half. After killing all the guards, the guy looked at everything around him with an enraged gaze. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner was still showing signs of life and called our hero a fat bastard. The man asked threateningly if he even knew who he was. The healer replied that he did not care at all about the status of the leader. In the end, the police also joined the conflict. The staff entered the room and ordered everyone to raise their hands in the air. Suddenly, Dawei fell to the ground and began to pretend that he had been seriously wounded during a fierce fight. He continued to yell and scream that he was allegedly wounded in the head and leg. The main character lay down on the floor, but paid attention to the person next to him because he heard an all-too-familiar voice. It turned out that it was a police captain who also recognized his acquaintance Davy. Events again returned to the police station that is already familiar to the protagonist. The police heard Davy's loud cries that he was innocent and had no business at all. He cried and insisted that he was a completely law-abiding citizen. The policemen scoffed, because they had not seen the fat man for only a few days, and he seemed sad and decided to return to the station. Dawei complained to the employee because he had no luck at all lately. The captain laughed too, because the fat man arrived quite on time. The main character cried and tried with all his might to prove to the boss that he had not done anything. And the policeman with a smile ordered the young man not to hang noodles on his ears. Finally, the captain ordered Xiao Zheng to uncuff the fat man. The man explained that he had just a few suspects who needed to be interrogated. He showed the phone and noted that Dawei had really done some ugly things this time. It turned out that the owner of Jin Wangfu was Tang's favorite third grandson. The captain asked the main character to remember how he could be connected with these people, because it was necessary to solve the problem quickly so that it did not go to court. Dawei asked the third grandson again, and thought about the policeman's words. He did not understand what they wanted from him and irritably asked where such grandchildren even come from. The captain ordered the guy to stop talking and start remembering something, and our hero suddenly asked for a room with a shower. The policeman was surprised by Davy's sudden desire to wash his face in the middle of the day. The main character joked that he supposedly wanted to wash his butt in order to serve his entire prison term. The captain yelled at him because the guy could mock him in such a difficult situation. Meanwhile, Fan was at his work and looked at various papers with information. His colleague entered the office, explaining that he had very important business with him. The doctor explained that the picture showed only a dislocation of the joint after a fight, and there was nothing complicated about it. His interlocutor suggested that Fan take a closer look at the X-ray. The man explained that if it had been an ordinary dislocation, the department would have dealt with this task itself. Eventually, Fan took a closer look at the photo and saw what his colleague was really talking about. He realized that the patient's joints had been separated by some technique and then reconnected. The colleague was nervous because they could not return the limbs to normal, but there was still a way. Fan understood that only surgery would help, after which complications could still arise. Typically, surgery involves removing broken bones and then rebuilding the joint, but in their case, it was completely different. Fan and a colleague were faced with a difficult choice of course of action to save their patient's limbs. The doctor wanted to call Mr. Wang to examine the patients, but Fan noted that after yesterday's events, he had taken a vacation. The colleague began to get nervous because they still needed to write a report on this problem. Fan is not happy that the main character created so many problems for him. He eventually ordered his colleague to wait with the report, which left the man surprised. The guy explained that if the doctor was rushed, let him say that it was just a minor injury, while he himself was going to call someone. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner was sitting in his own office and looking at some important papers. It turned out that the main dossier of the hero lay on the table in front of him. He noticed that Dawei was once involved in the Jixing International Company, so he became interested in it. The husband ordered Xiao Zheng to tell his people to create small problems for people associated with the guy, and for now simply block her accounts, thus limiting her finances. The assistant immediately followed his boss's orders. Suddenly, someone responded and asked the restaurant owner to wait with such drastic actions. The girl sitting on the sofa next to her asked that Davy be left for her. The man noticed that you don't often hear this from her. Events shift to the Sun family home when unexpected guests arrived, causing the father to be surprised. Mr. Sun couldn't understand why so many people were standing at his door. The strangers greeted the husband and introduced themselves as tax officers. One of them invited the owner of the house to see his export-import book, and the man tried to drive away the uninvited guest because no one invited him here. At that moment, the old man received an incoming call from Fan. The guy said something that made Mr. Sun shocked. The father apologized to the doctor for the problems caused by his son, and the tax officer still asked for the export-import book. Sun Jiqing told the strangers that he built his company from scratch, never did anything wrong, and lived his whole life with a clear conscience. In addition, the old man noted that he always conducted his business honestly. Therefore, Sun was ready for any checks and in the end was in a hurry because there were problems with his son. The employee was afraid of the man's confidence, so he decided to put himself in his position. At that moment, a large military SUV drove up to the police. The policemen guarding the entrance did not understand what was happening. A group of people in military weapons got out of the car. The Special Forces group was commanded by an unknown man who stood with 2 machine guns and did not even look at the guard. The guard was shocked by so many Special Forces in their department. Meanwhile, the main character was sitting in the room and thinking about what to do with the problems that had so suddenly fallen upon him. Other thieves were sitting next to the guy, and one of them wanted to tell everyone his story. My husband talked about how one day he was walking down the street and saw how bad a policeman was and ended up hitting him. The police officer wanted to respond to the attack, but the thief simply knocked him out. His listener noticed that it was weak because this thief met a soldier and beat him. Another man said that his cellmates were jerks because he once flew into the barracks with 2 knives and left without any problems. A thief sitting off to the side asked if the men really thought what they were doing was so cool. My husband told me that he once met a crowd of armed special forces in Myanmar with a ban. In the end, he killed all his opponents with his bare hands. All the thieves sat in shock, because this story was not comparable to their toys. He asked why his cellmates had such an expression on their faces, but it turned out that there was a crowd of special forces behind this thief. The thieves tried to hint to the man that he should shut up. Then the cruel thief noticed the lasers behind him and realized what had happened. He turned his head and, as if nothing had happened, asked what the strangers wanted from him. The special forces entered the cell without a word and aimed directly at the head of the thief, who had said a little too much. It turned out that they had not come for this man, but for Sun Dawei. The thieves from the cell were shocked because they believed that this man must be very dangerous. Then the leader of the detachment realized that the prisoners did not understand who they were asking about, so he simply asked which of them was fat. Everyone immediately pointed their finger at the main character, which made him immediately nervous. Dawei was unhappy because he didn't understand what was happening around him. The Special Forces soldier looked at the photo and compared it with the image. Eventually, he realized that it was a man and ordered his men to capture the guy. A black bag was pulled over our hero, which is why he was generally disoriented. Dawei tried his best to call the police captain to save him from the unknown people. The young man begged for help because he had never beaten police officers or attacked soldiers. The main character was sure that he was a law-abiding citizen because he had never killed special forces. Dawei continued to scream that he was in pain and asked the kidnappers to take it easy. In the end, the black bag was finally removed from the main character's head. The guy rubbed his eyes and asked where he was. He looked around and noticed that special forces were surrounding him on all sides and were watching carefully. At the same time, other employees were practicing on the sports ground next to them. The special forces already had information that Sun Dawei was 20 years old and had no criminal record. The manager also said that the guy was taken from home at the age of 2 due to an unknown illness, and he appeared in the city only the day before yesterday and had already managed to cure a strange illness of a patient of the 3rd Military Hospital of the city of Shanjin with the help of a snake. At this moment, the main character seemed to understand who was standing in front of him. The guy naively thought that this man was responsible for registering citizens. At this time, another person came up and asked whether our hero had really beaten all the huge guards in Jin Wanfei, and praised the young man for this fight. Dawei did not consider those big guys to be anything special, and the man noted that the guy had a rather modest face. The stranger explained that the captain ordered our hero to be brought here, but regarding torture, everything depended on the mood of the employees. The husband invited Davi to fight with him on the condition that if the young man wins, he will be fed and not tortured. If the main character loses, then by this evening he will become a punching bag. Dawei became a little nervous because this task seemed daunting to him. Amble thought that the guy was scared and wouldn't want to fight. In the end, the main character agreed and chose the leader of the special forces as a judge. The husband accepted the offer from Davi and noticed that the guy really understood people. The leader called the young man's opponent Crazy Bull and encouraged his partner. He explained that the Mad Bull was the strongest fighter in the Soaring Dragon Squad. The leader did not have time to discuss the consequences of Davi's victory when the guy had already rushed into battle. The main character instantly delivered a targeted blow directly to his opponent's stomach. The man did not expect such a sudden attack, so he did not have time to react to it. A few seconds later, the protagonist's opponent fell and lay unconscious on the floor. The leader was shocked by the speed and force of Dawei's blow. All the commandos opened their mouths in surprise and looked at our hero. The guy understood that they were going to do something to him, so he put his hands behind his head and sat down. The commandos aimed their guns at him and asked what he had just done to their comrade. The guy was thrown to the ground, and he noticed that at this time, even soldiers could not be trusted. The platoon commander signaled for his subordinates to lower their weapons, which caused them to be surprised. The man sat down and asked Dave how he defeated the strongest man on their team so quickly. The main character was dissatisfied with this attitude towards him and noticed that in the books they talked about the dangers of talking while lying on your stomach. The commander ordered the young man to stand up and noted that if the guy told the truth, then they would not do anything to him and would not touch him. One of the subordinates reported to the manager that the Mad Bull was injured when he fell, but overall did not have any injuries that would threaten his life and health. But despite the absence of injuries, his comrades still could not wake up the man. The commander once again asked our hero how he was able to make such an effective attack. Dawe learned that he was bad in battle, but knew how to skillfully use poison. He received his weapon in the form of a needle and began to threaten that no one could resist him. The commander immediately took out his machine gun and aimed it at the guy, but he immediately began to make excuses. The leader of the detachment grabbed Davey by the clothes and began to ask what he used to poison his subordinate. The guy admitted that it was a highly effective anesthetic, and 3 minutes was enough for Raging Bull's body, and he would wake up. The commander was already burning with rage that the young man dared to use such techniques against his opponent. The Mad Bull finally woke up and complained that his head hurt badly and asked what had just happened to him. He noticed that he had strange expressions on his face, so he asked why they were silent. The husband heard the main character yelling because all the soldiers were scammers. Dawe reminded the commander that they had agreed that if they won, the guy would be released, and noted that nothing was said about a ban on poison. The guy explained that there are different dosages of poison and they act differently. And besides, none of the special forces definitely understood this. In the end, the main character called the entire squad lying swindlers and moreover illiterate. As a result, the commander took the fat man by the shoulders and asked him not to be angry because it was only the man's fault. He asked his fellows why they were staring at this situation and ordered them to quickly bring food for the main character. Events moved to the mansion of the restaurant manager, who was now hunting Dave. Someone made a mess in this house and begged that no one should come near it. It was the restaurant manager himself who seemed to be hysterical. A servant came into his room and asked in fear what had happened to her master. As it turned out, it seemed to the man that he was surrounded by dozens of the most terrible demons. And with fear in his eyes, he informed his employees named Zhang about this. He was very afraid because he thought that these monsters wanted to take him away with them and tear his stomach apart, eating all his insides. At that moment, the grandfather came into the room and asked the maid what was happening to his grandson, because he did not have time to close his eyes when he heard him start screaming. The restaurant manager kept begging Miss Zhang for help and saying that he was very scared because of the number of demons. The man's eyes were filled with animal fear and tears. Grandfather ordered the assistant to quickly find out what was happening to Ekin, so the subordinate immediately jumped up. The old man was immediately upset because he was very worried about his dearest grandson. He immediately brought the sick healer to help the poor man. The giant first looked at his master's grandson. He then touched his palm to the victim's forehead. It seems that the healer was surprised by what he felt from his husband. Then he asked Tang if Ekin had any enemies. The old man became nervous and asked the healer why he started asking such strange things. The specialist explained that the young master was cursed with nightmares. Mr. Tan was shocked to hear what was done to his beloved boy. The healer noticed that in the magic of Ugu, it was a rather complex and powerful spell, so the one who was cast on whom quickly gets tired and falls asleep. But the worst thing was that the victim began to dream only of terrible demons. The healer clarified that the level of this curse was much lower than that of the lunar ones, because he knew at least 3 curses that were worse than Ekin's misfortune. He noted that if treatment was not started now, the young master's condition would become similar to the moon curse. So Mr. Tang asked if Master Gu had any ways to solve this problem. The medicine man had a solution, and it was a fairly simple method. But the problem was that Ugu magic had a rule that non-warring masters did not have the right to remove each other's curse. If things happened differently, a war might break out between the 2 Uha schools. Pantan did not like this development, so he was very nervous. The old man could not understand who Yi Cheng could do such a mischief to. Then the assistant reported that today at lunch in the Jin Wang Fu restaurant, a guy named Sun Dawe went on a rampage and injured 2 of the young master's best guards. It seems that the healer recognized the name of the main character, so he asked if he had heard correctly. The assistant thought that Dawe was only a rich boy who had learned dark magic, and noticed that the young lady had already sent her troops after him. Meanwhile, Master Gu was reflecting on the fact that he had not actually heard such names in his school. He then came to the conclusion that this amateur was apparently studying in an unknown place. Because of the witch doctor's rage, glass flew out of the windows in the house. In the end, he decided that he must cleanse society of this unknown magician. Then Mr. Tang suggested that Master Gu remove the curse from his grandson, because the thief did not belong to any school. The healer noted that such a weak spell can be dispelled in just a few minutes. The giant also asked the old man to bring the guy to him, because the healer wanted to deal with him personally. Then the head of the family asked his assistant Xiaoli to convey to Tanyan a request that her guys bring the main character here. Meanwhile, Dawei did not suspect anything and had a delicious dinner visiting the special forces. Everyone watched this and were shocked by the young man's insane appetite. They began to ask the fat man again what kind of strange technique he used during the fight with the Mad Bull. My husband didn't even have time to consider our hero's actions, so he asked him to repeat it, but a little slower. Dawei explained that the blow was not that difficult, it was just that with the Mad Bull everything happened so quickly. In the end, the guy took off his t-shirt to show everything. He showed his weapon for battle, namely a needle with poison. He had the result on his arm, which contained empty needles with anesthetic inside. The young man used a mixture of poisons from several species of wood frogs, which had no consequences and acted very quickly. You could knock out an elephant with 3 needles, or just take one larger one, but the downside of this technique was that the duration of action was very short. Suddenly, all the commandos were ready to pounce on Davy after seeing his naked body. Then the main character became embarrassed and warned that he didn't like the guys. In the end, the healer was asked to write down the composition of his anesthetic. The Special Forces officer assured Dave that they were doing this for the sake of the state, and not for personal gain. The main character quickly agreed and asked to be given a pen and paper. At that moment, one of the soldiers came running into the room and announced the return of the captain. Everyone in the room was shocked that it happened so quickly. They began to fuss, because if the captain saw them, he would skin them all. The commander apologized to Dawei and asked him to put on handcuffs and play along. He explained that they would need to act out a skit in front of the captain, but if it went too far, the commander would ask him to stop. The man lightly pushed the main character, and he immediately fell to the floor. Dawei started rolling on the floor and pretending that he was being tortured, and he had already told everything possible. All the soldiers who were cleaning up the consequences of the dinner were surprised, because they did not understand what was happening to the guy. The commander stopped him because the guy was overacting and putting the special forces in a bad light. The young man noted that in all old films, this is exactly what the moment looks like when thieves grab the main character. The commander came to terms with this game of the protagonist, so he continued to play his role. The guy shouted that he was Chinese, so intimidation would never work on him. The soldiers began to feel like they were real thieves, so one of them decided to hit the guy once. Eventually, the captain arrived in the room, who indeed turned out to be a woman. The soldiers immediately became frightened and saluted her. It was Ekin's ally named Tanyan, dressed in rather atypical clothing for a special forces captain. She looked down at the main character, causing him to become embarrassed and blush. In the end, he continued to play his role of the victim and shouted that he could not be seduced by a woman. The guy continued to talk about striptease and undressing, and the soldiers behind the girl's back tried to show the guy that he was already saying unnecessary things. Then Tang En looked at the healer and noticed that he needed to be shown how to properly treat women. She ordered her subordinates to beat the prisoner, but still the commander tried to save the fat man and mitigate the situation. Then the captain herself took out a folding stick and prepared to punish our hero. In the end, she really decided to beat up poor Davy on her own. Then the guy decided to go all the way and said that if he screamed in pain, the girl would become his mistress. Tanyan smiled when she heard such words from the fat man. Meanwhile, the main character began to talk about his life and the fact that he had never had experience with a woman and watched his first adult film at the age of 18. The captain reminded her that, in general, the guy should have remained silent. Dawei happily noted that he had not divulged any important information. Tanyan was ashamed because she thought that our hero was mocking her, so she raised her hand for the first blow. The soldiers did not want such participation for their new comrade, so they became nervous when they saw this picture. They ran to the captain and begged her to beat the guy somewhere, but not on the head. In the end, the girl struck, but the stick simply broke when it collided with the protagonist's forehead. The young man looked carefully straight into the captain's eyes. Not expecting such power from the fat man, Tanyan blushed at her own failure. In the end, Davy's cheeks also turned red from making such long eye contact with the beauty. Suddenly, the main character stood up and reached towards the girl. The soldiers did not expect this and watched in shock what their comrade was doing. It turned out that the girl could not stay on her feet and accidentally fell so that she kissed the main character. The special forces were simply petrified, contemplating this most unexpected kiss. Eventually, Tanyan came to her senses and pushed the main character away. She didn't know what to say, so she covered her parted lips with her hand and remained silent, looking at the strange guy. As a result, the girl simply ran out of the room in shame, and Dawei looked lovingly at her back. The guy dreamily noted that the captain's lips were very sweet. The commander and the soldiers began to respect our hero and consider him cool. Tanyan, meanwhile, was riding in the elevator and could not believe what had just happened to her. Because of such a courageous act, Dawei will definitely not have a good time the next time they meet. The Mad Bull was sure that now the guy would be a corpse, because the captain had a terrible character. Dawei was outraged because this was his first kiss in 20 years, and Tanyan hardly took care of herself for so long. The commander told the young man to forget it, because even if the soldiers talk to the girl, nothing will change. In the end, the man removed the handcuffs from the main character and began to tell the story of their captain. A few years ago, a rich guy wanted to take a girl by force. Finally, the impudent guy just got right from her. As a result, he was not only rejected, but also a case was opened against him. Lucky that he was from an influential family. But in fact, Tanyan was destroying the most influential Chinese families. The main character was surprised by such abilities of the seemingly fragile girl. Dawei immediately thought of his family, but was not going to forgive her if something happened to them. The commander noted that there is no need to be angry with a person in vain. So as not to shed blood, the man explained that the captain was under the protection of special forces. Each member of the Tanyan family had personal security, so the young man would not get even 5 steps closer to her. Dawei confidently replied that the guards would definitely not be able to stop his intentions. The commander was surprised at such a bold statement from the fat man. He warned the guy not to get arrogant after defeating only one raging bull. The man still wanted to come to an agreement with the main character, but he did not have time to utter at least one sentence when Dawei had already rushed into battle. Our hero jumped and pulled out his poisonous needles. One of them flew into the commander's hand, so he stopped feeling his body, which is why his subordinates got scared. One of the commandos reached out to the healer to finally stop him. Dawei finally pushed away from the commander's head and kicked the soldier in the head. As a result, the main character quickly dealt with the entire commando team. All the soldiers were lying unconscious on the floor and could not move. Then the guy walked up to the bag and hit it with all his might. As a result, she broke free from her chains and flew far away. The soldiers, who were still in memory but unable to move, saw this and were shocked by such skill. Dawei noticed that in open battle he was not strong, but in a surprise attack, the special forces were definitely weaker than the young man. When the Mad Boar was able to come to his senses after the attack of the main character, he turned to the guy. He was surprised, because the guy was so strong that he could simply kill all the soldiers and calmly leave. Dawei considered this a stupid step because in this way he would show all his strength and then they would still catch up with him. In addition, the soldiers would have received an arrest warrant, would have raised everyone's ears, so the guy would have to hide and therefore he would not be able to sleep and eat normally. The Mad Bull thought that the guy looked like a simpleton, but in fact he was very smart and cunning. The main character also noted that you don't recognize each other from a fight, but he had already become friends with the soldiers, which is why he showed them all his cards so quickly. The commander asked whether Dawei would now simply wait for his death, since he managed to go on a rampage in Jin Wangfu and get the captain. The husband assured our hero that next time he would definitely suffer. Dawei was offended by the fact that they were talking about him as a pervert who was wooing a girl. He was outraged, because the girl stole his first kiss, which the guy had been saving for 20 years, and Tannen was at most 18 to 19 years old, so the young man believed that they were targeting him. Dawei considered the soldiers to be normal men, but they dared to confuse black with white, so this greatly offended our hero. The special forces were angry because they believed that it was the guy who was turning things upside down. Then Mad Bull asked how the main character would justify the pogrom in Jin Wanfei. Dawei began to make excuses by saying that only one table was damaged there, and he could easily give away the money, and there was a fair fight with the guards. The guy believed that he did everything according to the rules, because that pompous grandson was the first to start the quarrel. The Mad Bull noted that the fight was not equal, because they were not fighting one-on-one. But the young man was happy with everything, because he was alone against the whole crowd. The commander explained that the issue was that the young man had provoked the Tang family with his actions. This also happened in front of others, so the wealthy family will definitely not forgive this humiliation. The man seriously turned to Davy and asked his comrade to take care of himself. The main character smiled widely because he didn't want to leave this situation just like that. Meanwhile, events move to the Tan family's house, where a confused Tan Yen arrives. The maid happily congratulated her mistress, and the grandfather immediately drew attention to the girl's return. The old man happily congratulated her because he thought that she would bring good news about Sundawei. Suddenly, he noticed that for some reason the girl was red. Grandfather thought that Yen was crying, but she did not answer anything and locked herself in her room. She stood at the door and could not calm down after kissing the main character. The memory of being close to Dawei came back to Yen's head, so she screamed. In the end, she collapsed on her bed and began to hurl insults at the guy. She couldn't forget the incident, so she hugged her teddy bear and screamed at it as loud as she could. The girls considered our hero a vile, shameless fat guy. At this moment, Master Gu was among the pots of some forbidden substances. Mr. Tan stood on the page and looked at the strange actions of the medicine man. The master gained enough energy that he was able to summon an unknown entity. In front of him on the table lay the damned grandson with his eyes covered. The healer concentrated his energy and touched the patient's forehead with 2 fingers. He ordered him to open his eyes and not be afraid to move forward. Next, Master Gu began to extract from Yichen the curse that tormented him so much. In the end, a terrible huge skull appeared in the air, but the healer was not at all afraid. He just waved his hand lightly and ordered the dark entity to disappear. Looking at Yichen, one could already guess that he felt much better. The old man asked the master if it was really the curse of nightmares, and he replied that he had already cured his grandson, so the guy should wake up soon. At this moment, the guards entered the room and informed that Sun Daoyi had been delivered. The healer asked that there be fewer people in the room because the fewer people who know about the massacre of Master Ugu, the better. The old man ordered his subordinates to notify everyone that they could not enter the room without an order. Master Gu allowed Tang to be in the room because he was related to the young master. Our team of special forces and the main character approached the house and were surprised that it was so huge. The crazy bull asked the fat man to talk less, so as not to cause more trouble. At this time, Yen met them and immediately hit our hero in the face with a whip. The commander silently contemplated this and looked at his comrade with sympathy. Although Davi was in pain, he still looked at the captain with a smile. He decided to laugh and asked the girl if she wanted another kiss. Yen had not calmed down since their previous meeting, so she furiously shouted at the main character. The guards brought Dave in, so he said goodbye to the beauty. Then the captain got angry with her soldiers because they didn't handcuff the fat man. She asked irritably why the subordinates were standing there and staring at her. Mad Bull replied that he would not mind if they were invited to dinner, and the commander explained that they had no tasks, so they wanted to take a walk here a little. The soldier asked the leader if nothing would happen to Davi, because the guy promised to prepare some poison for them. The commander personally was not entirely sure of the safety of their comrade. When the guards brought the main character into the house, the young man looked with interest at the expensive interior decoration. The family's employees brought the boy to Mr. Tan, who allowed them to leave. The grandson and grandfather did not look kindly at our hero because he crossed the path of their noble family. But Dawei was not at all afraid and began to pretend that he was very happy to meet the great Mr. Tang. The guy had great respect for such great people as the head of the Tang family. Then he turned to the young master and began to ask how he was doing and how his health was. In the end, the main character asked who so disrespected the laws of the masters of Ugu and dared to lift the curse of nightmares from his grandson. Then Yikeng could not stand it and asked if the guy really just wanted to die. Dawei replied that everyone would die sooner or later, but he could calculate how much earlier young Master Tang would die and asked if he wanted to know this information. The pompous grandson got angry because the main character behaved so impudently. Mr. Tan intervened and asked if the guy was really not afraid of him. The main character replied that he really respected the old man and was definitely not afraid, because all his life on Jinfen Mountain, he had encountered worse creatures. The guy sarcastically asked if he could be afraid of ordinary people when he had seen so many wild animals. Eventually, Mr. Tan began to like the fat man for his boldness and intelligence. Master Gu joined the conversation, noting that our hero was rather arrogant. Dawei believed that the master himself was impudent, because he allowed himself to break the rules of Ugu magic and lift someone else's curse. The guy asked if the medicine man was afraid that in this way he would start a war with another Ugu school. Master Gu noted that his school was the best among the people of China, so he had nothing to fear. Then the main character wanted to hear where this impudence came from and asked how the healer could surprise Mr. Pan. Hearing this name, Master Gu dropped the jug from his hands. When he returned to our hero, he no longer had a face, because he was very scared. Dawei looked at the giant defiantly and at the same time irritably. Meanwhile, Mr. Tang returned to the sofa to see what was happening between the masters. In the end, he noticed how his medicine man bowed his head in front of the one whom he wanted to finish off a few minutes ago. Yi Cheng also looked at this and nervously asked what happened to Master Gu. The defiant guy ordered him to show the fat man everything he could, but Gu stood already completely sweating from fear. In the end, Dawei suffered a strong slap to the master who violated the rules of magic. Mr. Tan and his grandson were shocked by this turn of events. The main character began to mock the fact that the healer supposedly studied at the best school. He gave the frightened giant another slap and asked if he really wasn't afraid of anything. The guy continued to beat him and asked who allowed Master Gu to lift someone else's nightmare curse. Our hero grabbed the big man by the hair and began to mock him, and wondered why the arrogant master had not yet braided his hair. Dawei could no longer contain his emotions and was very furious with Master Gu. He began to scream because the master really had too high an opinion of himself and ordered the impudence to kneel. Master Gu listened to Mr. Pan unconditionally and bowed his head to him. He began to make excuses to his mentor because he did not know the real name of the elder. And if he had known, he would never have lifted this curse in his life. The main character was very angry because the master allowed himself to forget that Dawei was the first student of their teacher. Mr. Tang looked at this from the side and was worried about Master Gu. Meanwhile, the guy no longer wanted to talk about the general laws of but decided to remember the rules of their teacher and think about how to punish the violator. Master Gu offered to return the Curse of Nightmares to Iken until Dawei himself wanted to remove it. At that moment, Yen entered the room, wanting to stop our hero. The old man asked why the girl came here without permission. She suggested forgetting about Iken's curse because it would not benefit anyone. Dawei could not forget the insult due to the fact that the restaurant manager hit him very hard on the head with a stick. The main character was very vindictive, so he was ready to scare the guy 10 more times and only then forget about Ichen's guilt. Tan intervened in the conversation and asked the fat man to show respect to him and forget about this conflict. Finally, Dawei thought about the old man's words. Then Yen decided to come to an agreement with the main character and offered to forget the kiss with Dawei for the sake of Iken's health. Everyone in the room was surprised to hear these words from the girl. Then Master Gu had a puzzle. So he thought that the mentor had finally met his young daughter-in-law, which angered our hero. As a result, Dawei hit him on the head to teach him a lesson. The guy continued to beat him because the master allowed himself to look for our hero's daughter-in-law. Then Master Gu recalled that the mentor had asked for this in the first place. Dawei irritably asked when he managed to do this, and the healer explained that year the guy sat on his shoulders and slapped him in the face. Then the main character rode on the old man's student and screamed, because he had already tasted his coveted game. And little Dawei said that he would give his first kiss to his wife. At this moment, poor Yen became even more embarrassed about that inconvenient incident. The main character couldn't believe he said that, and noticed that he really liked European women. In the end, Dawei decided to show respect to Mr. Tang and leave his grandson alone. Next, the main character wondered what he should do with the very guilty Gulang Shiji. He reminded Master Gu that he lifted the nightmare curse without permission. As punishment, Dawei decided to place the Bone Eater curse on the offender, which would subside within a day. Suddenly, a flock of tamed ants appeared on the healer's body. With the help of insects and magic, he finally placed a curse on the master. Dawei uttered the words of the spell, and as a result, the giant screamed in incredible pain. Despite this, Master Gu bowed to his mentor and thanked him for the opportunity to extend his life. Meanwhile, the main character turned to Ian and asked her not to believe what this fat guy said. He again boldly said his guess that the girl apparently wanted to kiss again. In the end, she could not stand it, threw a vase at our hero and ordered him to get out of here. Yen threw the table in pursuit, but the guy had already closed the door behind him. A few seconds later, the door opened and a guy entered the room, but at gunpoint from the guards, Mr. Tang ordered his men to finally release Davy. The old man ran up to Master Gu and tried to help him get up. He thanked his young daughter-in-law for intervening and saving the giant from death. This was the last straw for Yen, so she stormed out of the room and slammed the door behind her. Iken asked the master whether the Bone Eater curse was really so strong. The medicine man explained that there were 10 worst curses in Ugu magic, and the Curse of Nightmares wasn't even on that list. But the applied Bone Eater was in 4th place in this top. He said that a cursed person would feel as if his body was being devoured by 1,000 ants. Everything will hurt and itch terribly. These sensations cannot be expressed in words. The master also explained that the mentor spared him so much because he was important to the close other students of their teacher. In fact, it is better never to meet the main character in real rage. A person who offends Davi's loved ones will definitely experience torment worse than death. Then Yi Cheng remembered that he had already harmed his mentor's family and was now worried about his life. Mr. Tan was surprised because his grandson took off and ran somewhere incredibly fast. He quickly called Xiao Zheng and ordered his men to be recalled. Meanwhile, Mr. Sun was sitting in the car and had already smoked a lot of cigarettes because he was very nervous about his beloved son. He was thinking about Davy when he received an incoming call on his phone. The employee reported that the inspection team had finally left. In addition, they gave Zissing the highest rating for honesty in doing business and good recommendations to other companies in the city. The old man did not care at all about this news because he still had not found his child. He hung up the call, but they called him again. Mr. Sun was informed that Da Wei was fine and left with his friend. Meanwhile, the main character was driving in a car sandwiched between two commandos. The joyful commander asked Da Wei to make some poisons for them to use in battle. He clarified that he wanted something like what Mad Bull experienced in his own skin. The guy agreed to this without any problems but asked to wait because he needed to combine several poisons. He needed poisons from snakes, spiders, bees, and others, so the healer was not sure that 2 boxes would be enough for him. The commander said that this was just a trifle so the guy could trust him in this matter. In the end, he brought the protagonist to the coolest poisonous animal research center in all of Huaxia. The husband showed the pass to the guards and told our hero that there was an incredible amount of various poisons. Da Wei only had to say what ingredients he needed. The main character was surprised when he entered this innovation center. He immediately drew attention to the beautiful green snake behind the glass of the terrarium. The fat man thought that apparently this reptile was quite tasty. One of the center's employees recognized the commander and called him by the nickname Hunting Dog. He was surprised and asked why the special forces came to them, and the commander explained that they came for ingredients. Da Wei, with puppy eyes, asked the employee for permission to look around. The husband allowed our hero to take a walk here, so he went to look at the reptiles. The employee said that at their research center there were poisonous animals not only from China, but also from other parts of the world. As an example, he showed the Brazilian viper. He also showed an Amazonian poison frog that looked like a pile of crap. The next specimen was an Australian boa constrictor that looked like a dry branch. Da Wei approached the terrarium and began to be touched by the snakes he saw. The employee noted that there were even more poisonous insects. And besides, they also bred animals and, for example, they had as many as 100,000 desert scorpions. At this moment, Da Wei remembered somewhat and decided to ask the commander why they had such strange nicknames. The husband explained that their call signs depend on the warrior's skills. The hunting dog had a very sensitive sense of smell, so during a fight he could always foresee the moment of impact. Then, the main character concluded that the Mad Bull had such a call sign because he looked like an angry cow. Davey didn't like this idea because he thought it was quite boring. The guy noted that he would choose the greatest animal for himself, and Mad Bull then decided to ask who our hero would choose. The young man replied that the strongest for him were the dragon, the tiger, and the leopard. The soldiers did not appreciate this idea and silently looked at the fat man. When Da Wei walked away a little, the commander asked what was in this amazing guy. In the end, the man turned to our hero and said that he would not call anyone such nicknames. The guy called the soldiers uncultured fools, which made Hunting Dog angry, but Raging Bull tried to calm him down. The center employee also got angry because the guests were acting stupid. He felt ashamed that he had left his job to give these warriors a tour. The man did not understand what beauty there is in a dragon, a tiger, and a leopard, because it is better to look at pretty girls. Meanwhile, the company approached the terrarium, which interested the main character. Da Wei came closer and looked with delight at the previously unseen animals. The employees said that it was a new rare species of poisonous spider, imported quite recently, and moreover, there are less than 2,000 of its representatives in the world. These insects looked beautiful and were called undertakers. Da Wei thought they were very cute and was already playing with one spider, but meanwhile the scientist noted that Huaxia used to have this species, but for an unknown reason it disappeared. The medicine man was so focused on the spiders that he began to salivate. So the commander cleared his throat so that the guy would pay attention to the people around him. An employee of the center went on to say that undertakers are classified as patterned spiders because insects have a pattern of the hieroglyph Fulu Shu on their backs, meaning happiness, longevity, and prosperity. If you manage to collect all 3 patterns, then these spiders will have no price. But the scientist explained that this is a research center, not a pet store, so they just collect common species. Davy really liked the spiders, so he asked the employee to give him 2. The husband got angry because the center bought 10 animals in total. And these were not pets at all, because 1 milliliter of their poison can kill an entire field of animals. And if the undertakers run away from the guy, it will be a threat to the whole society. Dawei wanted to clarify that in fact this type of spider had a completely different name. Abroad they were actually called undertakers, but in Huaxia they are called corpse morticians. Spiders got this name because they feed on the corpses of animals that have already begun to rot. Because of this feature, undertakers have a whole mixture of venoms from other animals in their venom. This is why those who are bitten by a corpse spider begin to decompose in a very short time. The main character summed up that this was precisely the incredible power of this rare species of spider. The employee could not understand where this fat, smart guy came from. Dawei also noted that in ancient times, corpse spiders were used to quietly kill their enemies. People died in a matter of minutes, which was incredibly frightening for those who were able to survive. The healer noted that this method of killing is considered one of the most terrible. But truly, corpse spiders are needed not for killing, but for healing. To do this, you need to grind the spider in a mortar and then mix it with 2 medicinal herbs in simple proportions, and thus obtain a strong medicine that is used against gangrene and to remove rotting areas. In simple words, this mixture can remove any scars. The employee had some doubts about these methods, although he believed the fat man, but still did not see any records of it. Dawei also noted that if this medicine was used on a regular basis, it would be similar to using lamb placenta extract or an anti-botulism medicine. This mixture had a strong rejuvenating effect, so it made the skin like that of a baby, just like they show in advertisements. The scientist asked if the young man really did not lie to him, and our hero assured that he was nicknamed a sweet and honest young man, and his word was more valuable than gold. The comrades looked at each other and thought that Dawei must have nicknamed himself with such a proud nickname. In the end, the main character said that in the hands of the research center, corpse spiders are only a poisonous creature, but in the hands of a healer it will turn into pure money. The guy also promised that instead of a fulu shao, an employee's face might appear on the back of the spiders. In the end, the scientist was led by these promises, so he walked away and told our hero to wait for him here. Meanwhile, the group of comrades went to another room, and Dawei noted with a satisfied smile that the employee was still completely inexperienced. They entered the room where the other spiders were kept. The Mad Bull also looked at everything and thought everything around him was very cool. At this moment, the main character approached one of the terrariums and noticed that the spider's breeding environment was incorrect, so these 20 individuals were very weak. The guy felt very sorry for the kids because the incompetent employees of the center tortured them greatly. There was a camera in the room that observed Davy's love for little spiders. Someone in the security room was shocked by this attitude towards ordinary insects. The head of the center irritably asked the employee where this strange fat guy came from and how he got into the growing chamber. At that moment, someone turned to the director in fear and interrupted the conversation. Everyone was shocked because the fat man calmly took the ladder and climbed to the hole in the terrarium. The special forces also did not have time to react, so they only watched in fear at the stupid act of their comrade. The commander shouted to the main character, but he had already joyfully jumped to his favorite spiders. The man asked the guy through the glass of the terrarium to get out from the poisonous and dangerous spiders. Dawei tried to reassure his friends because for him it was nothing. All the spiders rushed together towards the main character, and his comrades tried to warn him of the danger. The director at that time was watching this process through the cameras and was sure that the fat man was about to die. So he ordered the employees to urgently go to that room. The leader was very nervous because he did not know how to explain such a strange death of a young man. Suddenly, the employee asked the man to look at the cameras. The commander was also surprised because the room was illuminated with bright light. The main character at that moment called upon his golden silkworm to protect himself from the attack of poisonous spiders. In the end, the spiders did not bite the healer but simply calmly climbed over his body. The young man was able to hold the poisonous baby in his hand and stroke him without any problems. Our hero happily felt sorry for the spiders because they were so badly tortured. He told them that there was nothing to be afraid of because the good fat man was already next to them. Meanwhile, the director ran out of the security room and was already calling someone, and the scientists could not understand why the undertakers did not bite the guy. The manager called other employees to urgently go to the undertaker spider's room. The man explained that they had made a huge discovery. In the end, the director of the center arrived in the room with the main character after 10 minutes. The special forces thought that they would be hooked because they allowed Davy to climb into the spiders. The soldiers saluted and congratulated the leader. The commander irritably gave the order to the main character to quickly get off the top of the terrarium. Dawei deftly jumped down, and the director looked attentively at the strange fat man. The commander was surprised because the man calmly extended his hand to the guy and asked his name. The director congratulated our hero and introduced himself as Jia Zhenhua. He explained that he was the head of the Shanjin Poisonous Animal Research Center. Then the healer understood everything and respectfully greeted his husband. The director was older than the main character, so he asked if he could just call the guy Davy. He took the guy by the shoulder and asked if he really liked these spiders so much. In the end, the leader decided to donate 2 individuals for Davy. In fact, Xia Zhenhua liked the medicine that the protagonist was talking about. Meanwhile, the special forces guessed that the man was a scumbag and wanted to frame the naive young man. Dawei happily accepted the gift and noted that everyone would like such an effective medicine. The man confirmed the healer's words with a satisfied smile. The main character laughed sheepishly, and the director stood as if waiting for something. Xia Zhenhua hinted that he was giving the guy spiders that were bought and brought from another country, so they were very valuable. For this, the director asked Dawei to reveal to the center a recipe for an effective medicine from Undertaker poison, and noted that this was only in the interest of the state. For no reason, the main character suddenly asked the manager if he looked like some movie star. This question puzzled the comrades who were watching this conversation. The director was embarrassed and said that despite the guy's excess weight, he still looked a little like a star. He was angry that Dawei decided to joke. Our hero continued this topic and noticed that he was talking specifically about a specific movie star. The guy asked if he looked like Dustin Hoffman or Tom Hanks. The director realized that they were foreigners and replied that the young man did not look like them. It turned out that the main character was up to something. Davy replied that he was then not like Rain Man or Forrest Gump, which were especially gifted characters, and he was not going to fall for this meaningless proposal. The employees of the center immediately froze, because they did not expect such insolence towards their director. Our hero noticed that he could distinguish garbage from good things, despite the fact that he came down from the mountains. He mockingly asked the director who would eat pig meat when there was roe deer meat. Dawei had no intention of exchanging his valuable diamond for just 4 little spiders. The healer was ready to give the recipe for an offer that would be more valuable than the previous one. The guy didn't like the fact that they tried to make him into a 3-year-old baby and deceive him so easily. In the end, the director decided to gather his employees and allowed our hero to further explore the center. Xia Zhenhua ordered the employee to give the guests a tour and give them whatever they wanted. Dawei heard this, so he immediately approached the scientist and asked to show him the laboratory and provide everything on the list. Healer. The employee got nervous because the list was considerable. After a while, our hero was already sitting in the laboratory and examining the components provided to him. He told the special forces that the blue liquid was a medicine of truth and had a fairly strong effect. It didn't matter how strong the enemy was, because if he drank this potion, he would reveal everything he knew. But there was also a side effect, which was that the person who drinks this medicine immediately becomes an imbecile, and this cannot be cured. Suddenly, Dawei noticed that a camera had been watching them all this time. The device was slightly hidden among the boxes. Davy was up to something, so he took the piece of paper with a pen and laughed like an evil genius. The director looked at this and wondered what the fat man was up to. Meanwhile, Dawei had already quickly written something on a piece of paper and walked up to the camera. It turned out that he drew himself asking why the employees were looking at him. Now our hero, with a calm soul, continued to tell his comrades about the medicines, and it came to a sleeping pill mixture, which with 1 drop could knock out an opponent for 3 to 6 hours. Next, he showed the bag and asked the commander to be careful with it, because it was a substance called ulibaka ubivaka, and the healer did not know how much of it to use. Dawei said that when he tested poisonous anshar on a wild boar, it died with a wide smile on its face, and asked his comrade not to tell anyone about it, because the guy could be imprisoned. The hunting dog asked the young man, who told him that for killing a boar they would be imprisoned, and he said that such information was told by the second student, that is, the Dr. Fan, and therefore Dawei in the mountains tried only the pine cone without any game. The commander felt sorry for the guy who had been so deceived, so he promised one day to feed the healer real game. At this moment, Director Xia Zhenhui entered the laboratory and apologized for the long meeting. He took the guy from his comrades and invited Dave to eat and drink something together, and our hero asked if he would be treated. The husband was annoyed because the fat man had mountains of money in his hands, but he still cared about who paid. Then the main character approached the hunting dog to ask about the game, and the friend promised to treat Dave tomorrow afternoon or evening. In the end, all the special forces sat tensely at the table with the main character and director Xia Zhenhua. Also at the dinner were two cool sales agents. Dawei looked intently at the unknown bottle standing in front of him. At this moment, the commander turned to our hero and asked him to listen. He noticed that Xia Zhenhua came prepared and wanted to give the medicine man a drink. The director wanted to take advantage of this and let Dave sign a contract with unfavorable terms. Therefore, the hunting dog decided that the special forces would drink and Dawei would eat delicious food. He ordered our hero to eat everything that was here. At this time, the director raised his glass and offered to drink to their strong friendship. Everyone supported him and drank their drink to the bottom. Xia Zhenhua noticed that Dawei was not drinking for some reason, so he asked what the reason was. The director began to play on the feelings of the main character, but he replied that he simply did not know how to drink alcohol. The husband was just afraid that the guy was already an experienced drunkard, but in fact he was happy when he heard that Dawei didn't know how to drink. He said that a man should drink, so he invited the young man to drink a glass, and the director himself would drink too. The husband put pressure on our hero because the main goal of the evening was to get him drunk. The commander decided to stand up for the guy and offered to drink in his place. Director Xia Zhenhua immediately gave an irritated order to the soldier to sit down. He again wondered if Dawei really disrespected the old man that much. The man continued to try to manipulate the young man with words about their strong friendship. He again repeated his phrase that a non-drinker is a complete coward. In the end, the hunting dog and the main character could not withstand this direct pressure. Dawei jumped up and drank the entire glass in one gulp. The men were surprised, because no one drinks hanshin like that, which was as much as 50 degrees. The main character hit the glass with all his might on the table and told the director to drink. The commander looked with sympathy at the inexperienced drunkard. Xia Zhenhua was happy because he was finally able to control the situation. Now Dawei had definitely fallen into the trap that the director had prepared for him. A real competition began between the guy and the man, and the special forces nervously watched their friend. Everyone thought that the fat man was drunk, but in fact he was using magic to remove alcohol from his body. The restaurant staff should have closed the restaurant by now, but our group couldn't stop drinking. Everyone was already almost drunk, but Dawei and the director continued to raise their glasses to the desperate scientists. They didn't stop there and continued to drink to the nameless heroes. The drunkards drank their next glass to the brave fighters. They drank in one gulp each time, so there were already a lot of empty bottles on the shelf. The main character continued to do his trick and slowly removed alcohol from his body. Director Xia Zhenhua still couldn't understand how the fat man continued to hold on. The man noticed that the guy drank every glass to the bottom, except the first, but it had no effect on him. At this rate, our hero should have fallen unconscious a long time ago. At this moment, Dawei joyfully offered to drink another drink to the heroes of Huaxia. Xia Zhenhua looked at our hero in surprise because he still didn't stop drinking. While the director was drinking, Dawei also watched his condition with one eye. The healer mocked because the man was a real fool. The director was almost vomiting because he drank every last drop, and the quick-witted Dawei continued to drain everything from behind his fingers. The guy decided to really give his drinking buddy a drink today. Xia Zhenhua, meanwhile, felt that he could not drink anymore because he was so sick. But the husband was happy because he thought that the fat man was also already on the verge. At this moment, the main character called the waitress and asked to bring 5 more bottles of vodka. Xia Zhenhua was shocked because the guy was not going to go home until everyone was drunk to the point of passing out. An hour later, the drunkards had already drunk several boxes of alcohol. Dawei sat as if nothing had happened, and the director seemed to have already reached his limit. Xia Zhenhua was lying on the table and barely holding on so as not to fall and faint. He remembered that the fat man had actually said that he couldn't drink at all. The director noticed that our hero was completely sober, so he began to guess that he had somehow been deceived. Dawei pretended that he was offended to hear such accusations from his drinking companion. The guy explained that he really doesn't know how to drink because he doesn't know what it's like to be drunk. Our hero continued to mock his husband, and he could hardly resist bleaching. In the end, Dawei decided to continue the work for which they had gathered here. The guy went to the hangar and started looking for a contract in Xia Zhenhua's things. The last thing the director saw before passing out was satisfied with the smile of the protagonist and the contract in his hands. After some moments, Dawei held in his hands papers with the required signature of the head of the center. While the young man was rejoicing at the successful operation, someone's phone began to ring. The main character immediately began to look for whose device was making this sound. After some time, the guy noticed that the sound was coming from a hunting dog. He answered the call, and the person on the other end gave the order to the commander to gather his people and head to a new mission. The guy found out it was Yen, so he told her that the whole team got drunk and he was the only one sober. The captain asked where their location was, and the fat man replied that they were in an unknown restaurant. Yen ordered the main character to bring the team to her and passed out. Dawei looked at this situation, and a bad feeling appeared in his heart. Events moved to a military base, where soldiers were actively loading something into helicopters. They heard someone urging them on and did not understand what was happening. The military came out and displeasedly asked who was messing around there so early. Suddenly, the soldier saw what was happening, so he was quite surprised. Dawei burst into their base, carrying his drunken comrades on his back. The main character was in a hurry, so he asked everyone to move aside. The smell of fumes remained behind the guy in the special forces, so the soldiers could not understand at all what was happening at their base. Dawei quickly ran up to the helicopter, which was already ready. He loaded his comrades inside and thought about what they ate that made them such big boys. The guy noted that Tan Yen knew how to command because she even made him wait. At this moment, she finally arrived and quietly laughed at the main character and the special forces. She asked how long the soldiers endured being so drunk. Deven noticed that the captain made him sweat to help with their operation. Yen went to the helicopter and told the guy that he could now be free. Our hero wanted to help the girl, so he noticed that he had enough strength to lower the drunks from the helicopter. The captain at that time was thinking that they were going to the Emerald City, so she wanted to buy the best gems for her grandfather for his birthday. She wanted to find Imperial Jadeite to please her loved one. If they made it to town, Yen could leave the fat guy with the alcoholics to look after them for her. Eventually, the captain allowed Davi to participate in their operation. Meanwhile, the commander had already woken up, and the soldiers continued to doze, fastened with belts to their seats. The man opened his eyes and tried to figure out where he was. The hunting dog's head was simply pounding due to the large amount of alcohol he had drunk. He looked out the window and tried to figure out how much they drank yesterday. After a few seconds, the commander realized that he and his team were in a helicopter. The hunting dog jumped up and began to wake up his soldiers because he realized that they were sent on a mission. The captain heard that her subordinates had woken up, so she contacted them using the helicopter's communications. She began to scold them because of their stormy night in the restaurant, that now there was no one to leave in touch. Yen asked them seriously if the soldiers were really so brave. The captain ordered the special forces to stand still and hold formation until landing. Dawei was annoyed that he was not allowed to sleep peacefully, so he shouted at Yen. The girl furiously asked what the fat guy allowed himself to slap. The main character was fixed in a strange position and called the captain a fool who stole his first kiss, but still had no right to do anything with him, and assured that she could not win his heart. Eventually, the soldiers lifted the chained guy up to talk about the situation. The hunting dog asked the guy what happened last night and thought that Dawei had finally signed a contract with Xia Zhenhua. The main character showed a contract according to which a pharmaceutical factory and a research center in the Laotian government bought the land. As a result, due to the contribution of his knowledge, Dawei will receive 30% of the shares. There was also a clause that the guy did not have the right to conduct business, which exempted him from all work, sales, but he had the right to receive annual dividends. The commander said that he now believed the guy's words, and Dawei asked what he was talking about. The man recalled the words of the main character that it is bad to be an uneducated person. He explained that this contract was completely Western, because the factory and the center could have acted dishonestly and instantly bankrupted Davies' company and thrown him into a landfill. Our hero admitted that he knew about this when he signed the contract, so the soldiers immediately became interested in this decision. He admitted that he wanted to throw these fools out of business and go into business on his own. The special forces could not understand at all what Dawei meant. The young man invited the soldiers to come to his factory after retirement and just ride in luxury cars. It seemed to Mad Bull that our hero was a little lost in his own dreams. Davy explained that his comrades may consider this a stupid act, but they missed some important detail. The healer noted that such an amount of medicine would require many corpse spiders. He assured that he could make 10,000 offspring from spiders within a year, and if there were a dozen of them, the guy promised to make a whole million. Once Dawei gets these babies, the world will see a new generation of medicines. By that time, the director will not be able to kick our hero out, so the guy will probably drive him away himself. The commander asked if the comrade was sure that the center was not capable of growing the same number of spiders on its own. Dawei explained that he had special secret techniques that had long been forgotten by humanity, so even if he showed everything to the employees exactly, they would not be able to repeat it. After this plan, the comrades mentally called the fat man a fox in a pig's skin. In the end, the special forces decided to end the conversation on this topic and ask the guy where they were even flying. Dawei began to tell the story of the call to Hunting Dog's phone when their conversation was interrupted by Yen, who informed the team's mission, which was to delight in a foreign smuggling organization. According to their informant, this organization owns a quarter of all smuggled goods imported into China. 4 days ago, the 3 leaders of the organization came to the Emerald City to hold their annual meeting at the hidden factory. The team was simply required to remove the smugglers. The soldiers liked the task, so they were already bravely determined to complete it successfully. Finally, they asked the captain what the fat man had forgotten on board. Dawei explained that Yen had promised him a free round-trip excursion, also with free food, so he simply could not refuse. Then the hunting dog decided to ask the guy how he felt about the first flight, and he replied that it was not at all like in the books. The commander asked what the differences were, and Dawei noticed that books always write that airplane seats are comfortable. In their transport, the seats, although large, were too hard. The main character also read about beautiful flight attendants with whom he can contact. The commander then realized that imaginary beautiful women were the reason why Dawei agreed to this proposal. The guy was embarrassed by such an exposure of his own. The young man asked his friend who the man thought he was because he had just read about it in books. At this moment, the commando sitting next to the captain noticed that she suddenly became irritated. After some time, our team finally arrived at their destination. The main character was very happy about their landing, and Yen turned to him at that moment. The girl said that the fat man would leave with her. Dawei got scared and immediately hid behind the commander, asking where they were going, and the captain explained that he would only help her look for Jasper for her grandfather's anniversary. The guy appreciated this idea, but still asked what would happen next, and Yen said that then they would have something to eat together. Our hero still didn't trust him and asked about the continuation, so the girl noted that their excursion would end with the purchase of souvenirs. Dawei listed all the entertainment awaiting him and began to think. In the end, for some reason, he concluded that the girl took him for a complete fool. The captain irritably asked whether the guy was going to go with her or not. Dawei agreed only if the girl would pay for him and throw in extra money for his help in finding and carrying gifts. These conditions angered the captain, so she sped up to kick the young man. Of course, the main character skillfully dodged her blow. The guy came up from the other side and grabbed Yen by the fragile waist. The girl did not have time to understand what was happening to her. Dawei caught Yen, who was about to fall, and now stood with her in a rather unusual position, as if in the process of dancing. He thought that the girl wanted to kiss him accidentally again, and noted that there was no need to do it openly. The soldiers watched in bewilderment as their captain tried to pull our hero by the hair, and he screamed because he was afraid for his hair. Yen angrily asked why her subordinates were staring at the quarrel and ordered them to go to training. In the end, our hero and the girl went down from the building and approached a large military vehicle. The captain handed the keys to Dave, but he did not understand why. She asked if the guy knew how to drive a car. The main character wanted to show off his toughness, so he said that these were small things for him and remembered that he was the king of the Jinfin circuit. Yen was happy about this news and even smiled at the impudent fat man. Already in the car, she realized that Dawei had lied to her, so she got angry. She shouted and asked why our hero was just sitting, and he explained that he was trying to find the ignition key. He couldn't understand why such a big car didn't have this mechanism, and yet Yen told him to just press the brake. Then the guy started looking for the brake, and the captain realized how dire the situation was, so she covered her face with her hand. She ordered Davy to get out of the car and was finally about to drive herself. After some time, they arrived at the market where they were selling a variety of minerals and stones. The main character was delighted to see such an unusual coloring for him. Dawei was somewhat suspicious, so he asked the beauty if she had brought it here to sell. Ian mockingly asked if the guy was scared of her. The main character only asked for a good percentage if the girl did sell him at a good price. The captain didn't understand the guy's joke, so she didn't answer. Dawei thought that she didn't want to pay with money, so he suggested that she just kiss him instead. Out of anger, the girl almost overturned the car. She gave our hero a kick and wanted to find a place where he could be sold at a higher price. Eventually, they went to the market and Dawei observed how local buyers valued gemstones. The guy decided to ask the captain if she knew about choosing jewelry. She asked a counter question, and the main character replied that he did not know how to choose stones. Then Yen asked why the guy asked such a question, and he was indignant because she was a tyrant who couldn't even be asked about anything. On one of the counters, someone cut a stone and was surprised because he found ice rock. In addition, there was not a single crack in it, so this stone was considered very valuable. The main character silently watched as the captain was simply fascinated by such a rare find. Then he realized what purchases the girl was telling him about. The guy knew that such trades were quite interesting, because if you manage to buy high-quality jade, then its price will be cheaper than the store price. But still, such pleasure was not too cheap. Suddenly, a small man turned to Dave. The stranger said that our hero was gifted and had eyebrows like real sharp swords. The guy thought that the man was a predictor, but he denied these guesses. Then Dawei thought that the merchant wanted to sell him some rare artifact. But this was not true either. In the end, the young man thought that the stranger wanted to sell some kind of product for adults, but the main character noted that he had not been interested in such things for a long time. The husband rejected all of Davi's strange guesses, so he was offended, but the merchant did not want to just let the potential buyer go. The stranger became attached to our hero because he thought that he was from a rich family. He explained that he wanted to give the guy a luxurious stone for only 5,000. Dawei said irritably that the stranger had already tired of him and accidentally knocked the stone out of his hands. The jewel fell to the ground with a characteristic ringing sound. Then the main character realized that it was real jasper, because characteristic energy emanated from the stone. The husband was worried about his very valuable product. Suddenly, the guy remembered how for the first time he was able to see the fate of the guy who was doing a performance with false damages, and did not think that he would be able to see someone else's failure again. This time, Dawei assumed that the merchant would definitely go broke and become poor. The main character guessed that the man wanted to deceive, thinking that the stone was a fake, but in fact an unknown power was felt from it. He even felt a little sorry for the merchant because he could not seize his chance to get rich. The stranger asked if Dawei would eventually take the stone because he was selling it very cheaply. The problem arose that our hero had only 2,000 with him. The merchant was angry that the guy treated him like a complete fool by setting such a low price. Dawei continued to stick to his line and also used his ability to make puppy eyes. In the end, the man gave up, believing that the stone would not be of much use anyway. As a result, our hero was holding an unusual piece of stone in his hands. He wondered how he was going to open this thing while a heated auction was taking place nearby. Eventually, he noticed how people were desperately competing for a certain stone and were going to pay exorbitant sums for it. The amount offered for the jewel has already reached 13 million. After this figure, the trading had already calmed down a little, so the auction host tried to incite the crowd. At stake was a stone that has no copies called Emerald Jadeite. Yen really wanted him, so she desperately looked at the presenter, who asked who could give away the large amount. The captain looked desperately, because she couldn't give away that kind of money. And at that moment, Dawei noticed her. The guy approached a friend to ask where his pebble could be broken. Then Yen noticed that the fat man had already bought something for himself. She explained that Dawei could break his stone on the nearest available machine. The guy immediately asked if it was free, and the captain called him a real miser. The main character looked at the girl offended, so she asked why he was staring. Dawei confirmed for himself the words that women have a terrible temper once a month, which is why the captain promised to finish the guy off. Eventually, he walked up to the machines and began sawing his stone. Our hero was very nervous, because it was quite a difficult process. He thought that 2,000 for some pebble was a real robbery. Dawei was very dissatisfied with the wasted funds on some colorless garbage. The guy irritably thought that he could look in the mirror and see a fool when someone called him on the phone. He was surprised because it was Brother Fan who suddenly called. The doctor informed the mentor that he had received the promotion that our hero predicted for him. Dawei could not understand what his comrade was talking about so joyfully. Fan recalled that when they met the scammer on the road, the medicine man said that the doctor was getting promoted at work, and today he actually became the deputy director. Meanwhile, the main character continued to work with the stone and thought that it was the work of an old teacher who was trying to improve his relationship with the guy. Suddenly, Dawei saw something in the stone that immediately attracted his attention. At the site of the cut, one could see an incredibly beautiful emerald color that shone brightly with its purity. He immediately asked Fan to wait for his greeting and explained that he had urgent matters to attend to. Little by little, people around began to notice what a treasure the guy had found. Everyone started shouting to each other that someone had found an incredible stone. Yen also heard the commotion in the crowd, so she immediately took notice. Meanwhile, Dawei, already surrounded by a crowd, continued to carefully clean his sudden but valuable find. When people saw better that it was a jewel, they confirmed that it was emerald ice called Imperial Jade. Everyone, including Ian, was jealous of the fat man's find. Then the captain realized that she should have treated the main character better because he really had good luck. But now she understood that the fat man was very vindictive, so he would not forgive her for a little kindness. Dawei continued to clean the stone and saw golden particles there. The stranger watching this noticed that it was, unfortunately, not a pure Imperial Jade, but a gold-plated one, but that was also not bad. He also noticed that there were white spots, which also spoiled the jade. Other men said that if it were pure Imperial Jade, its price would be luxurious. In fact, even half of this stone was worth a lot of money. At this time, Dawei analyzed the energy of this stone and could not believe that the jade had absorbed the divine spirit and established itself, turning into jade. He could not even imagine that he could so quickly and easily find the ingredient for the cure for the curse of the 9 moons, namely, the quintessence of pure jade. The guy was very grateful to the stranger because 12 or maybe 13 grains of quintessence were concentrated in the stone, so it was a real jewel. Dawei decided not to wait and quickly cut the stone, which shocked the merchants and buyers around. The husband was scared, because no one cuts precious stones like that, especially the Imperial Jade. He noted that our hero cut off an extra 2 inches, which cost several million. Yen stood in the crowd and heard other merchants talking about how newbies always get lucky. The captain didn't like it that strangers were talking so enviously about the guy. At that moment, a merchant approached Davy and offered to buy one of the pieces of the Imperial Jade from him. The main character immediately became interested, so he asked the man how much he was willing to give for the stone. In the end, the stranger offered to give as much as 5 million for the jewel. He asked if the guy was happy with that price. Suddenly, a pebble from the crowd flew at the man's head. Another merchant decided to defend Dawei, noting that at auction, such a stone is fetched a price of 20 million. And the main character's jade was 4 times larger than the auction one, and was of high quality. Yen watched in surprise as the fat man fought over the stone. Everyone started shouting out the amounts they were willing to pay for the Dawei stone, and the number had already reached 70 million. In the end, a wealthy strong man offered as much as 90 million to buy back this coveted jewel. He asked with a smile if anyone could give more. Everyone was silent in shock when they heard such a sum, so the man asked everyone to leave so that he could go to our hero. The captain, meanwhile, heard that the men nearby were saying that this rich man simply had no level. The rich stranger had already approached Davi and extended his hand to greet him. The husband explained that he was the richest here, and his friends called him just Fat Shui, but something irritated the main character. The rich man also invited everyone to the Hongyun restaurant, where he was going to buy all the drinks and seafood. The guy couldn't understand why they were both fat, but this man could easily spend 90 million. He was very angry because Fat Man Shui could still treat everyone, but Dawei had the wind whistling in his pockets and had no money on his phone. The rich man thanked our hero for such a find and handed him a check for 90 million. He noted that the guy could cash them out at any time. The man was about to take the stone from Davi, but the guy managed to move his hand. The main character asked Fat Man Shui when he had already agreed to such a price. The rich man suggested that he discuss the amount further, because it really was not enough. But the guy said that he had no intention of selling the stone. He could not stand it, grabbed Dave by the clothes and began to ask what he meant by such a stupid refusal. The protagonist explained that there was no talk about selling his Imperial Jade. The guy noticed that he asked about the approximate price, and everyone around had already started fighting for the stone. Bogetsia was very angry at Davi's insolence, so he began to curse. Our hero went into the crowd and, holding his precious find in his hands, asked to clear his way. In the end, he was able to squeeze through and went out to the captain. Davai turned to the girl, which is why she was surprised. The guy asked if she had 2,000, and Yen couldn't understand what our hero wanted from her. In the end, our hero asked for 2,100 because he wanted to earn at least some pennies on this stone. Dawei already wanted to be offended because the girl did not respond to his proposal, but in fact she simply did not understand what the fat man wanted from her. Everyone watched this, and Yen asked what our hero wanted from her. And he finally agreed to 2,000, but was not going to give up his find for less. The captain thought she was sleeping, because she didn't believe that Dawei had reduced the price from 90 million to 2,000. In the end, the guy couldn't stand it and just gave him such an expensive stone. Yen was ashamed because she did not expect such a generous gift from the vindictive fat man. Meanwhile, the main character was holding a stone and lightly pressing on the girl's chest. The young man began to dream from this touch and noticed that this part of her body was very soft and elastic. This angered the captain, but at the same time she could not quarrel with the main character because of his gift. She stomped on Davy's foot with all her might, causing him to scream throughout the entire market. Everyone around could not believe that the guy would give a fortune just for the girl's smile. Fatty Zhui was very angry, so he immediately called someone to resolve the issue. Dawei was very offended and called Yen a stupid woman for stepping on her foot. The girl looked at our hero and suddenly noticed something different. She grabbed the guy and pulled him towards her, but he could not understand what the captain wanted from him. It turned out that now the main character seemed like a pretty nice guy to Yen. The guy still felt an ominous aura from her, so he began to get nervous and think that he was about to get something from her. He noticed that the girl could step on his foot as much as she wanted, and he was just joking about the stupid woman. Suddenly, Yen reached out to the main character and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. After a few seconds, out of shame, she pushed Dave away herself. The captain couldn't understand what had just happened to her, that she wanted to kiss the fat man, and the guy himself was dumbfounded by such a surprise. The main character decided to break the silence that followed the sudden kiss. He suggested that the captain go to bed tonight because now she herself had kissed him. Meanwhile, the merchant rejoiced at the several thousand he earned from the main character, and Yen again threatened the guy with violence, so her scream was heard throughout the entire market. Dawei decided to create a whole drama, so he began to shout that he guessed that the captain hated him and begged for death. The guy also noted that she might be able to get his body, but the girl will never take possession of her soul, and this finally drove Yen out, so she ordered our hero to disappear from her eyes. Eventually, they returned to the military base together. Dawei was eating his goodies when the commander decided to ask if the guy had given the captain a stone, which he had successfully bought for pennies. The young man explained that there was no luck in this, but his ability to see the future of some people helped. He saw the fate of the merchant and decided to take advantage of his failures, but he still had to empty his pockets to buy this jewel. Our hero complained that he spent as much as 2,000, but the captain didn't even want to give it back, and at that moment she was standing behind him. The girl cleared her throat to draw attention to herself, and Dawei looked at her offended. Yen turned to the frightened commander with a forced smile. The main character and his comrades silently waited for an explosion of anger from the captain. In the end, she hinted that it was time for the commander to go to the meeting. At the team meeting, a projector was used to show the bandits who were the target of their task. They were the chairman of the thieves' organization and were supposed to arrive at a place nearby for a meeting. The captain noted that this was an excellent chance to arrest all the bandits in one fell swoop. The area where they were gathering belonged to an ancient forest. The terrain there is very unstable. There are many poisonous insects, predators, and various poisonous fumes. The team will be delivered to the rally point, and within 24 hours they will have a forced march to their destination. The captain will explain the operational task at the assembly point, and then there will be time to prepare for the attack. Meanwhile, Davy could not help but feel that something was wrong with this operation. The hunting dog saw that there was something wrong with the guy and turned to him, and our hero noticed that an evil spirit was hanging over the commander. Dawei jumped out of his seat and said that under no circumstances should the team go on a mission, because it was impossible. The captain was surprised and could not understand what the problem was. The commander and soldiers also could not understand Dawei's reaction. The comrade tried to calm our hero, but he continued to warn the team because he assumed that in 3 days a terrible event would happen. Dawei first pointed his finger at the commander, above whom he saw a spirit. He also predicted bad fate for Yen herself. Finally, the medicine man concluded that the entire team could die during this operation. The main character nervously asked if the information on this task was reliable, and not just a trap for the commando team. Yen replied that this data was provided by a person introduced into the organization 6 years ago. She added that foreign experts also confirmed the accuracy of the information, and those who know about this task are only a few key people. That is, only the employees who were in this building knew. This did not reassure the main character because he saw that there would still be a lot of dead. Dawei was confident that there would still be an opportunity to capture these bandits outside of this task. Yen remembered that this guy didn't understand stones and ended up buying high-grade imperial jadeite at random, guessing that Crazy Bull was failing, and he ended up hitting his head on a wooden stick. The captain was sure that the fat man did not want to deceive the team with his predictions. In the end, Dawei agreed to the team going on the mission, but only with his personal participation. The main character noted that in a battle in the forest, he would not yield to any of the special forces, and with the help of Ugu magic, he could protect the soldiers from danger. Mad Bull asked if they could really survive if Dawei participated in the operation. The medicine man was not sure about this, but still could not sit idly by while his friends were sent to their deaths. In the end, the hunting dog decided that they would not undertake the dangerous task. Yen was not satisfied with the decision of her subordinate, but the main character was very happy about this decision. The commander decided to do this because it was just a one-time task. He invited Dawei to have a feast, because his comrades had shot a deer during training. In the end, the soldiers led the main character to some suspicious hangar. The only things in the room were hay, a toilet, and an empty box. Mad Bull asked the commander if there was a barbecue in the next room, and Hunting Dog was happy because they could free their bellies before drinking. Dawei mocked and said that no one would be able to outdrink him, and everyone would be lying under the table. The main character went to the toilet while his comrades closed the door behind them. The guy turned his head and noticed that something was wrong. The soldiers closed several locks on chains behind them, and our hero desperately tried to break down the door. The guy hit the door hard and called on his friends who had so vilely deceived him. The hunting dog asked the fat man to sit quietly in the hangar until the team returned from the mission. The commander promised to treat Dawei to a game shish kebab upon his return to Shanjin. The main character begged for the door to be opened for him, but the man said that they could not disobey orders. The team had to destroy all evil so that the people in the state were safe. The hunting dog allowed the guy to scold them or beat them upon their return and said goodbye to Dawei. All the soldiers said goodbye to the main character in chorus. It seemed that Yen also now had a bad feeling about their future task. The main character could not stand his emotions, because he was sure that he would never see his friends again. He was very angry with Tanyan, so he called her a stupid woman who dared to deceive the guy despite the gift. Dawei begged for the door to be opened for him, but unfortunately, there was no one nearby. It was already deep night, but the main character continued to call for help. In addition, he was left without food, so his stomach was already signaling the need for a snack. Suddenly, one of the soldiers heard screams, finally opened the door and asked in surprise what the fat man had forgotten here. Dawei immediately pounced on him and grabbed him by the clothes, which caused the commando to get scared. The healer was burning with anger and asked the soldier where these devils had gone. Who dared to deceive the fat man like that? The guy answered without hesitation that the team left for the mission 3 hours ago. This upset our hero, and if he had not been hungry, he would have simply broken the piece of iron next to him. The soldier noticed that Dawei valued friendship very much, so he thought that it would be no big deal if he took the fat man to the team. The main character immediately asked for a car to be driven to him to chase his friends, and the guy agreed to give him a ride without any problems. They were almost flying by car, and the rescuer Davy noted that the fat man should return to base if he did not catch up with the team in the wild forest. Meanwhile, the special forces, already disguised, moved under the dense crowns of trees. After a while, they came to some kind of cliff and stopped. The commander said that they had already arrived at the right place, where there was a plant with toxic substances. At that moment, the smugglers were unloading something from the truck. Yen carefully observed the work of the plant and noticed several. The heads of the smuggling organization were approaching the factory in several cars. The plant employees took to the road to meet their bosses. A young man with slicked back hair, wearing a business suit and glasses, got out of the car. The captain noticed that it was their agent, so she asked the soldiers to try not to hit him during the attack. The fake assistant notified his boss that they had arrived at the appointed location. Suddenly, a barefoot man in torn clothes came out of the car. The guards from the factory immediately began whispering to each other when they saw this strange gentleman that everyone was gossiping about. This mysterious man looked disfigured and very strange, but had a magical aura around him. His assistant reported that some objects had not yet appeared. It seems the agent was saying that the commandos fell for their trap. Suddenly, the strange man looked to the side with his faded gaze. The team saw that he was indeed looking exactly in their direction, but they believed that this was impossible. He screamed with his toothless mouth and called the special forces a bunch of scum. The man used his magical abilities, so a vortex formed around him. Suddenly, the crows around screamed furiously. The special forces could not understand why the birds suddenly became alarmed and took off. They noticed that a strange, translucent substance was leaking under their feet. The soldiers realized that it was poisonous smoke, so they quickly decided to retreat. One team member did not have time to escape and was already beginning to suffocate due to the acrid smoke that enveloped him. It turns out it was Raging Bull, and he wasn't the only one who had already fallen ill due to the poison in the air. Yen watched her team suffer, but tried to stay on her feet. In the end, she could no longer resist, so her vision began to grow dark. As a result, the captain fell and was now lying on the cold ground along with her comrades. Meanwhile, the main character and his savior finally reached the forest. The soldier explained to the main character that the right place was along the mountain to the west. He warned that the terrain here was patchy and asked Davi to contact the base in case of danger. The guy also recommended not to engage in battle because the enemies were a bunch of professional thugs. It turned out that the soldier was telling all this into emptiness because the main character had already run to save his friends. He wanted to stop the fat man, but he was already flying among the trees of the wild forest. Dawe deftly jumped from tree to tree. He jumped so high again that the moon illuminated his figure. Our hero landed on a tree branch and saw a tiger and 2 wild boars below him. The predator's eyes glowed with a strange green light, and a tag dangled from its neck. Dawe sat in a tree and observed the strange behavior of the animals. Under the tiger's feet lay his prey, and wild boars with red eyes grunted menacingly at the predator. The main character thought that the predator accidentally entered someone else's territory, so they tried to drive him away. Eventually, the tiger growled so loudly that the boars decided to leave him with their dead comrade. He looked after them with his bright green eyes. Suddenly, the tiger fell near the dead boar and did not eat it. This behavior of the animal surprised the main character. He realized that there was no danger, so he decided to go down to examine the animals. The medicine man approached the tiger and saw that his wound was bleeding. He examined the wounds more closely and concluded that they were very severe. Dave's stomach again gave a loud signal that he really wanted to eat something. In the end, our hero decided to rest and lit a fire. He decided to cook a wild boar by roasting it over an open fire. The warmth and delicious smell of food instantly woke up the wounded tiger. Dawe sat by the fire and looked suspiciously towards the predator, not knowing what to expect from him. For several seconds, the tiger and the healer looked at each other with a question in their eyes, not understanding what to do next. For the sake of safety, the main character immediately summoned his golden silkworm. He threateningly asked the predator what he was staring at. In the end, the tiger decided not to wait for Dave, who rushed towards him. The guy was ready to attack, so he took a fighting stance and growled at his opponent. A few seconds later, the animal was already feasting on the roasted wild boar and purring contentedly from the delicious food. Our hero also savored the freshly cooked game and called the tiger a very smart baby. There was already a deep connection between the animal and the guy, so the medicine man could pet the big cat without any problems. Dawe began to pull the cute predator by the cheeks and noticed a few. The tiger nuzzled his savior's face when he saw the tag on his neck. The guy read that the animal belonged to a circus troupe called Zarya. While the tiger was playing with him, Dawe remembered the old man's words that Ugu masters could learn 3 types of control, namely control of poisonous creatures, control of beasts, and control of people. Controlling people entailed punishment from the top, because it was a prohibited technique. The main character thought that he would not refuse the opportunity to control this cute tiger and make him his favorite. He imagined how authoritative it would be if he rode a gorgeous tiger. Suddenly, Dawe remembered why he came to this forest in the first place. The guy exploded from his seat and ran to save his friends. Our hero thought that the tiger's speed could help him in this situation, and the animal looked questioningly at its good savior. The beast purred forcefully when a rather heavy fat man sat on his back. Nothing bothered the guy, so he felt wonderful, but the tiger held on with all his might. In the end, the predator wheezed and fell, unable to bear Dave on itself. The main character fell headfirst and said that things would definitely not go any further like this. He apologized to the baby and promised to play with him next time. The medicine man quickly jumped onto the tree and left the tired tiger alone. The guy deftly jumped onto a tall tree and examined the surroundings. He looked ahead and noticed something interesting. Dawe finally arrived at the factory where the commando team led by Yen was supposed to be located. Meanwhile, the tiger continued to watch his savior and began to emit some energy. Suddenly, the beast began to turn into someone else. Gradually, the girl's fragile features began to emerge from the predator's body. The mottled fur disappeared, and soft skin appeared in its place. Now, in the middle of the forest, stood an ordinary girl, but with the same bright green expressive eyes as a tiger. She continued to stand and did not take her eyes off her savior. Dawe, meanwhile, flew between the trees and mentally begged his brothers to wait for help. He desperately hoped that everything would be fine with his comrades. Meanwhile, the strange man and his vile assistant were still standing outside the plant. In the end, all the smugglers had already gathered and greeted one of the bosses of the organization. Suddenly, everyone bowed their knees to this man and called him master. He ordered his subordinates to deal with the special forces, whom he neutralized on the mountain near the plant. One of the smugglers only had to whistle to signal his men. At the same moment, on the mountain where the entire team lay, a crowd of smugglers came out from behind the trees. They placed unknown pills in each soldier's mouth. Then the thieves threw them over their shoulders and took them away somewhere. Dawei, meanwhile, looked at this situation in fear and did not know what to do next. He immediately felt a strange sensation, which signaled that the detachment was not in the best condition. Our hero looked up excitedly to see what his friends would do next. The guy saw that his comrades were already tied to wooden posts with ropes. Among the special forces, Dawei saw Captain Tanyan herself. But the main character was reassured by the fact that his friends were still alive. Meanwhile, the bandits splashed water directly on Yen's face to wake her up. She immediately opened her eyes and looked angrily at the team of vile smugglers. All the scum gathered around her and rejoiced at her awakening. And one of the men had a professional camera with him. The commander also came to his senses and immediately asked the girl if she was okay. At that moment, it was as if their employee, who had so terribly deceived the team, approached them. The guy said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time to deal with the special forces. Yen let out all her emotions and started screaming about how Zhang Xian was a pathetic traitor. Another soldier also could not stand it and asked the scum if he had forgotten how well the captain treated him. The guy laughed loudly and sarcastically asked if he was really a traitor. He looked at the captain with a furious look and told her not to make him laugh. Zhang Xian said that in the year they met, he could have earned himself a fortune, had a wise woman, and a clever son. But some people destroyed all this. The traitor approached the girl and said, taking her by the chin, that it was she, Tan Yen, the fourth lady of the Tan family, who was to blame for this. He asked Yen if she knew what conditions Zhang Xian's family lived in, how much money he needed to spend to hide his existence. Zhang Xian was furious that he was just a pawn in the captain's eyes. Suddenly, Yen leaned forward to bump heads with her former employee. The cameraman who filmed this entire scene was shocked by this development of events. The captain raised her voice and called Zhang Xian a selfish piece of crap. He talked about his wife and son, but did not mention the other families destroyed by his own hands. The money he earned is stained with the blood of innocent people. Zhang Xian raised his glasses and replied that they were just with a weaker spirit than him. He believed that his victims were drawn to pleasure, which is how they destroyed themselves. All the soldiers were furious because of the behavior of the traitor, so they called him a weakling who can do nothing more than talk well and wanted to finish him off on the spot. Zhang Xian laughed again at being called a traitor and grabbed a machine gun from one of the smugglers nearby. The guy aimed his gun at the captain and said that today he would truly betray them. There was a burst of machine gun fire, but Yen was surprised because she didn't feel any pain. It turned out that the traitor with a headache did not hit her, but the leg of a soldier who was on a pillar nearby. The captain finally couldn't stand the pressure of her emotions, so she burst into tears and began to furiously scream at the scum. Zhang Xian now realized that she was truly scared. He began to mock, as if even the strong Mrs. Tang could shit her pants, and the smugglers around were shocked by such a rapid development of events. The hunting dog could no longer contain his rage because he could not watch how his captain and comrades were insulted. Suddenly, everyone heard someone nearby shouting boldly that the enemy would not even be able to lay a finger on him. The smugglers returned towards the forest because their someone unknown angrily promised to kill everyone here. Zhang Xian also became nervous because he couldn't understand what was happening there. The screams did not subside, so everyone tensed up and prepared for a confrontation. It seemed that this man had already killed all the fighters guarding the object from the mountainside, but the smugglers believed that this was impossible. Zhang Sheng finally reacted to the threat and ordered his men to neutralize it. Ian and Hunting Dog recognized the protagonist's voice, so they begged him not to think about them and to escape from the trap. They didn't want Dawei to end his life in this place. The guy wasn't going to back down because he wanted to show the scumbags what price they would pay for insulting his friends. Meanwhile, other smugglers watched the commotion from the factory window. Even the bosses of the organization believed that Zhang Xian was a complete waste and were going to kill him upon returning to his homeland. Their strange leader held some cards in his hands and said that there was no need to worry about this, because they would all die. At this time, the soldiers checked the perimeter of the plant, but could not find anyone. They checked every corner with flashlights, but in the end they saw only emptiness. Smugglers had already begun to believe that it was an ordinary forest boar. Our hero continued to hide with the silkworm in the tree and watch the actions of the enemies. In the end, he ordered Aladasa to drink all the blood from the fighters to the end. One of the smugglers was laughing at his friend because boars could not talk when the maggots began to fall on him. He noticed something strange, so he looked up and saw a worm with sharp teeth on his body. The man screamed shrilly as the larvae pierced his body and began to suck out his blood. Then the worms crawled into the smuggler's eyes, and he screamed even louder. His comrades were frightened and did not rush to help him, but begged the man not to approach them. But the next moment, they noticed that the blood-sucking larvae were already falling in their direction. The fighters could not understand where these crazy leeches suddenly appeared from. One of them noticed that something had dropped on him and raised his head up in fear. An enraged Dawe sat on a tree and looked at the enemy with red eyes. The second team at that moment heard screams and thought that something had happened to their partners, but they were not going to go to the rescue. The men were more afraid of the old man, who once knocked out an entire squad of soldiers in an instant. Suddenly, one of their group stumbled and fell into a hidden pit with a trap. The commander said that there was an ambush, so he ordered everyone to prepare for battle, but the main character had already attacked another member of the gang. Meanwhile, the trapped smuggler hit his head hard. He scratched his makitra and then noticed that there was something strange on his arm. The fighter screamed when he saw that there were poisonous spiders that had already bitten him. His companions in trouble also saw that the pit was infested with life-threatening spiders. The soldiers who did not fall into the trap stood above and heard screams filled with fear. The commander again ordered a search of the area, but Dave could not be captured. The smugglers finally noticed their enemy, so they opened fire on our hero. The guy skillfully grabbed one of the fighters and used him as a shield. Dawe skillfully dodged and flew between the trees faster than a bullet. It turned out that he had managed to set another trap, so he quickly cut the rope holding it. The smugglers then realized that a wooden trap had been used against them. Others shot non-stop at what they believed was a monster and shouted that it only knew how to hide. The fighter called him to go one-on-one, but Dawe was already behind him. When they met, the smuggler immediately screamed in fear and pain. The bosses of the organization, meanwhile, could not understand why communication with their subordinates was completely absent. They were unhappy with this bunch of imbeciles who couldn't handle just a few opponents. Then their chief spoke up and said that there was only one enemy in the mountains. He felt that this was Master Ugu, who could control insects, but he considered the guy weak and did not see him as a danger. Changxian was nervous because a little time had passed, but the mountain was already quiet. He realized that his foolish subordinates could not do anything, so he took out a pistol and wanted to deal with the enemy himself. The guy put a gun to the head of one of the soldiers and threatened to shoot him if Dawe didn't come out. Our hero was sitting with the beehive and heard Zhang Xian counting to 5. Finally, he counted and was about to fire the shot. At that moment, a large number of hives flew out of the bushes. Zhang Xian immediately ordered his soldiers to open fire with machine guns in that direction. One of the smugglers saw something in front of him that scared him very much. At that moment, he realized that these were hives with mountain hornets, but it was already too late. At the command of the protagonist, swarms of insects immediately began to attack each of the fighters. They begged Zhang Xian for help, but like the last coward, he began to run away from the hornets. The vile bastard hid behind one of the soldiers on a pillar and shouted that he could not die here. The commandos were already preparing for their own death, but the insects carefully avoided them and followed Zhang Xian. Yen looked at this strange phenomenon in fear and could not understand what kind of strangeness was happening around. Zhang Xian was very scared and could not coordinate what to do next to escape from the huge swarm of hornets. He could not understand why the insects flew only after him and did not touch his prisoners. In the end, the traitor tripped and fell to the ground, so the hornets could now catch up with him without any problems. They enveloped his body, and he screamed throughout the entire plant from the incredibly strong pain from the bites. As a result, all that was left of the bastard was his cracked glasses. While the hornets continued to mock Zhang Xian's body, his boss came outside. The master immediately realized that their enemy was using mountain hornets. He held in his hands a magic triangle with an eye in the middle. The man used several of these artifacts and threw them on the floor. As a result, a triangular-shaped dome was formed over the leaders of the organization, protecting them from hornets. The insects could fly up, but simply died from the electric discharge. The master asked our hero not to hide anymore because his poisonous creatures could not help in this battle. He began to threaten that he could not provide the safety of Davi's friends if he did not come out of his hiding place. In the end, the guy jumped out of the ambush and did a pirouette in the air. Beyond the trajectory, he flew straight towards one of the wounded smugglers. As a result, Dawe landed directly on the back of one of his many defeated opponents. The bosses of the organization were surprised to see such an unusual trick from the guy. The hunting dog and the mad bull encouraged their comrade as best they could so that he could get the most important enemy. The captain looked at the fat man with tears and hope in her eyes. The leaders could not believe that only one inconspicuous fat man was able to kill 100 of their people. The main character analyzed that his opponent was the martial master of Ugyu. He mentally noted that the smuggler's battle magic was no worse than his in terms of destruction. Fortunately, Dawei knew how to quickly recognize the weaknesses of Ugyu martial masters, no matter how strong or weak the opponent was, so he analyzed that this master had reached the level of Yuchi's technique, but was also limited by it. If our hero could get even one step closer to his opponent, then the battle could become much easier. Meanwhile, the master noted with a smile that the guy was quite a strong opponent. He also noticed that Dawei had peaked in the Jid technique and was close to reaching Yuchi's level. After this assessment from his opponent, the main character became a little nervous. He didn't like it at all that this man could understand his level of skill. Meanwhile, the husband thought that the guy could already reach Yuchi's level, so he was even a little carried away by him. Then Dawei decided to ask what his level was, as if he had no idea on his own. The master replied that they were on par and added that the teacher, apparently, had already told the guy about this. He explained that the skill of a martial master Ugyu is a degree higher, even if the levels with the opponent are similar. Dawei confirmed that the old man said exactly that, but the guy wanted to object. The man could not understand what the main character wanted to say by this. It turned out that the healer wanted to check with his own hands whether this statement actually worked. The master saw Dawei using the golden silkworm and was very surprised. The main character began to prepare for the battle and tried to attract his assistants to him. The nearest snakes began to crawl towards him, but mentally the guy began to urge on all the poisonous creatures. Eventually, all the snakes, insects, frogs, and other poisonous creatures were approaching Dawei. The bosses of the smuggling organization were frightened when they saw so many dangerous creatures around them. The main character, surrounded by many assistants, looked decisively at his opponent. At that moment, the master realized that he had miscalculated recklessly and had too few protective crystals to fend off the attacks of the golden silkworm. He asked to wait for the guy, who was already fully prepared for a fierce fight. The man turned to Dawei with a nervous smile and decided, through negotiations, that they were masters of Ugyu, to avoid a battle so as not to supposedly waste each other's strength. He suggested that the guy take a step back, take his people, and just remain friends. The main character was very angry, so he turned away from his rival, and the golden silkworm conveyed the emotions of its owner. The little bug was seething with anger at their opponent's sudden retreat. Dawei then realized that the battle mage was not prepared for this clash. Otherwise, he would not have avoided the clash. In the end, the guy asked to be given some time to think about the peace proposal. He came up with the idea that he could take the chance and make the magician his subject. After thinking a little more, Dawei cleared his throat to give his verdict on this situation. He rejected an offer from his potential opponent. Our hero said the wisdom that in the battle of two tigers both would suffer, and the Ugyu masters were also with their people. He also noted that the main target of the team were the three leaders of the organization, who stood under the protection of the magician. The man did not see any problem in this, which is why his allies were outraged. With one move from the master, all the leaders of the organization fell and began to scream from the pain that permeated their bodies. Dawei was very frightened and stood with his mouth open in surprise, because he did not expect such radical actions from him. The master asked with a smile whether the guy's opinion had changed after that. The main character didn't like this very much because he didn't ask to cook barbecue from the thieves, because the team needed them alive. He was very panicked, because now the mission would be failed, and the master would not be able to compensate for this in any way. Then the man decided, for his guilt, to give the special forces all the cash and prohibited goods, and mentally thought that give the fat man a finger, and as a result he will bite off his entire hand. Dawei was very puzzled by this result of the special task. He asked with a sly smile if Master Ugyu really thought that the guy only wanted goods, cash, and the bosses of the organization. In the end, the man could not stand it and wanted to punish our hero for his insolence and disrespect. Energy simply exploded around him, and Dawei immediately realized that something had to be done, because now a battle could not be avoided. The guy reacted quickly and tried to save the golden silkworm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the opponent has already directed his forces towards the main character. Unfortunately, this energy has affected many snakes and insects. It was so powerful that a shockwave went through the entire plant. Toxic smoke again surrounded the special forces, who were still tied to the posts and could not move. Yen coughed again and began to lose consciousness. While the captain was still conscious, she decided to call on the fat man because she was worried about his life. The unknown master again praised our hero's abilities. Dawei reacted to the danger and hid the silkworm, thus saving it. The husband suggested that he think carefully about the proposal again in order to avoid a fight. He believed that Dawei had already lost because he had lost his control over the poisonous creatures. The guy spat out the silkworm and noticed that it's not in vain that legends are made about martial artists. Because the man's fire attack on the creatures and explosive technique was actually quite good. But still, Dawei decided to ask how many times the master could use such strong techniques, spending such a large amount of energy on them. The man was outraged by the underestimation of his combat capabilities and believed that the fat guy would never be able to comprehend them. Our hero laughed at his opponent's words and noted that he certainly knew about these matters. Moreover, Dawei knew that the martial master had no strength left for explosive techniques. He struck and emphasized that when a master loses the power to cast spells, he becomes a complete non-entity. The guy hit his opponent with such force that he flew into one of the walls of the fence. The mad bull and the hunting dog thought that their fat man was able to knock out his opponent so quickly. Unfortunately, the martial master was almost undamaged, but very angry due to the fact that Dawei was not grateful for his concessions. The main character noticed a box with a seal on it. He recognized these patterns because they were battle drawings. The master opened the box, and a small white puppy appeared from it. The hunting dog was puzzled after seeing the animal. The owner of the dog called him the Valam Karat and ordered him to show his essence. The husband used his powers on the puppy, so it immediately grew to gigantic size. The dog already looked more warlike and growled threateningly at his master's enemies. Of course, the main character became nervous because such an unexpected opponent entered their fight. He immediately remembered the legends that said that one of the strongest abilities of UGU masters was their ability to control animals. The man used a fire attack, and with a confident grin declared that our hero now has no chance of winning. The giant wolf rushed towards little Davy and his even smaller golden silkworm. Still, they managed to react and avoid a collision with the predator. The protagonist quickly ordered the silkworm to attack their opponent. Finally, the insect simply hit the animal's face and was unable to do any harm. Dawei was surprised because he did not expect such failure from his golden silkworm. The martial master explained that his control of animals allows them to produce steel, skin, and bones. The silkworm was very frightened and flew to complain to its owner. The main character felt sorry for his friend, and his heart was breaking because of compassion for his wallet. He asked the silkworm not to cry, because he would grow up, and then even 10 dogs would not be enough to defeat him. The fat man promised to avenge his little friend, and the martial master was angry at such a long wait. Dawei was angry because the old man had insulted his close friend. The opponent thought that the main character was too tired and would not be able to continue the battle. The wolf attacked the guy, and the man thought that this would be the final attack for the small master. Yen saw the last moments of her comrade, so she cried and called out to the fat man. But in the end, things did not happen as the martial master had planned. The main character stood calmly a few centimeters from the beast's paw without any wounds. Failure angered the wolf, so he howled so that the whole wild forest heard it. He accelerated further to hit Dawei, but he again deftly dodged at the last moment. The guy began to taunt the giant predator. The wolf struck again with his paw, but our hero only needed a step to avoid the attack. The martial master could not understand why his favorite continued to fail. The beast continued to attack, but could not reach our hero. The man could not understand why the fat man was so dexterous. The wolf spent all his strength on attacks, which ultimately did not bring any benefit. Meanwhile, the main character did not feel tired at all, so he began to sing and dance cheerfully. The behavior of the comrade greatly puzzled the hunting dog and the crazy boar. Meanwhile, Dawei had already climbed onto the terrible giant wolf and asked his friends why their faces were so sad. The young man with a smile asked his comrades to sing along with him. This insolence finally finished off the martial master, who considered himself so strong and invincible. Dawei continued to sing serenely, and his opponent looked down at such a daring and bold fat man. The combat master, who considered himself much stronger than an ordinary medicine man, completely lost his understanding of the balance of their forces. He did not understand how the fat man could be so dexterous and strong. Dawei asked if the old man had fun watching him play with the dog. The hunting dog thought that the special forces asked the question, so he answered it. But our hero said irritably that he did not ask them. The guy asked the master if he wanted to learn how to get out of difficult situations. Suddenly, he asked the man to order the wolf to attack his comrades. Dawei promised to get off the quarrel and allow the martial master to escape from here. Eventually, he noticed how the soldiers were looking at him angrily, so he backed down from his idea and said that he was actually joking. The master admitted that he thought about attacking our hero's friends, but still decided to adhere to the rules of magic. The battle of the masters concerns only themselves, and ordinary people cannot be touched. Dawei jumped off the wolf and said that this was quite an easy prey for him. The guy said that during his life in the mountains, 3 leaders could not cope with him, but the master did not believe it. The main character noticed that he did not need to lie, and the beast, although it was a giant, remained an ordinary wolf. While the young man was talking with his rival, he did not notice that a predator was already attacking him from behind. Eventually, the wolf was finally able to reach his enemy, causing thick dust to rise all around. Still, this did not overcome Dawei, and he said that the dog was too impudent with such attacks. The main character protected himself from the giant's paw and held his claws. The wolf did not have time to react and flew face down. Dawei had enough strength to knock the giant wolf to the ground with one blow. The hunting dog could not believe her eyes when she saw such abilities of her comrade. As a result of our hero's flawless attack, the beast lay unconscious and could no longer protect its owner. The guy asked what else the combat master had prepared for the battle, and asked to get it out as soon as possible. The man didn't even know what to say to the strong fat man. Dawei began to hit the opponent's defense and ordered him to quickly get his strongest ability, because the guy wanted to continue the fight because he was not going to lose. Then a cute white sable crawled out from under the master's clothes and looked at our hero. Suddenly, the animal jumped from its owner's chest. The pet came closer to the main character, and he crouched down to see that it was an animal. Dawei realized that it was a sable, shaking with fear of the guy. The animal bowed down before him and began to beg for mercy. And in the meantime, the healer guessed that this was the spiritual companion of the master, who in his strength resembled a golden silkworm. In addition, among the 10,000 spirit animals in the Golden Pyramid, the sable occupies one of the highest positions. Dawei began to laugh at this situation, and the martial master asked what was funny about it. The main character decided to spare his opponent, because his spiritual beast came out to tearfully beg for mercy. The man was annoyed that some small master Ugu took pity on one of the strongest martial masters. He wasn't going to just appear like that, so he turned out that he would either kill the guy or die himself. Dawei noticed a pistol next to him, and a new idea seemed to pop into his head. He noticed that, in fact, the martial artists of Ugu were not as strong as the man himself thought. Our hero raised his firearm and pointed it towards his opponent. The guy noted with a smile that Aha's rules did not prohibit the use of pistols. The sable was very afraid for his master, so he tried to protect him with his small body. And meanwhile, the man asked what the stupid fat man was up to. The guy emphasized that it would be better for the master to look around. The man listened to him and saw that there were already a countless number of poisonous creatures around his shield. He couldn't understand where Dawei was able to get so many poisonous animals the second time. The guy explained that he only wanted to try to destroy the barrier with a weapon, but our hero doubted whether the man could cope with his cute kids. Finally, the martial master realized that this was his failure, so he decided to negotiate with the fat man and promised to find him everything he wanted. Dawei asked if he was really ready for this, and the man answered with fear that it was true. The guy noted that he was not from the school of dark arts, so he did not need to torture his opponent. He simply asked the master to take off all his clothes with a serene smile. Such a strange request surprised not only the combat master himself, but also the protagonist's comrades. Yen thought that the fat man was a representative of homosexual views. Dawei began to urge the man on, because he was holding a weapon in his hands that he had never dealt with. He didn't even know at what moment the gun might fire. The martial master couldn't believe that the guy really wanted to humiliate such a respected person like that. The main character smiled slyly and said that he was not an evil person at all, holding a weapon in his hands. In the end, the man took off all his clothes, but Dawei ordered him to take off even his underpants. The guy saw the underwear with hearts and noticed that the old man had terrible taste. He interrupted the master's rags and was very surprised when he found a gold bar, jade, and dollars there. The owner of the clothes, completely naked, watched Dawei rummage through his things and was already thinking that revenge for this humiliation would definitely be terrible. He was sure that our hero would still regret this and then would beg not for life, but for a speedy death. At this moment, Dawei found something else interesting among the martial master's rags. An egg-shaped thing covered with strange scales rolled out from there. Our hero recognized and named this thing Pitaka. The guy couldn't believe that the martial master could have such a rare thing lying around. Dawe held the pitahaya above his head and was incredibly happy about his luck. This fruit grew in the hottest places and was equal in strength to real fire, because it could burn a person from the inside if consumed clean. If you use other ingredients and the right proportions, then pitahaya becomes simply priceless and can enhance the abilities of magicians and masters to control And when mixed with the essence of pure jade, the fruit can strengthen and stabilize a person and also cure the curse of the 9 months. Dawe was delighted with such a wonderful gift from fate in the form of pitahaya. He quickly hid the valuable find in his pocket, and the master lost his temper because the young man was taking his jewel. The man didn't like the fact that the guy found this thing because reaching Yuchi's level was based on this fruit. He couldn't believe that such an expensive thing could so easily fall into the hands of this fat man. Dawe continued to search for useful items in the master's rags and took out papers with drawings from there. The guy was delighted with this find because these were the manuscripts of the martial masters of After our hero took everything he needed, he finally decided to let the old man go, but he still couldn't leave. Our hero could not understand what was the matter, and the man emphasized that in general, Davi's poisonous animals still had not gone anywhere. The martial master could not remove his protection while he was surrounded by danger on all sides, and the guy apologized and said that he had completely forgotten about it. The medicine man leaned over to his little comrades and said that they were all free and could disperse. They immediately obeyed their master and crawled into their homes. Some snakes still had no intention of retreating and looked at the man with fury in their eyes. He asked the fat man why there were still so many animals left. The main character apologized because he cannot influence the consciousness that each creature had. The young man laughed and said that maybe they liked to look at old naked men, but still he was not able to drive the animals away. He continued to laugh at the fact that the master liked his little assistants. The husband admitted that the fat man was strong enough and decided to act on his own by removing the barrier. The snakes immediately bared their poisonous teeth to bite their prey. The man did not give up and used his last strength to destroy his enemies. He used an explosive attack that was visible from the very mountains. As a result, the master fell exhausted among the crater left after the explosion. Dawe even admired the man's power and applauded his capabilities. Also, now he was sure that his opponent was definitely left without strength. The martial master now only felt terrible fatigue and emptiness inside. Suddenly, a hornet landed on his nose, which is why the old man finally woke up. The master raised his head and saw in front of him the main character, who was with his swarm of insects. Dawe leaned over the exhausted open tom and was very glad to see him awaken. The man screamed and asked fearfully what else the boy wanted from him, and he simply said that he would miss the old man. The guy wanted to give the martial artist a parting gift. Meanwhile, the old man could not understand where the hornets came from, because he had to heat them all up during the attacks. Then he realized that the insects had managed to hide in burrows underground. The husband asked again irritably what Davy wanted from him, since he had already taken everything that could be taken. The main character explained that there was no reason to be nervous, because he did not intend to insult the other UGU master. The guy picked up the sable, but it immediately passed out. In fact, Dawe just wanted to leave his contact information to the martial master. He seemed to cast a spell and began to concentrate magical energy in his hand. The master guessed that the guy definitely didn't want to become close friends with him. It turned out that the main character decided to destroy the man's soul, which is why he screamed furiously from the pain piercing his body and soul. In the end, the martial master's body was left with a mark and burns from the medicine man's curse. The young man sighed with relief after finishing the work and appreciated it. Now the martial master could truly leave, but he must always remember the curse that Dawe placed on him. If only the main character wants, the man will immediately be torn into small pieces. The master and his sable were very frightened, so they lay on the ground and trembled. The old man accused the fat man of planning to cast this curse from the very beginning of the fight. Now the man realized that the young man was making him emotional and exhausting him in order to make him his subordinate. Our hero was offended by such a terrible opinion about him, because the Ugu masters were only supposed to take care of each other and help. Dawe saw that the master did not like this schedule of affairs, so he decided to add another curse. Now their hearts will be united, and the combat master will become the guarantor of the safety of the life of the main character. On this note, he decided to say goodbye to his new subordinate and asked him to call more often. Dawe did this with such love in his voice that Martial Master Hugo was puzzled by this strange fat man. Then the main character was finally able to leave to finally free his bound friends. Yen fell right into his arms, so the guy asked if she was okay. The guy put her on the ground, but the captain still remained silent. The girl was embarrassed, but told Davy that everything was fine with her. At that moment, Crazy Bull approached him with a wounded brother in arms, whom he led by the shoulder. The soldier thanked our hero for the warning because of him, he still decided to wear bulletproof pants. Otherwise, even if he hadn't died, he would definitely regret not wearing them. The main character reassured his friend because if he had lost his manhood, the healer would have helped him with the help of magic, Dawei then approached the hunting dog and asked what they would do with the contraband. The commander didn't know for sure yet, but they had to take her out because this was evidence that would help them find the boss. Our hero noticed that they were in a very ancient forest, so probably many people liked the local finds, so they need to take everything out as quickly as possible. He added that there was still an option to simply destroy, but the commander had already heard his comrade and agreed with him. The hunting dog was confused and asked what to do with Davi's new friend. Behind the guy stood the losing martial master. Like a real rock. The fat man asked to wear it so as not to show off his old torso in front of everyone. The man did not follow the instructions and stated that from now on, he would follow the main character. The guy replied that he could forget this idea because Davei didn't like old and nasty guys. Then the master asked to simply remove the seal from him and forget everything that happened between them today. Our hero thought he was being taken for a fool because he didn't want some Ugu master thinking about him all the time. The husband swore that there would not even be a single opinion about Davy in his head, but the guy still did not believe these promises. The martial master was already racking his brains because he couldn't understand what the fat man's motive was. In the end, the main character decided to give in and simply asked him to destroy all the contraband. The old man did not want to do this because there was crazy money in the boxes, but then Dawei was not going to lift the curse from him. Still, the battle master agreed and irritably went to the contraband, and our hero called Yen to him. The guy carefully covered the captain's ears so that she wouldn't hear the loud explosion. The man was covered in smoke and asked the fat man where the ashes came from, and he replied that it would have been impossible to destroy everything any other way. The master reminded him that he had completed his task, but Dawei asked him to take a walk and promised to fire him at the next meeting. The old man did not agree to such conditions, so he decided to hang on the protagonist's leg until he lifted the curse. The guy could no longer stand the master and warned him not to regret his stupid behavior later. Meanwhile, the commandos had already put on their equipment and headed towards their base. Our hero was carried on his back by the losing master, and Dawei himself finally savored the fried leg. When he finished eating the next leg, a bone from it fell on the poor guy's head, but he couldn't even object to anything. Dawei ordered the old man to leave quickly, because if he left on his own, the man would definitely not be able to catch up with him. Yen watched this picture and now wondered who of this couple was the real thief. Suddenly, the team heard a strange explosion in the wild forest. The mad boar immediately stated that an illegal piece of military equipment had been discovered. The captain guessed that it was the other smugglers who made themselves known so quickly. She ordered the entire team to prepare for a combat encounter with the enemies. Dawei stopped the team and said that there was no need for such a hurry. The main character pulled his subordinate by the hair and asked him if he could deal with their enemies. The man pretended not to hear his master and did not answer his request. Then Dawei promised to remove the cursed seal if he dealt with the uninvited guests. The master immediately threw the guy off his back to begin the task. He joyfully ran in the right direction and said that Dawei himself had promised to do this. Meanwhile, the bandit boss was notified that the desired target had been discovered. The boss was very happy about this news because he wanted to take possession of the smuggler's goods. He began to encourage his employees that, having dealt with this matter, they would begin to live swimming in gold. The man's joy was interrupted by a battle master who came out to a group of bandits from the wild forest. The boss thought that it was some kind of savage who lived nearby. He told the master to go back to the cave from which he came here and not block the path. The master began to say some kind of spell, and in his head he thought that now he was lucky with nothing but fat. The pompous boss could not understand what the so-called savage was saying and called him a stinking old man. The battle master finished his spell and cast Lost Soul Blast. He caught the bandits by surprise, so they were disoriented and did not understand what was happening around them. In the eyes of the boss, the master appeared as a real demon who wanted to take away his soul. With a mocking smile on his face, the old man asked if the man was scared. A few seconds later, a piercing scream was heard in the air of the forest. At this moment, Soldier Number 1 reported that the combat unit was destroyed along with its entire crew. Dawei was surprised when his subordinate returned from his mission so quickly. The master wordlessly approached the main character and looked carefully at his master. He irritably asked whether the fat man was pleased with the results of his efforts. The guy sincerely praised the combat master, and he immediately reminded him of the owner's promise for the completed task. In the end, the main character decided to pardon his subordinate and remove the seal from him. With a blue fire in his hands, he asked if the master was ready to begin the dismissal process. The old man smiled contentedly because he was already imagining how he would kill the fat man after the curse was lifted. And the hunting dog noticed this terrible expression on his face. The martial master sat under a tree, and Dawei moved further away to accelerate for the strike. The medicine man rushed forward and shouted for the man to get ready. But he did not understand what the guy was going to do. Dawei explained that this is how the process of removing the seal occurs, and reached inside the master's body with his hands. After a few seconds, the drawing from the man's body began to gradually disappear. Then another explosion was heard in the forest again. The powerless martial master was already sitting under the tree stump and could not understand whether the fat man had really removed the seal. He tried to move his legs and arms, but as a result he simply couldn't feel them. Dawei, meanwhile, spoke of a broken soul and body. The martial master thought that the dirty fat guy had deceived him again, but he actually removed the seal. Our hero, with a horrifying expression on his face, noticed that no one said that it was impossible to create a new seal. His comrades watched this from the side and called Dawei a vile, shameless thief. In the end, after a few minutes, a new seal already appeared on the old man's chest. He was very furious that the guy could deceive him so easily. Meanwhile, the hunting dog asked what kind of magic the master was using, because the explosion was pretty good. Our hero replied that it was a rather low-grade magic developed from the explosion of the lost soul. But the performer of the explosion did not like this assessment. Dawei turned around and asked why the man was staring as if he was telling lies about this technique. The guy continued to explain that the explosion of the lost soul causes all people in the area of effect of the technique to lose consciousness. Magic can influence consciousness, which is why the most terrible images are formed at people's bedsides. The combat master was still dissatisfied because the main character described his technique too simply. Dawei explained that he did not underestimate the man, but that he was really weak because the guy expected him to use a mass extinction attack, destroy 1,000,000 souls and other mass attacks. But who knew that a supposedly strong master would use such uninteresting garbage? The husband already thought that the young man knew all these techniques, but this was not so. The master was offended, because then our hero had no right to reproach him for using techniques. In fact, Dawei did not know how to use them, but he had the skill to dispel these techniques. He never knew these techniques, but he knows the weaknesses of each of them. So his subordinate was willing to listen to this information happily. In fact, the main character deceived the master and was not going to tell such valuable secrets, so he now did not believe in the authenticity of the guy's knowledge. The healer assured that this was the pure truth, because if he had been with his friends from the very beginning, the weak technique of losing consciousness simply would not have worked. He said that to protect the entire team, a small bottle of the 6 gods would be enough, and they would all immediately come to their senses. Dawei knew how to dispel mass destruction, but the old man no longer liked this conversation because the fat man was simply telling him not to remove the seal. Yen noticed that the guy really liked talking to the old man, so the girl again thought about the main character's love for men. The hunting dog interrupted this conversation and asked the fat man what he was going to do next. The commander invited the guy to join the expanding dragon detachment and become a platoon commander. Dawei was surprised at such a generous offer and did not even know how to respond to it. But he noted that he would have refused even if a comrade had offered to become a company commander. Our hero was a healer, so he believed that the best place for him was a hospital. In fact, he just wanted to look at cute nurses in stockings every day, meet good doctors, and take tests from gorgeous, beautiful patients. Dawei was already dreaming about girls, so Yen seemed to be a little jealous. Then, the hunting dog offered to find the main character at all costs because he saved the lives of the whole team. The guy immediately stopped him and didn't even want to listen to the commander about this. Dawei explained that he saved the special forces not because of the money, but because they were his friends. He asked his comrades not to offer him anything for help, as they would greatly insult him. Such sincerity of the main character greatly touched the stern special forces. But still, the guy was pragmatic and did not want to lose this opportunity, so he asked his friends for a small house for himself. The soldiers' mood changed dramatically when they heard about the beautiful garden at the house, a swimming pool, the obligatory 2 garages, a cook, and a laundry. Also, the fat man was already planning to live with Yen Yen, but for this she needed to calm down her hot temper. The soldiers took their not-so-devoted friend in their arms, and the captain ordered them to find a place according to the rules of feng shui and bury Dave there. The main character started yelling and called the hunting dog a traitor. The guy tearfully begged Yenian to let him go because he was just joking. Then the events moved to Shenzhen Airport, where our team finally arrived. Dawei had been hungry all day, so he burst into tears when he finally arrived home. He was very happy, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice behind him and noticed that the main character was having a good time on such a trip. The guy immediately turned around and saw a familiar face. It was Brother Fan who had come to meet his mentor. The doctor was driving his friend home in a new prestigious car. Dawei savored the chips and looked out of the car window in surprise. The guy noticed that he had only been gone for a few days, but his brother had already become so cool. Fan explained that it was the work of their teacher, and our hero asked not to talk about the old rich. In the end, the guy decided to ask why his friend was looking for him, because they were almost family, so they could share secrets with each other. Then Fan said that the grandson of an influential man fell ill with a disease that is considered incurable in the West. The medicine man thought that it was Mr. Tan's favorite third ona, but the doctor noted that it was the second one. Dawei asked what the name of this rare disease was. The doctor looked in the mirror and replied that it was lupus erythematosus. After some time, the friends had already arrived at the hospital. Even the main character had only heard about lupus in old novels and knew almost nothing about it. He thought that his brother liked to create new and difficult problems for him. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly in the next toilet stall, which greatly frightened Davy. Even the golden silkworm crawled out of the medicine man's ear to see what was happening outside. The stranger in the booth asked the main character not to distract him from the process. Dawei said that you should not push so hard, because in this way you can cause health problems. The healer decided to help the poor man, so he began to look for medicine in his limitless pocket. He pulled out a bottle of Pan's panacea. The main character handed the medicine to the stranger and told him the instructions for use. Dawei immediately ran out of the toilet because the medicine began to work and there was a very unpleasant stench there. The grandfather, whom our hero helped, came out of the toilet and was very happy about this relief. The old man asked the fat man if he had given him such an effective panacea. He praised the healer because his medicine really did an excellent job of cleansing the intestines. The stranger asked if Davai had any means to clean the toilet. The main character suggested just quickly hiding so that no one would know that the old man had clogged the toilet. The giant asked if the guy here was a doctor, and he replied that he almost held such a position, and meanwhile the employees had already heard the stench from the toilet. Then the grandfather asked whose doctor the talented fat man was. Dawei said that he treated the second grandson, as Fan said, but the old man did not understand what the young man meant. He complained to his grandfather because lately all he had to do was treat some grandchildren. The main character said that before that he treated his third grandson, and now he was sent to another. The guy was thinking that these rich kids don't take care of themselves at all, but meanwhile the old man couldn't understand anything. The grandfather asked Davi to wait and asked what his grandson was sick with. They reached out to the same door together, and our hero replied that he would treat lupus erythematosus. The guy said that he had already arrived at the right place and asked his interlocutor where he was going. The old man answered with a smile that he too was going to the same ward. Dawei got scared and asked who this man was, and the old man explained that the fool who was messing around was his second grandson named Mendefu. The grandfather reassured our hero and said that he could call the guy whatever he wanted, and if he was satisfied with the healer, the man would punish him. Brother Fen and Wang Bovan were already waiting for the mentor in the ward. The teacher gladly congratulated Dawei and Mr. Men and noticed that they came together. When the guy saw the patient, he was surprised and asked if lupus really was real. The patient's entire body was covered with red spots, which looked very painful. Van Boven explained that lupus occurs in varying degrees of skin involvement, so spots and other formations may appear. At the beginning, the disease is completely invisible, but then it begins to progress rapidly, and terrifying seizures and relapses begin to occur. In general, lupus erythematosus is a protracted, unstable, and difficult-to-treat disease. She really was as crafty and cunning as a wild wolf. Usually, the development of this disease can be briefly stopped with the help of medication, and the patient's condition can be normalized. In the case of this patient, lupus erythematosus affected the liver and kidneys, so treatment with drugs will not give any result. Teacher Wan Bowen invited Dawei to go and examine the patient, but one of the doctors stopped them. The doctor noted that according to the rules, people who are not hospital employees do not have the right to enter the quarantine zone. He said that the main character doesn't even look like a doctor, but more like a pork seller. But the angry Mr. Meng was already standing behind the man. The old man hit the doctor and ordered him to get out of the way because he was definitely insulting the wrong person. He assured the fat man that he would deal with any problems because these professionals only know how to adhere to the rules, but this is of no use at all. The grandfather trusted Chinese medicine, so he was not against the participation of a healer in the treatment of his grandson. Dawei noted that he only studied witchcraft, but it could probably also be considered Chinese medicine. Our hero explained that these two directions had common origins, so they were very similar. The old man was surprised at the guy's knowledge, and at that time Dawei invited Mr. Vanya to begin the inspection. The healer noticed that the patient's eyes were clouded and covered with yellowness. His mouth was reddish and dry. The patient also had a rapid pulse and weakness, and prolonged fever. The grandfather asked with hope whether it was possible to cure his grandson from this scourge. Wan Bowan explained that with Chinese medicine, they can only maintain the patient's condition, but not improve it. Everything depended only on the strength of the patient himself, because even a fatal illness can only be overcome by a person on his own. Then the old man realized that there was in fact no medicine that would save his dear grandson. He was very upset, because at birth he chose the name Defu for the guy so that he would be kind and happy. But as a result, he became so unhappy. Dawei angrily asked his grandfather to stop crying, because the patient had not died yet. Van Bavon was shocked because he couldn't believe that the guy could save a seriously ill patient. The main character chuckled and noted that he had several options for triggering the patient's internal forces. The grandfather could not believe that the guy could really help his grandson, but still he could not guarantee the guy's recovery. But if Mr. Wang told the truth about the inner hidden forces, then the patient can be easily cured. Dawei clarified with teacher Hua Bowen that in Chinese medicine there should be many ways to increase a person's internal strength. The old man confirmed that there are options using wormwood for acupuncture, soothing decoctions, and steaming the feet with hot stones. However, the enhancement will be too weak and takes a long time, so all methods must be used simultaneously to obtain at least some result. Still, Van Bovan was sure that the patient could not be completely cured. Dawei emphasized that the old man did not list all the possible ways that could help. The main character recalled the existence of the mad spirit's needle magic. The guy couldn't believe that the old man hadn't mastered this easy acupuncture technique. Van Boven ran up to our hero, grabbed him by the clothes, and asked him in surprise to repeat what he said. For unknown reasons, this technique caused very strong emotions in the old teacher. He explained that he had been searching for mad spirit needle magic for half his life. Mr. Meng asked the main character what was happening with the doctor, but he himself could not understand what was wrong. Dawei decided to intervene so that teacher Wang Bowen would not become nervous from what he heard. He grabbed the old man's face and used magical energy to calm him down. For a second, the teacher fell silent and looked blankly at the ceiling. The doctors contemplated this calming magic through the glass of the quarantine room with amazement. The old man apologized for his emotional behavior and apologized to everyone present. Mr. Meng asked what happened to Liaowan because he had always been different, and he explained that he had simply not heard about this rare technique for a long time. Then the grandfather asked the doctor what this interesting magic of needles was. The teacher explained that acupuncture, which uses needles for treatment, has many different techniques. If you use a dozen or even hundreds of needles, then this is already considered the magic of acupuncture. Mad spirit needles were included in the list of 20 ancient techniques of acupuncture magic. According to unofficial historical records, Commander Zhao Yun, in his 70s, led the army to the last battle. He showed his power and audacity, the same as he had in his youth, and no one could compare with him. All this power came from the warrior's acupuncture practices that he used before the battle. Van Boven believed that this technique was incomparably strong but also dangerous, because you could pay with your life for a mistake. Dawei put on his gloves and prepared to perform mad spirit needle magic. Because he had nothing to destroy, Grandfather completely trusted our hero and was ready to do everything possible to treat Defu. The healer left the room and asked the doctors for a letter of paper to draw points for acupuncture. They agreed to help with the paper and asked permission to look at the acupuncture process itself. Van Bovan was not allowed to attend this operation and ordered to return to his offices. He asked the fat man to go together to his office. Dawei said irritably that this technique must be passed on so that Chinese medicine can flourish. He hinted that Mr. Wang was already of advanced age, and mad spirit needle magic was a completely forgotten technique, so the younger generation should study it. The guy asked the old man if he wanted people in 100 years to know about Chinese medicine only, that there was a foot massage. The teacher admitted that the main character was right and said that he was already completely confused in his thoughts. Finally, Van Boven ordered the doctors to give the healer drawings of the human body from all sides to mark important points. At that moment, Defu woke up, who could not understand what was happening around him, because he had only taken a short nap. The patient stood up and asked Davi if he really intended to stick all those needles he was holding in his hands. He looked at his grandfather in fear, because he was completely confused when the healer confirmed his intentions. In the end, our hero received permission for the operation from Mr. Men anyway, so he proceeded to mark the dots on the paper. He quickly dealt with this task and asked Van Boven to check everything and prepare the materials. Defu was very nervous, so he asked the fat man to check everything in detail, but he irritably noted that he still hadn't eaten, so he didn't want to delay the operation. Mr. Meng reassured Dawei by promising to invite him to a hearty dinner in the evening, so the guy could not rush anywhere. The main character was very happy and asked if he could call his friends. Fan brought the mentor back to reality so that he would stop talking about trifles and finally begin treating the patient. The guy was embarrassed because only now he noticed that his brother was still present here. Dawei asked Mr. Wang to study the work plan for now, and he decided to prepare something else. Our hero asked Fan to go to his house and take 2 boxes from there, but be careful so that none of the animals would bite the doctor. The guy also asked to warn his family that Mr. Meng was inviting him to dinner today, so they didn't need to prepare anything. Dawei was very happy about this opportunity, but meanwhile his patient was nervous before the operation. The grandfather tried to calm his grandson down and promised to cure him. The guy promised the old man to do only good deeds if he could still survive. He talked about some human stupidity while various ingredients were collected for the operation in the form of a wooden barrel and wild ginseng. Defu realized that people only understand the importance of things when they lose it. But the guy interrupted his philosophical thoughts when he heard that 2 leeches were used for the operation. Mr. Wang listened to this entire list and ordered his people to prepare it all for Dawei. Meanwhile, another doctor came running and said that our hero had taken all the arsenic from the pharmacy. Hearing such terrible ingredients, Defu almost died prematurely from fear. After some time, the patient sat as if in the forest, because all the necessary materials for treatment were brought into the room. Among many plants, the guy also noticed a scolopendra. The grandson saw that something was smoking in a wooden barrel and asked his grandfather whether the doctors were going to treat him or fry him. Dawei, meanwhile, tried scolopendra for 2 with his golden silkworm and told the patient to undress. Defu was not going to climb into the vat naked, because too many people were looking at him. Mr. Meng ordered his grandson to obey. Otherwise, he would have helped him undress. The main character reassured the guy that there were only men around, so there was no need to be ashamed. He allowed the patient to keep his underpants on, but still had to completely immerse himself in the medicinal solution. The healer also noted that he is not responsible for the problems that may arise if some part of Defu's body is not in the solution. After such a warning, the patient immediately unmasked himself. As a result, the naked guy sat and waited for a medicinal bath to be prepared for him. Dawei, meanwhile, thoroughly stirred the solution, which gradually began to boil. The medicine man informed Mr. Wang that he could now begin his part of the operation. The old man heard the main character and took out needles to begin acupuncture on the patient. He began to quickly stick needles into the patient because he screamed in surprise. Meanwhile, Dawei took a bag of white powder to add to the solution. In fact, it was arsenic, but in his mind the healer called it nadezhda. Then, with the help of magic, he lifted into the air various roots, herbs, and fruits, prepared according to the presented list. This part was responsible for the soul in this healing solution. Dawei noticed that the color of the medicine was exactly as it should be. Def was in pain from the acupuncture, but needed to keep getting more needles. The main character shouted to Mr. Vanya to continue working with the patient while he carefully stirred the solution. The next needle hit poor Def's sensitive neck. In the end, the patient could not stand this injection and screamed loudly from unpleasant pain. The grandfather was very nervous about his grandson, so 2 doctors had to restrain him so as not to interfere with the operation. Dawei explained that the young man's inner strength was gradually awakening, so there was no need to be nervous, but simply continue the operation. Defu was already on all fours on the floor in pain, but Mr. Meng said that we had to be patient a little longer. They were almost done, so the old man picked up one of the last needles. In one fell swoop, he plunged all 10 needles into the patient's body. The guy was already screaming incredibly from unbearable pain, but the doctor did not stop and made the last push. One needle would go straight into the patient's head. Mr. Meng saw this difficult treatment for the guy and screamed because he was very worried about his loved one. As a result, Defu felt so relieved that he let out a soft moan of pleasure. The grandfather looked at the young man with a question in his eyes because he could not understand why his condition had changed so dramatically. For Davy, this meant that everything went well and the needles could be safely removed, and the patient said that he was very pleased. After removing the needles, the main character tapped on the vat, hinting that Def already needed to get into it. He noted that the patient needs to climb there on his own. The skull was visible in this solution, as if it were the substance of death itself. Defu noticed that this bathtub was not at all an attractive color, and our hero could no longer wait for the guy to get into it. Finally, the healer could not stand it and simply pushed the patient straight into the vat, which made Mr. Meng afraid again. Dawei asked the patient how he felt, and he replied that everything was fine. The patient also noticed that there was something living in the bathroom, which gave him a rather pleasant massage. Then our hero quickly pulled the scolopendra out of the solution and showed it to Def. The guy was very scared, so now he begged to be pulled out of the barrel, but Dawei did not listen and asked to bring the lid. Now the patient sat in a strange position with only his head and arms free. The healer warned the doctors to keep the barrel closed at all times until Dawei himself allowed it to be touched. The patient began to cry and call his grandfather to help him get out of here. And meanwhile, the main character was looking for something in his box. Dawei took out a terrible snake from there and asked Defu if he was afraid of such reptiles. He quickly pressed the snake against the barrel with his teeth, and the patient asked in fear what the healer was doing. The healer explained that he was simply squeezing snake venom into the solution. The main character also warned that when Def becomes very hot, then the effect of the medicine will begin. The patient thought that the fat man was just going to boil him along with the centipedes. Dawei again asked if the guy was pleased and emphasized that this was just the beginning. He ordered the doctors to feed the patient a piece of ginseng every minute until he had eaten everything, but it was forbidden to drink water or eat anything else. 2 hours later, Defu could barely resist such treats in a hot bath with insects and poisons. Dawei said that this is the end of the treatment, so the young man needs to be washed with cold water and allowed to sleep, and then take blood for tests. Defu was delighted when the healer finally took pity and released the poor man from the bathroom. Suddenly, he felt strange movements on his chest, so he looked down in surprise. There, cute little leeches were waiting for him, who happily savored the guy's young blood. The next moment, Defu realized what was happening to him, so he screamed out of fear so that the entire hospital heard this scream. The violent mixture from the tub was finally poured into the sewer. Dawei and Mr. Wang were washing their hands when the old man decided to inquire why the healer's medicinal bath was actually so scary. The main character emphasized that it was normal that fear appeared, because this method of treatment was called the poison pool. In total, it contained 7 types of poisonous substances and 2 toxic creatures, and separately, each of these poisons could easily kill a person. Dawei chose those substances that can be mixed and get an effective medicine. He noted that, for example, some heated wormwood substances neutralize 30% of all snake venom, and the poisons of scorpion and black widow can be neutralized with the help of gianni and rootless flowers. Mr. Wang realized that one poison was being neutralized by another and asked if there were any complications after such methods. Mr. Meng then asked what the leeches were needed for, which his grandson was so afraid of. Our hero explained that no matter whether it is the poison pool or the mad spirit's needles, the effect will be the same, namely the awakening of internal forces and the destruction of harmful substances. The biggest problem with these techniques was that they had no way of removing toxins from the human body. The result is that a person becomes a big bubble that is about to burst. The old man could not understand how it worked because internal forces are distributed throughout the body with the quintessence of blood in the same way as harmful substances, so it is not clear how the leeches could suck everything out. Dawei agreed that they really couldn't, but all blood-sucking creatures know how to choose the best place on the body. The temperature of the quintessence of blood, purity, all this attracts such animals. And besides, the quintessence, and not ordinary blood, is concentrated in certain places where the animals are drawn. The main character explained to his grandfather that his grandson's weakness was caused by a normal explosion of internal forces. Suddenly, their deep conversation was interrupted by a loud rumbling sound from the stomach of the intelligent healer. Mr. Wang understood everything and suggested that his guards take Dawei to the restaurant, but the guy didn't want to because Defu had to wake up very soon and take a blood test, which would take a little time. Van Bovan couldn't understand why our hero was so confident in the speed of the blood test. He noted that such expenditure of physical strength and energy requires a minimum of 12 hours of rest. But before he could finish speaking, the patient had already woken up. The old man's face looked as if he had seen a real dead man, and Defu could not understand what happened to the old man. Dawei continued to explain that the poison pool is also a kind of panacea, and the awakening of internal forces is only one of its effects. This method also strengthened the body and gave additional strength, which is why the patient recovered so quickly. Bang admitted that the main character had not lied and began to take blood from the patient for analysis. After a while, the doctors and the teachers stood and discussed the process of treating Defu. One of the employees ran into the ward with the finished results of a blood test and was shocked that the disease had actually disappeared from Defu's body. Mr. Meng lifted the poor man into the air and began to ask whether his grandson was really cured, and he confirmed that the blood was tested on 3 different machines. Dawei was glad that the treatment was over because he was already very hungry and wanted to have a snack. Grandfather was very happy about this news, so he invited everyone to dinner and promised to treat all the guests. The whole company visited an ethnic-style restaurant called Shanjin. At the entrance, the main character was met by his sister, who was very happy about the long-awaited meeting. Dad was more surprised not by the appearance of his son, but by Mr. Men, whom he seemed to know well. Mr. Meng immediately grabbed his father and began to thank him for such a talented guy who was able to cure his grandson. Everyone went into the restaurant and the dinner organizer asked everyone to make themselves at home and order food. He turned to his grandson and asked him to order something tasty for their company because the guy often visited restaurants. Defu called the waiter and ordered Buddha, jumping over the wall soup, yellow hill, tianju wings, and salted fish. Dawei listened to this long list and did not recognize a single name from it. Reflections of our hero of the Wenwen Pass, who lightly tugged at his clothes. It turned out that she was simply afraid to order the head crab that she wanted so badly. It was not difficult for the main character to do this to his sister, so she was very happy. He turned to Def, whom he called his second grandson, and asked to order more furry ones. The guy asked not to call him with such a strange proclamation, but to address him using his real name. He ended up ordering 3 head crabs for each guest. Our hero wanted to complain about the greed of Mr. Men's grandson, but his sister quickly covered his mouth with her hand. The father heard this and wanted to teach his son a lesson for such ungrateful behavior. Mr. Meng immediately reassured his husband because he was ready to do something as gratitude for saving his grandson. He didn't mind the fat man eating as many crabs as he could fit. Defu listened to his grandfather and asked our hero how many crabs there would be. Dawei asked his sister if 10 pieces would be enough, but then he thought about it and decided to order 20 to take home, and Wenwen tried to shut her brother's mouth again. In the end, the guy ordered 20 crabs, and the number surprised the waiter. Suddenly, when the restaurant employee left the guests, someone hit him at the door. This man was very unhappy and asked if the waiter was tired of living. A stranger ordered Buddha jumps over the wall soup 3 days ago, but today he and his friends were told today that someone took all their orders. He wanted to know who decided to steal all his food. The guy decided to interrupt the big meal with a showdown over his stolen dinner. Mr. Meng drank coffee and was not at all angry with the young man because he believed that such rebellious youth was beautiful. Meanwhile, a stranger approached the main character and his sister and asked if it was his soup that was stolen. Buddha is jumping over the wall. He started pestering Wenwen, so Dawei already accelerated to punch the guy straight in the head. The next second, the young man fell silent and flew away from the blow straight into the crowd of his comrades. Friends watched with open mouths as their leader received a kick from the fat man. The pompous guy began to yell and threaten our hero with his father named Zhang Du. But Dawei was not afraid, because he was simply protecting his sister. The medicine man pointed his finger at his patient and said that Meng's second grandson ordered all the food. Major immediately recognized Difa and was not surprised that such a fool decided to take his food. He started laughing at the guy because he had heard about his illness and recommended going to the hospital to get checked. Defu grabbed Zhang Fatian because he realized that it was he who was to blame for this strange illness that he was so painfully treating. The major mocked, as if he was worried about the most important organ of the young man, so that his future wife would not find herself a lover. Then old Meng intervened in the guy's conversation because he could no longer watch how his beloved grandson was being bullied. Zhang Fatian did not recognize the man, so he boldly asked that it was his grandfather. Mr. Meng said nothing and grabbed the impudent guy by the clothes and lifted him into the air. Eventually, the enraged man introduced himself as Men Yuan and remarked that he was Mendefo's grandfather. Only then did Zhang Fatian realize that he had approached such an important gentleman. Mr. Meng did not wait and was already accelerating to strike to teach the bully a lesson. Already at the moment of the flight, I realized that with such a grandfather there was no need to insult Difa, and he began to cry. Friends watched as Zhang Fatian was simply tossed from side to side in the room and were very sympathetic to him. Wenwen noticed that the protagonist also had no intention of sitting still. When the guy finally fell, Dawei decided to repeat the kick and hit the bully even harder. As a result, Zhang Fatian flew straight into the crowd of his comrades at full speed. Grandfather Meng appreciated our hero's impeccable strike and showed a thumbs up. The old man immediately ordered the guards to remove the entire crowd of hooligans from their room. He then called his people to find out who Zhang Du was and all his affairs, because Mr. Meng wanted to see this family on his doorstep tomorrow. Grandfather threw the phone in irritation, because the little bastard had simply pissed him off. When he calmed down a little, he apologized to the fat man for having to take part in the fight, but Dawei himself considered it a trifle and was only worried about the crabs. Then Mr. Man asked the waiter to bring all the greatest mitten crabs and pack them for the main character. In the end, the dinner was a success, and Zhang Du was arrested the next day for illegal activities. Further events are transferred to the medical university, which our hero was supposed to enroll in, but in fact, Dawei was not happy with his presence in this educational institution. He didn't understand anything because Fan had already promised him a job at the hospital, but for some reason he brought the healer to the university. The main character thought that his friend wanted to sell him, but Fan joked that the fat man would simply eat everyone up. In the end, the doctor explained that Dawei would begin his university studies from today. Our hero was unhappy because he had to study with a crazy girl, and Fan noticed that the guy's leader would be his former neighbor from the university. Dawei accepted his fate and asked a friend if he would study Chinese medicine, but it turned out that the course was aimed at Western medicine. The healer was surprised at this choice because he had been studying witchcraft since childhood. Fan thought that this violated some of Dawei's rules, but in fact he was very happy about this opportunity and thanked his brother for his concern. The doctor thought that his mentor had become ill, so he became agitated and offered to stay and work with him at the hospital. The main character irritably pushed his comrade away and said that he could go, but Fan could not understand why Dawei had something to do so suddenly. In fact, the healer was only interested in young students not yet spoiled by society and pure, like white flowers. He liked freshmen who had just graduated from school and did not know how to live among strangers. The fellow students, although they already knew what university was, were also afraid of relationships, but the third-year students were already ready for relationships. Fan didn't like the fact that the guy was only interested in good students, so he again reminded him that Dawei should study hard at the university. The friend promised that he would immediately bring his parents to the university if he learned about the inappropriate behavior of the main character. Suddenly, a luxurious beauty approached Fan Yuan from behind and put her hand on his shoulder, which scared the doctor a little. The girl was happy about the long-awaited return of her old friend, but meanwhile Dawei had already understood everything for himself. Our hero thought that the beauty was the wife of his friend and introduced himself to her as Fan's mentor. He was very happy about such a meeting and asked if there were beautiful girls among her students. In the end, the beauty laughed loudly due to a misunderstanding with the fat man. Fan was very angry that Dawei was so quick to jump to conclusions about their relationship. It turned out that Tang Xiaoying was the wife of Fan's close friend and was in charge of the nursing department for patients. She came to help Davi deal with some minor student affairs. The main character wanted to be left alone with his assistant, so he finally asked Fan to leave. He noted with a horrified expression that seducing a close friend's wife was a huge taboo. Tang Xiaoying laughed at the fat man again and noted that Fan would never be able to seduce her, and suggested that the doctor finally introduce Dawei to his real wife. Fauna did not like this idea, so he immediately decided to leave his friends. Then our hero asked the beauty if his friend had found a wife. She confirmed this, so Dawei asked what they were waiting for because the guy really wanted to meet his friend's beloved. Tang Xiaoying led the guy into one of the classrooms. There he saw another beauty giving a lesson to students. His assistant said that it was Lin Lin, who was a first-year student at the time of the meeting, and Leo Fan himself was her supervisor. When the girl entered the master's program, Fan became her teacher, and during her doctoral studies he became her supervisor. Dawei would not have said, looking at his innocent comrade, that he was capable of a relationship between a teacher and a student. Tang Xiaoying noted that there was nothing wrong with this because the age difference was small. Our hero thought that his brother was bad at everything except patience. Suddenly, Linlin noticed that someone was watching her carefully through the window. Dawei decided not to hide anymore and waved warmly to his comrade's wife. The girl looked at the stranger in surprise, and meanwhile the students rose from their seats. They thought it was an exhibitionist, so they took out scalpels to protect their teacher. The main character did not understand why the guys reacted so aggressively to the usual greeting. Also, Dawei didn't know the meaning of the word exhibitionist, so he was puzzled. He wanted to ask Tang Xiaoying what the students wanted, but she was no longer around. The crazy guys with scalpels were already nearby, and Dawei couldn't understand where his friend had disappeared to. Students began to actively search for the so-called pervert in all corners of the university. They went to look for him in the pool above, but our hero hid in a box of lost items. Finally, the guards noticed Davi and ordered him to stop hiding and come out. He began to explain to the men that he just saw his friend's wife and wanted to say hello to her. The guards read on their piece of paper that they were looking for a guy about 170 centimeters tall with long hair. They looked at each other and asked each other if this person was needed. It turned out that the students had already transferred information about our hero to the guards so that they would detain the exhibitionist. The men quickly reacted and overpowered the guy with the help of their muscular bodies. One of them, using a walkie-talkie, reported that they had detained the exhibitionist, but Dawei still did not understand where he had sinned. At this moment, Fan approached the bodyguards with the main character. The friend did not understand what had already happened, that Dawei was already lying on the ground. As a result, the guy ended up in the rector's office on his first day at the university. So he was very angry because he had done nothing wrong. The head of the establishment apologized to Dawei because they really had recently acquired an exhibitionist who looked very much like a guy. The old man explained that the real pervert was wearing sportswear, under which she was completely naked. As soon as the sick bastard met a lonely girl, he immediately took off his pants and then waved his arms and greeted his victim. Dawei asked irritably if Fat was his own fault. He was also very furious that he himself ended up in such a situation because of his friend's omission. Linling and Fan apologized to the guy because they just wanted to invite him to dinner and give him a little surprise. Dawei was offended because such a surprise backfired on him and scared the hell out of him. Because if our hero had run poorly, then they would have only met his corpse. In fact, the comrade couldn't even think that Tang Xiaoying would really lead Dawei to Linlin. But the guy himself was also wrong because he climbed out the window. The wife did not have time to understand when her husband proceeded to lecture the poor fellow about how Dawei himself had climbed right into the hands of the students who were so desperately looking for the pervert. Fan finished quarreling his friend and said that he was going to marry his beloved on New Year's Eve, and if the master of Zioji came, then the main character would become a friend, and if he couldn't, he would be a witness. Dawei was silent because his comrade thought that he did not like this idea. The main character was very offended, so he promised to wrap Fan up so much before the wedding that he wouldn't even be able to climb onto the bed. Eventually, Fan asked his friend Lyomo to take Dawei to his classroom. Our hero immediately asked the teacher if there were any beautiful girls in his group who occupied the highest positions in the ranking. Lyomo said that he did not have anything interesting, except for one beauty, whose attention is difficult to get. So everything depends only on Dawei himself. Suddenly, the main young man invited the teacher to become his second student. Fanya was angry that his friend was pestering all the people, so he ordered him to go to classes and study diligently. Otherwise, the master would personally deal with him. Eventually, events moved to the classroom, where the teacher decides to introduce a new student to the group as the main character. Sun Dawei stood in front of the group and examined his new classmates. The teacher cleared his throat and asked Dawei to introduce himself to the group. Our hero said that he never went to school and didn't know a single one of the 20 English letters. The other students started laughing and laughing at Davy's little mistake because there were actually 26 letters in the English alphabet. This didn't bother the guy at all, because he didn't care and didn't give up on English, so some students noticed his toughness. Friends began to whisper, because to them, the main character looked like a real master and the most capable video game player. They noticed that the new guy had a serious look, constantly assessing the situation. Meanwhile, Dawei asked the teacher if the same beauty had arrived because he still had not noticed her. The teacher noted that the promised beauty was already in the classroom, but our hero still had not seen her. In the end, the guy saw the most beautiful girl in the group. From the back she looked good, but her face did not at all suit her general image of a fragile girl. Davea was scared, because from the back she was the personification of beauty, but as soon as her face returns, all sympathy disappears. Lyomo noticed that Xiao Ying had already told him that our hero wanted to meet the most beautiful girl in the university. The guy pretended that he was just joking because at his age you only need to think about studying and not waste time on some kind of relationship. After such a speech about deep values, Dawei finally fell asleep after 1 hour of hard study. The teacher and other students noticed this and looked at Dawei silently. Leomo remembered the words of his friend that our hero studied witchcraft, so he was at a completely different level than other students. Fan wanted the mentor to attend classes just to avoid getting into some kind of trouble. Another student tried to wake up Dawei, but because he had a sweet dream about a delicious chicken leg, the teacher decided not to pay attention to this and calmly continue his classes. The students noticed that the teacher would so easily forgive him for such behavior. They suspected that the fat man was indeed an unusual university student. Suddenly the bell rang, which finally woke up the main character, and he realized that the lesson was over. Leomo explained to the guy that he had slept through the entire morning and now had to go to the dining room for lunch. Dawei could go to the dorm and sleep a little during his break and then return to class at 2 o'clock. He had to get a map and carefully study the university grounds to find his dorm. Our hero could not understand whether this was a university or a real labyrinth. First, he found a booth with some animal, but this is not what he needs. Next, Dawei approached a building undergoing renovation. But this was also not the destination. Eventually, he reached a building with the letter D on it, just like the map in his hands indicated. The main character was very happy when he was finally able to find the hostel he needed. Now he felt that his student life had finally truly begun. Dawei confidently walked into his room and greeted his neighbors. From the room, it was not the neighbors who looked at the main character in amazement, but good neighbors who were getting ready for classes. The main character was enchanted when he unexpectedly saw such lovely beauties. Meanwhile, the girls became embarrassed and tried to hold back their screams when they saw a stranger suddenly enter their room. Dawei was not taken aback and complimented the beauties on their figures. Still, they couldn't stop screaming, so they screamed so loudly that the entire dorm was sure to hear. The girls were screaming that there was a pervert in their room, so their neighbors started to worry and came out of their rooms. One of them threw a glass of drink right at the main character. Dawei noticed and immediately dodged the vessel flying over his head. He decided not to let her fall, so he quickly jumped up, pushing off the wall and caught the bottle in the air. The guy showed off his martial arts skills and landed right on the steps. Another of the girls thought that our hero was a real circus performer. Dawei asked the beauties to wait, and then he would explain everything to them in detail. The guy turned on all his possible charisma and began to convince the girl that he was not a pervert and a scoundrel at all, but a real gentleman. He explained that it was simply his own mistake that he did not go to the hostel and asked the beauty to take her glass. From the touch of the garnish, our hero's nose began to bleed. But he did not pay attention and noticed that without him, the girl would have broken the glass and been injured. She noticed the perverted nosebleed and gave Davy a kick. Now the beaten protagonist was again in the hands of the guards. They recognized the guy right away, so they asked if he had been detained this morning. Our hero nodded his head and confirmed the guards' guesses. One of them asked what happened to the guy, and he told about his adventures in the hostel. It seems that the man understood something after our hero's story and did not know how to explain it correctly. Dawei was sure that he had entered the right building because he checked the letter several times. The guard explained that a few days ago in Building B, part of her letter fell off. The repair team was busy all this time, so they were unable to solve this small problem. The main character wanted to attack the guard because his honor was disgraced because of such an insignificant trifle. In the end, Davey was finally helped to find his room, where his real neighbors were already waiting for him. The guys were fooling around, so our hero thought that he was in a zoo. The neighbor on the top shelf noted that they had already heard about the women's dormitory, so they asked the fat man to tell him what interesting things he saw there. Dawei said that there were simply a lot of girls there, but this answer satisfied his interlocutor. The other guy was very jealous of our hero and wanted him to be so lucky too. The fat man suggested that his neighbor take the same walk, but promised that it would be even worse for him because the girls were real monsters. Dawei took off his torn clothes and angrily threw them on his bed. He was very upset because he had been wearing these things for quite a long time and had gotten used to them, but he decided to look into the closet and see what Fan had prepared for him. As a result, our hero saw in front of him several completely identical t-shirts and pairs of pants the same as he had just taken off. The guy slammed the closet door irritably because he didn't want to have the same clothes for every day. After some time, Dawei returned to his studies and continued to sleep in class. At that moment, a new teacher entered the class who, as it turned out, was the same foreigner Lianyu with whom our hero was already familiar, but not in the best way. All the guys immediately appreciated the beauty of the teacher, and Dawei continued to doze sweetly on his desk. The girl greeted her new students and informed them that Teacher Liu had gone on maternity leave. So from today, Lianu would teach the theory of fundamental medicine. She looked around the classroom and noticed a student who was sleeping and dreaming of a burger and fried chicken. His friend noticed this and tried to wake up the fat man so that he wouldn't get it from the teacher. In the end, she had already approached our hero and asked why he was lying down on his desk. Lianu looked at the guy closer and noticed that he had a familiar face. The girl tried to wake up Davi, but he was sleeping so soundly that he thought her hand was food. She was very scared because she did not expect such behavior from a student. The main character grabbed the teacher and began to hug her, thinking that it was a very large hamburger. The friend tried to stop the fat man, but he did not want to let go of his imaginary delicacy. Lianu desperately continued to try to get out of the fat man's hands, but he didn't listen to anyone. Then the comrade decided to distract Dawei with another student's plum buns, and only then did the main character finally react to the words. The main character thanked him for such a treat, but Lienya still stood very indignant. Then Dawei finally noticed who he was occupying and understood the entire uncomfortable situation that had arisen during his sleep. He learned that she was the same foreigner whom he had met during dinner with Fan and his academic advisor. The guy recognized her face but could not fully remember the girl's name. As a result, she ran out of the audience and promised that the fat man would definitely be a corpse. The main character again found himself in the director's office, from where the director was already calling Fan Yuan. The old man complained that Fan's relative was simply an unbearable person. So according to the rules of the university, Dawei should receive punishment. Before the guy had time to somehow defend the fat man, the rector decided to add something. The old man hinted in a whisper that although the teacher was a substitute, she was still an employee of the university, so it seemed like this situation would be difficult to resolve. Fan promised dinner at the restaurant, so they quickly ended the conversation and thus resolved the problem. Liena was released, so she could calmly leave and continue teaching the lesson. She never thought that the fat man would be her student. The girl was already looking for a way to expel the cunning Davy from the university. When she entered the office, she immediately noticed that the main character was eating in class. The teacher noticed that it was class time, not lunchtime. Dawei did not rebel and obediently finished his goodies and hid them. Lienyu noticed that the fat man had become quite wiser, because if he had started arguing, he would have immediately ended up in the director's office. She was not going to leave our hero alone, so she immediately turned to him. The teacher wanted him to answer a few questions about the theory of fundamental medicine course. Lienu asked about cranial nerves, but the problem was that the guy had never heard of it in his life. She seriously asked Davi to stand up and answer the question, because this was an auditorium, not a cafeteria. The fat man honestly answered that he did not know this topic, and Lienyu then asked what he forgot in class. The teacher began to finish off our hero with the fact that this was the simplest and most basic information, and scoffed at the fact that he simply ate all the information that the teacher told in class. She asked the next question, which was to name the beginning and end of the small intestine. Dawei didn't understand what it was because he had only heard about pickled tripe, and the teacher began to explain in detail what it was. Then Lian Yu decided not to stop and asked what a virus was. She didn't even wait for an answer from our hero and immediately said the full definition of the term virus. Other students admired the intelligence of their new teacher. Lian Yu emphasized that the fat man needs to take up his studies because he does not even have basic knowledge. She asked what he would become after university because he could only be a bad doctor who doesn't care about human life. The teacher called Davi a fly in the ointment, believing that people like him get into the university only through connections. The main character's face darkened after such offensive and false words addressed to him. He was confident in his abilities and noticed that the teacher herself could do a few easy tricks, and that was all. Lienya was outraged by such words from, in her opinion, a completely stupid fat man. Dawei slammed his hand on the desk and remarked that simply studying the book was not a difficult task. He promised that he only needed one evening so that the next day he could compete with the girl in who could study the most information. Lian Yu offered to expel the main character from the group if she wins. Dawei was not against this condition and asked what would happen if he won. The teacher was confident in her abilities, so she said that our hero would set his own conditions only if he really won. This did not frighten the main character, so he asked Lienya to keep her word to the end. During a break, Davia approached his friend named Liu Xiang and asked how many books there were on the theory of basic medicine. The guy was shocked by this question because the students could barely study the information presented in the first book. Lienya was sure that our hero was doomed to defeat because only now he began to look for the necessary textbooks. She snorted in displeasure and slammed the door behind her with all her might. When the teacher left the classroom, all the students looked at the main character with anger. One of the guys asked how Dawei dared to argue with the teacher because the book was so large. The fat man reassured them, because even if he didn't learn anything, they wouldn't do anything terrible to him. Liu Xian tried to reassure the protagonist that he would still not disgrace himself if he lost. Lian Yu came on an exchange program from a very famous university, completed her bachelor's degree with excellent marks, so she was a strong competitor. Everyone watched their friend's boyfriend's excitement with a question in their eyes. In the end, the students did not turn their backs on Dave and supported him in this bitter struggle. Our hero asked his comrades not to worry because he was going to make every effort to achieve his goal. He considered Lienya a simple girl from Europe and did not see any danger in her. But meanwhile, the rival herself was in the director's office and sneezed when they remembered her. After classes, students actively discussed the likelihood of Davy's victory, but did not believe it because the fundamental theory needs to be taught for at least 6 months. They were sure that our hero was losing, but he did not stop diligently studying the textbook. Liu Xiang looked irritated and reported that Davy's rival had entered the audience. Other friends also did not like her presence, and among themselves they already called her a witch. Lienya, meanwhile, came up and asked our hero not to forget about their couple. The comrade noticed that it was actually not time yet, so he suggested that the fat man go to the dining room and have a snack. The teacher also allowed the main character not to come to class tomorrow. She emphasized that it was better for Davy not to show up to her classes at all. Suddenly, a textbook on fundamental theory flew right next to Lienu's head. Such a sudden attack almost knocked the girl off her feet. Liao Mao helped in the competition between his student and the teacher and invited Dave to come to the board. The teacher pointed to the table and noted that this way the whole group would be able to see his performance. The main character was not afraid of such participation, so he flew out of his seat. He landed epically right on the teacher's desk, and the students thought he could actually fly. The guys thought our hero was very cool and thought that he was a real master and not an ordinary fat man. Lienya was offended that the fat man was so supported, but she was sure that only now he would be able to show off like that. But then he would be all in tears after his defeat. Liao Mao looked at his watch to note the start time. He asked if everyone was ready and suggested moving on to the first task. To begin with, the teacher asked what a blood clot is and how it forms. Lienya was the first to say her answer, and our hero correctly continued his sentence. The students were shocked that the fat man answered the questions completely correctly. And meanwhile, Liao Mao asked the next question about shock and its varieties. The teacher was again the first to confidently issue a precise definition of the term shock. The main character quickly expanded and explained all 7 types of shock. Friends could not believe that Dawei managed to study the entire textbook in less than 1 lesson. Next, Liao Mao asked about the actions during cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and Dawei and her opponent answered with one voice. Other students had already begun to gather under the office, because everyone was interested in watching the competition between the new student and the teacher. Lianyu could not believe this, because only in the last lesson, the fat man knew nothing at all. And now all the students were carried away by his knowledge. Only 1 lesson passed, and it was as if someone had replaced the main character. The girl thought that in fact someone had given her opponent a hint. In the end, she decided to go to teacher Liao Mao and asked him to wait. Lienya expressed her suspicions about the clues and asked that she and our hero answer while looking each other straight in the face. Meanwhile, the teacher cleared his throat to read the next question. Now Lianyu and Daiwei sat opposite each other and listened carefully to the teacher. In the end, Liao Mao asked a question about reducing intracranial pressure with mannitol, and it seemed that the girl was thinking about the answer for the first time. The students didn't know what it was, so they thought the question was too difficult. Lian Yu began to tremble and moo, trying to remember this topic, and our hero noticed this. The guy asked what happened to the teacher and if she felt bad. With a crazy look, Daveya began to mock because Lian Yu still didn't know the answer. The girl admitted defeat, so she whined and blushed all over. The main character was not averse to teaching everyone, so he took off Liao Mao's glasses to put them on and look smarter. Dawei began to talk in detail about the process of lowering pressure. He addressed Lian as his student and emphasized that this information must be taught. At this time, students began to actively write down the information they heard or record the main character's lesson on their phone. The fat man finished his explanation and informed his rival of his lightning victory. Dawei told her in a whisper that the love of arguing had to be paid dearly. As his wish, He said that he wanted to have dinner with the teacher tomorrow by candlelight, and he would also choose an outfit for her himself. The guy patted her on the head and asked the girl to keep her word. Lienya stood up offended and wanted to get away from her shame in front of all the students as quickly as possible. At that moment, Liao Mao approached our hero and hit him on the head with a notebook. The teacher noticed that Dawei was doing well, but the guy himself believed that he was just lucky. He asked the student why he did not leave the office, but our hero did not even notice that there was no one around them. The teacher explained that the lesson had already ended, so all the students quickly went to lunch. Events moved to the dining room, where almost the entire university has gathered. Someone from the crowd asked the cooks why the students were given such small portions. When the main character ran into the dining room, he was shocked by the number of people he saw. The guy thought that his classmates wouldn't mind if he got in their line. While Dawei was trying to penetrate the crowd, he accidentally touched someone's feet. The classmates looked at our hero with stern and unfriendly eyes. The guy was very indignant that his comrades were so insincere and did not want to help him. He was very upset because of such an insult, but from the crowd, Liu Xian was already calling him. A friend shouted that Dawei could join him in line. Dawei asked his friend if it was even possible to climb without a queue, but he did not understand what the guy meant. Li Suyan reassured the protagonist because he had already taken a seat for his friend in advance. He noticed that today they were a little unlucky because by the time it was their turn, everyone else would taste the best. Dawei noticed another table with food where there were few people, and his friend explained that it was a window for the majors. The young man added that you can order any dish you want there, so our hero was already salivating. He grabbed his friend and dragged him to the major window to treat him to something tasty. Li Suyan tried to warn that there were very expensive booths here, but the hungry fat man didn't hear him at all. In the end, after a few seconds, the main character was already studying the proposed menu in detail, and the waitress was patiently waiting for the order. When the fat man chose the dishes, he quickly began dictating to the waitress such a long list that she barely had time to write it down. The girl warned our hero that they would be fined for uneaten dishes, but the guy was not going to stop in his choice. Li Suyan noticed that it was a very large amount of food. The comrades began to have lunch when a crowd of students passed by their booth, and one girl from there recognized Dave. She notified her lover that she recognized the fat man who broke into their dorm room today. The guy was ready to fight for his beauty, so he asked her where this bastard was. He wanted to see the scoundrel who had the courage to even look at his dear woman. His classmates already felt sorry for the fat man because he crossed the path of Sunfei himself. The guy was determined to just kill the main character. Meanwhile, Dawei and his friend were quietly having lunch, and Li Suyan was shocked by the number of dishes and could not believe that they would eat it all. The fat man assured that it was very easy for him, so there was nothing to worry about. Li Suyan also decided to start eating, but at that moment someone knocked down the door to their private room. The guy only had time to turn his head to see that the door was flying straight at him. In the end, he barely managed to somehow stop the blow with his hands. Suddenly, Li Suyan flew to the side, and the table itself turned over along with all the food. Dawei did not have time to react and did not understand why suddenly everything in the room turned upside down. In the doorway, he saw a crowd of several young people. Sunfei furiously asked our hero if he was the same fat man who offended his baby, but Dave was no longer interested in anything at all, because strangers encroached on his food. Meanwhile, the beaten Li Suyan lay on the floor and groaned in pain. Sunfei thought that the main character was pretending not to hear him, so he became even more angry. The fat man could not stop thinking only about his spoiled food. The guy was very annoyed because he believed that Dawei was simply ignoring him. He quickly grabbed the leg of the broken table and began to threaten the main character. Sunfei quickly accelerated to strike the daring fat man. Dawei immediately noticed this and immediately reacted to the attack. Before Sunfei even touched our hero with his stick, Sunfei kicked him right in the face. Due to the powerful force in the blow, the bully quickly flew out of the room and into the common dining room. He flew onto one of the tables where people were having lunch and knocked over several trays with his body. Sunfei's comrades were very afraid because of their leader. The defeated guy lay among the remains of food and said how painful it was for him. Suddenly, he heard that Dawei did not want to just let him go and was already approaching him. The main character was already speeding up for the next blow because he wanted the culprit to return the food. Sunfei begged the fat man to wait a little longer with such drastic decisions, but unfortunately, Dave's flight could no longer be stopped, so there was no way for the guy to escape the sentence. Our hero landed on Sunfei's back like a real rock, so he screamed in pain throughout the dining room. The guy's last strength left him, so he lay on the table in tears. The bully's friends were very worried about him because the fat man was sitting on top of him. Finally, they somehow reacted and attacked Dave so that he would finally let their comrade go. Our hero calmly sat aside and allowed the guys to take Sunfei. In the end, all the friends ended up in one pile, and the fat man could easily take all their money. Sunfei asked why Dawei took all the money, and he explained that his lunch actually cost 320 yuan, and there should also be compensation for moral damages. Also, the main character needs 100 to wash his things, but Sunfei did not want to end things with the fat man so easily. Li Suyan had just woken up and was looking for his comrade to check if everything was with him. When the guy left the room, he saw in front of him only a bunch of beaten hooligans. Dawei asked him to just ignore it and suggested his friend eat somewhere else. They planned to eat somewhere outside the university, and Sunfei looked after them irritably. He yelled at his stupid friends and ordered them to keep an eye on the fat man and his friend. Meanwhile, Dawei and Li Suyan came to the street food stalls. The fat man was already fascinated by the very appetizing kebabs that were being cooked on an open fire. He invited his friend to go to Barbecue Town and eat delicious meat together. The main character was very happy because he could try beef kebab and fried leg of lamb. At this time, Sunfei's friend was closely watching them at the corner of the street. He called someone and said that the fat man and his classmate went to Barbecue Town. At the other end, Sunfei asked again if they really went to this place. His people were already ready for reprisals, and his comrade assured the guy that he clearly saw Dave with his friend. Sunfei was going to make a real barbecue out of our hero and Li Suying. Meanwhile, friends were greeted at the establishment by a very sweet and friendly waitress. Dawei was already savoring some snack, and the girl asked Li Suyan if she and the fat man were together. The employee placed the menu in front of the friends, and they began to carefully examine the items. In the end, the guys were very surprised because all the dishes were quite cheap. Then Dawei decided to ask the waitress why they had so few customers. The girl explained that they had an unfavorable location and too good renovation, so people even from the entrance think that it is too expensive. Our hero also noticed that the prices on the menu outside and inside were different, so he decided to place a large order at such good prices. He asked the waitress about a dish called White Dragon, and it turned out to be the male organ of a sheep, so Dawei ordered 2 of them because he had never tried it. Li Suyan mentally noted that his comrade did not even give him any opportunity to object. Events moved to the street where the barbecue town is located and where Sunfei's gang has already arrived. They didn't even pay attention to some drunkard and just pushed him. This guy wanted to make an irritated retort against the bullies. He immediately noticed and recognized this group of young people, so he immediately panicked at his own impudent behavior. The drunkard only now realized that Sunfei himself was standing in front of him. Everyone who saw this gang understood that today someone would have a very hard time. The guys talked among themselves, and one of them explained that Sunfei was followed by a gang called Daisen, which was the masters of this entire street. Li Suyan told his friend that Sunfei had come to them, but our hero did not want to pay attention to them and simply continued to savor his food. The bully didn't start being rude to Davy right away, so he asked if they liked everything about this establishment. The whole gang moved on and sat down at a table nearby, and Li Suyan noticed that they were behaving rather strangely. Our hero reassured his comrade and promised to protect him from hooligans. The friends had already finished their dinner, so they asked to count their score. Li Suyan turned around suspiciously and observed the suspicious behavior of the gang. The hooligans glanced at our hero and his friend, whispered and laughed at them. Finally, the waitress tallied everything up and announced that their bill came out to 1,800 yuan, which shocked Li Suyang very much. The guy couldn't understand how the amount came to such a number, because they ate for a maximum of 200 yuan, but the employee assured that there were no mistakes. Li Suyan grabbed the bill and began studying the prices in detail. He noticed that in some strange way, 1 yuan turned into 10, so the establishment was simply deceiving its customers. The waitress believed that the visitors themselves had not looked at the menu, so they were to blame for the bill. Li Suyan promised to complain to the establishment, and at that moment someone from the gang said that the guy was quite brave, making such loud statements. The stranger noticed that the comrades would not leave here unless they paid this bill. Sunfei added that they would first teach the fat man and his friend a lesson at the expense, and then he would personally figure something out with our hero. Li Suyang noticed that he and Sunfei were from the same university, and he wanted to treat them so wrongly. The bully ordered him to shut up and promised to break the guy's armor leg today. Dawei was not at all afraid of the threats, and noted that the thieves are now talking too much and cannot simply figure it out one-on-one. Li Suyan could no longer hold back and attacked the restaurant manager who had threatened them so much. The bandit did not expect such a turn of events, so he did not even have time to protect himself from the attack. Everyone around didn't even have time to say a word because of the surprise of the attack. Li Suyan began to strangle the bandit, so he could not do anything with the guy. In fact, the guy wanted to save Deve, so he shouted at him to quickly run away from the restaurant. The bandits stood around the overturned table and laughed at the young man's stupid and desperate act. One of them grabbed Li Suyan by the clothes and noticed that the guy was quite daring, but today he would pay for his bravery. Others mocked that our hero was too fat, he would definitely not be able to escape from here. Dawei asked to let his comrade go while he called the right people who would bring the money here. The owner of the restaurant was not going to give our hero the opportunity to invite anyone here. Sun Fai himself decided not to touch the fat man and let him do what he wanted. The friend was surprised by this decision, but the guy explained with a grin that it would be much more interesting for them. The main character, meanwhile, had already called the hunting dog and told him that he had found a good place with a barbecue to finally try the game. Then Sun Fai decided to call his comrade Chi Yang Ge to help him deal with the fat man and his allies. The main character at one point told his friends who were in a restaurant located next to the medical university and called the barbecue village. After 30 minutes, the special forces were already standing on the threshold of the establishment. Sun Fai immediately noticed that new people had arrived, so he cautiously looked towards the door. Our hero's group of friends looked much stricter than the gang of young hooligans. Dawei immediately called his comrades to him, and his opponent noticed that the fat man really had strong comrades. The special forces began to crush their fat man and asked why he called them to the restaurant, and he quickly explained the situation. A few minutes later, Sun Fai's people appeared on the threshold of the restaurant. The leader of these hooligans noted that it seemed like this would be a lot of fun. He was smoking a cigarette and exhaling cigarette smoke through his nose. A dark-skinned guy who looked like a real gang leader asked who had the courage to show off in Hongqiang territory. Dawei, meanwhile, continued to complain to the hunting dog that they were insulted and made threats here. Sun Fai pointed to our hero's company and explained that they underestimated the Dexing gang. The guy thought that the Special Forces commander recognized the leader and was scared, but that was not the case. Hunting Dog simply decided to humiliate Huanxiang and told him to stop pretending to be a gang leader and calmly leave here. Sun Fai was very angry at such insolence and disregard for his comrade. The commander asked the fat man if he had decided to entertain them before dinner so that the food would be better digested. Sun Fai was very angry that the hunting dog simply ignored him. Eventually, a gold credit card flew past the guy. The commander ordered the young man to finally shut up, because he was ready to pay for this dinner with a card without any problems. The guy noticed that the hunting dog had a VIP card from a Swiss bank. Sun Fai could not understand what kind of person this amazing fat man was. Dawei, meanwhile, asked whether the head of the special forces would come here, and the man replied that she was probably already somewhere nearby. Huan Cheng reassured his friend and promised that the main character and his friends would not leave today. At that moment, the sound of a heel ticking appeared in the corridor, and Yen appeared on the threshold. She was wearing an incredibly beautiful sparkly dress, so everyone in the restaurant paid attention to her and could not look away. Dawei was also fascinated by the captain's beauty that he lost the opportunity to even utter a word. He asked the hunting dog if it was really the same Tanyan, and his friend thought that the fat man no longer recognized her. Our hero thought that women were simply terrifying because they could change their appearance so radically. Sun Fai immediately jumped in front of the beauty to be the first to speak to her. He introduced himself to an attractive lady, behaved like a real gentleman, and finally invited her to spend the evening together. The special forces in Dawei were shocked that their opponent was so wildly involved in the captain. Sun Fai thus wanted to show the difference between him and the fat man. In the end, Yen didn't even pay attention to the young man and silently walked towards her friends. She said that scum like the son of the sixth great family of Shanjin cannot call themselves aristocrats. The girl disdainfully noted that Sun Fai had not yet taken off his diaper, but already considered himself a gentleman. The guy couldn't stand it and wanted to hit Yen from behind, which was a completely wrong thing to do. The captain did not allow herself to be offended. She quickly grabbed the daring young man by the hand and put him face to the floor. Sun Fai started whining because Yen almost broke his arm. The bandits around watched as their comrade was crushed by such a seemingly fragile girl. Huan Chang noticed that Yen was quite brave, because there were so many people around who could teach her a lesson for such a daring act. The captain took out a pistol, pointed the weapon at the leader, and asked what the bandit could do. Huan Chang pretended that the gun did not frighten him at all and called it an ordinary lighter. He testified that he had a real firearm hidden in his waistband. Yen didn't even get nervous for a second and smiled because of the young man's audacity. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger, and the next moment a loud shot rent the air. Huan Chang was very frightened, but the weapon was brought in the opposite direction from him. Yen shot Sun Fai in the leg, so he lay on the floor in a small pool of blood and screamed in pain. The comrades were afraid for the guy, but the captain continued to hold her weapon in cold blood. Huan Chang was shocked by Yen's crazy act because she went against the gang itself. Meanwhile, the hooligans begged for someone to help the injured Sun Fai. They assured Yen that she was in very serious trouble. A friend of the wounded man noticed that the girl had only one gun, and there were a couple of dozen guys around. She was not afraid and continued to hold Huang Qiang at gunpoint. Eventually, Yen raised her weapon and noticed that this was not his only defense. At this point, the commandos stood up from their cities and reloaded their weapons. The captain emphasized that they had much more guns that could teach the bandits a lesson. Li Suyan watched this with rapture and told the main character that he had incredible friends. Huan Qiang couldn't believe that these people could just carry firearms with them. Dawei also decided to get into the fray and asked the hunting dog why they were still standing. Because it was time to have fun. The fat man thought that everything would be like in real action movies, so after negotiations without words, a fierce shootout would begin. Suddenly, someone gave the guy a shalbun for such nonsense. Yen smiled and asked Dawei not to rush because this was just the beginning of their performance. The Mad Bull placed a chair in the middle of the hall and invited the captain to sit there. The bandits couldn't understand who this brave Yen was, and couldn't believe that there was anyone as powerful as their Dexing gang. The wounded Sun Fai tried to call someone else for help. He started shouting that his father, Sun Fugi, would kill them for daring to shoot the guy. The guy has already written a message to his father, so today his offenders will not leave here alive. Huan Chang considered this a stupid act because the guy had already received a bullet. The hunting dog was scared again when he heard the name of the bully's father. Sun Fai believed that the man was really scared and noticed that it was too late to retreat back. The guy tried to calm his friend Chiang Ge because he was already sitting completely depressed. Sun Fuai said that our team had finished the game and would now get it, but they were already standing behind him with loaded weapons. Huan Chang mentally begged his comrade to just remain silent. After 20 minutes, the family's people were already under the restaurant. They notified their boss that they had already arrived at the appointed place. Old Sun Fugi also came to save his own son. He believed that there was no time to waste because the guy got the ball and the situation would only get worse. The man noted that this was his only son, who should receive the entire business, so he relied on his people. His best fighters were the strong Golden Dragon and the Smiling Tiger. Eventually, they opened the door to the restaurant and the whole crowd entered. Everyone immediately turned to new reinforcements for the gang. Sun Fai immediately began to call on his father to finally help him. The husband was shocked when he saw his wounded poor son. Huan Chang, meanwhile, was very nervous because he was sure that his place in the gang was lost after such an incident. Sun Fugi asked the special forces for the opportunity to resolve his son's case. Yen decided to get down to the real business, since everyone had already gathered. The commandos quickly raised their weapons and pointed them towards their rivals. Sun Fugui's men quickly reacted and aimed at the team. The Smiling Tiger cheekily noted that they were not the only ones with weapons. One of the fighters noticed that the team of bandits had homemade weapons and called this decision quite bold. Li Suyan was nervous because he believed that the situation was very difficult because the opponents also had pistols. Dawei calmed him down and began to prepare his spiders. The two teams stood tensely against each other and tensely awaited further actions from their opponent. The guards tried to cover up their boss son and asked him to be careful. The hunting dog carefully watched the opponents with a shotgun in his hands. Sun Fai could no longer wait, so he shouted to his father's men to shoot already and just kill the special forces. He believed that the fighters were so scared that they were afraid to move so they could shoot at them. The Smiling Tiger mentally noted that it was easy for the guy to say such a thing, because it was not his people who would die. Suddenly, someone threw a glass directly at Sun Fai's head. Dawei bravely noted that since childhood, he has not known what it means to be afraid, because as a child, he fought against a pack of wolves in the forest, a panther, and even a python. Li Suyan was very frightened by such tension, hid and called the main character to him. The hunting dog asked the fat man to move away because it was very dangerous in front. Our hero asked his friend to take this situation easier because he was simply invited to eat barbecue. The fat man promised that he could deal with all these scum on his own. The Golden Dragon and the Smiling Tiger heard the guy call them offensively and got angry. They promised Davy that he would die here today at their hands. Our hero did not answer anything and concentrated to use his magic. The little spider obeyed its master and began to shoot a web. The guy directed the web towards his rivals. Thin threads of web joined the chairman of the guards. The leaders of the bandits watched this and could not understand what the main character was doing to them. Dawei spread his arms and laughed carefreely, as if he was completely out of work. Suddenly, the fat man allowed himself to give the golden dragon and the smiling tiger a strong slap in the face. The hunting dog could not believe that his comrade had taken such a rash step. The golden dragon was enraged by this humiliation and ordered his men to attack the fat man. The hunting dog realized that things were bad, so she ordered the special forces to cover Davy. The bandit shouted that the fat man would die in a second. He pointed his finger at the main character, but to his surprise, no one fired. Hunting Dog and Crazy Bull stood in shock as their rivals didn't listen to their boss at all. Our hero began to mock because it seemed that the golden dragon's word was an empty phrase to his subordinates. The giant began to shout at his people so that they would finally deal with the fat man. The guards stood as if they did not see their leader in front of them at all. The golden dragon tried to reach them, but they did not react to their screams and touches. The boss did not understand what was going on and shouted to his subordinate to quickly deal with our hero. Smiling Tiger thought that the golden dragon's people simply didn't want to die here, so he decided to deal with Dawei on his own. He approached our hero and asked what right he had to give out slaps. The bandit wanted to scare the fat man with a wake, but he did not even listen to the proposal and hit the man again. Dawei slapped him so hard that he flew away like just a dead insect. Yen remembered the previous events and noticed that the fat man liked to slap everyone in the face. The smiling tiger had lost one of his teeth and was trying to catch his breath after such a sudden attack. The husband was very angry because of such neglect, but this did not cause any emotions in Davi. Now he pointed at the fat man and ordered his brothers to kill the main character. Deveya noticed that the bandit never learned a lesson from this situation. The smiling tiger noticed that there was something wrong with his people too. The men stood rooted to the spot, as if they did not react at all to the world around them. The leader again ordered them to take out their weapons and finally kill our hero. Dawei noticed that the smiling tiger was as helpless as his comrade. Then the bandit could not stand it and decided to deal with the fat man himself with his bare hands. Obviously, Dawei had impeccable reflexes, so he instantly dodged the attack. While the opponent was flying down, the main character quickly took out a needle from his pocket. The guy quickly pierced the smiling tiger's clothes with it to reach his body. The bandit immediately stopped and his body simply went limp. Dawei grabbed his lifeless body and noticed that the man was definitely not an equal for our hero. In the end, the fat man simply laid his defeated opponent on the floor. Sun Fugi and the golden dragon could not understand whether their comrade was even alive. The main character mockingly asked if the golden dragon wanted to try such participation. The strong man was scared because he didn't want to repeat the fate of his friend, so he simply gave up. He turned his head and saw 100 small white spiders next to him. The golden dragon looked up at the ceiling and saw even more spiders there. Yen also noticed this powerful strength of the protagonist. The husband, meanwhile, could not understand where such a large number of spiders suddenly appeared from. Dawei remarked displeasedly that there was nothing to be surprised about here. Our hero looked at the people of the golden dragon and the smiling tiger and decided to now go over to them. He began to examine the paralyzed bandits and think about what to do with them because these people voluntarily joined the criminal organization. In the end, Dawei decided that they would sort themselves out. The bandits began to reload their firearms to carry out the order of the protagonist. Suddenly, Yen interrupted the guy's plan and asked him to stop. The captain announced that her people would soon arrive here and deal with all the bandits on their own. Then our hero realized that Yen, with the help of Sunfei, had brought Sun Fugi here to capture them all at once. The guy called her a stupid woman and emphasized that what he wanted to do would save a lot of time. The friends heard a loud bang and thought that the fat man was tired of living if he was saying such things to the captain. After kicking the fat man, Yen irritably asked what nonsense Dawei was saying. He finally admitted his guilt and looked furiously at the paralyzed big men. The guy noted that the bandits were simply lucky that the lady was so angry and did not allow Davy's plan to be put into action. The main character ordered them to lay down all their weapons and kneel under the wall. Then the guy turned to the head of the restaurant, who was with Sunfei. The fat man ordered the best kebab maker to be brought here, but now the gang itself is footing the bill. After 30 minutes, there were already many police cars under the restaurant. The employees broke the bandits and loaded them into official cars. The organization's leader, Sun Fugi, was also handcuffed and put into a car. The police wanted to thank Captain Tang, But in the end, they didn't want to disturb the team because they thought they were already on another mission. In fact, our team was still in the restaurant and was delighted with the food they ordered. The variety of fried seafood and meats really looked delicious. Dawei asked no one to be shy because everyone here knew each other, and he wanted to treat his friends. It turned out that the restaurant manager fried everything himself, and our hero kept pushing him on. The hunting dog noticed that the fat man was really shameless because he gave a gift for friends at someone else's expense. Dawei noticed that he was treating them anyway, so his comrades had nothing to worry about. The guy also thought about choosing his own home, because the detained Sunfugi was in the real estate business. His pets had no place to develop in their parents' house because they couldn't sit in boxes all the time. And besides, Dawei would be able to train in peace. Suddenly, our hero became sad because this problem was so difficult. Yen noticed that these were trifles because if the guy told how he dealt with those bandits, then she would find a good apartment for him. Dawei became nervous when he heard such a proposal from the captain. Our hero thought that the girl would live with him, but he noted that he only liked European women. The barbecuer, who barely had time to cook food for the whole company, was frightened when he heard a very strong blow. Confused, Yen grabbed the guy by the clothes and started yelling at him, because she definitely didn't think about living with him. The cook came running in fear with the kebabs because he thought that something was happening here again. At that time, the girl could not believe that the main character only liked European appearance. Suddenly, the captain became embarrassed because she thought that she did not suit the taste of Davy, who she began to like a little. Hearing these words, our hero could not figure out how to respond to these words. The special forces were simply petrified when they heard such an unexpected confession from their captain. The girl herself did not expect such frankness from herself and simply turned away from Davy, and he could not understand what was wrong with her. The main character confusedly asked the hunting dog what was happening. The hunting dog did not pay attention to this and simply continued to savor the kebabs. The crazy bull savored one of the types of meat and asked the cook where it came from. He replied that it was the butt of the chicken, so he did not make many kebabs from this part. The whole team didn't like the news that they were eating that part of the chicken. The cook thought that his comrades really liked this dish, but he simply did not have time to see their irritated face. In the end, all that could be heard from the restaurant was the screams of the poor kebab maker. The cook swore that there was not a single droppings in the meat because everything had been washed completely clean long ago. The guy was still beaten and stuffed with a mouthful of kebabs. The hunting dog decided to talk to him about the boss, who had already been captured, so the man only had to keep a firearm, and he would already be put behind bars. The special forces officer asked what his subordinate's opinion was about the arrest of his boss. Lao He began to get nervous because he immediately realized that this was a test. He promised that he would not take any revenge for this incident on either the fat man or the special forces. The hunting dog explained that she meant working in private, but Lao He rejected this speculation too and promised to do honest business. Then the special forces could not stand it, because he meant that the guy could take all the possessions of the Golden Dragon, the Smiling Tiger, and the boss, as well as all his people. In fact, the team simply wanted to have their man among the Dessen gang in exchange for all his possessions. Lao He could not believe that he would really be made a leader, and the hunting dog promised to help him secure this position. The Special Forces officers proposed dividing their salaries in such a way that 30% would go to the salaries of the gang's people, and for the 70 Special Forces, they would send this money to charity. Then the young man nobly offered to divide the amount by 20 to 80. Dawei noticed that Lao He was a real good guy because he was able to become the secret boss of the Dexing gang so quickly. Suddenly, a hunting dog pulled the main character's soft cheek, so the guy asked what his friend was doing. The Special Forces officer ordered the guy to stop pretending to be a fool and tell him what he was doing with the spiders and his rivals. Our hero did not want to tell anything, because it was his personal secret. Then Yen threateningly reminded them of their agreement about the apartment. The fat man remembered this and finally said that these little spiders were brought by his pet, because the guy usually doesn't carry such babies with him. The captain and Davi's classmate became interested in what pet the main character was talking about. The guy asked Yen to wait so he could call his pet. He went to the window and whistled very loudly. Through the entire city, this call reached an incredibly beautiful eagle, which immediately recognized its owner and took off. Lao He was already dreaming of his position as a gang boss when a huge bird appeared in front of the window. After some time, he finally noticed that an eagle had flown into the room. The bird knocked the poor fellow off his feet and landed on his owner's hand. Dawei stopped his pet and called him Brother Eagle. The Special Forces were shocked by the fat man's pet, and Lao He was completely delighted. The main character, meanwhile, sat the bird at the table and offered to try the fried meat. Yen noticed that the eagle immediately reached for the red hot pepper. She was surprised, because the pet was a real gourmet and began adding spices to his food. Next, the eagle reached for the black pepper, and one of the special forces was surprised and filmed everything on his phone. The hunting dog noticed that the bird was eating kebab more elegantly than the rest of their company. Our hero said that in the mountains he often cooked pork, lamb, tofu, and other delicacies for himself. But the guy himself is lazy and thinks only about his own belly, so the eagle had to learn to cook on his own and add spices. Meanwhile, Yen stroked the bird and noticed that he had very soft and pleasant feathers. She asked the fat man what kind of breed it was, because the bird was too big, and Dawei replied that it seemed that it was not even an eagle. The main character said that he was called Peng, or the big bird of movement, which meant the legendary giant bird. He called the eagle brother because as a child he often rode on the back of his pet, but it seems that the bird did not like it. In general, from the very beginning, the eagle was Teacher Davy's favorite, but the guy became so close to him that he left the old man. Our hero said that the pet loves to savor Chinese vodka. So one day they stole a drink from the old man, after which the eagle ran like crazy. But the bird did not like that the owner was telling all his secrets. The hunting dog noticed that the owner and the pet really looked alike, and meanwhile Yen noticed that one of the spiders had jumped out of the eagle's feathers. The poor little guy fell straight into a puddle of sauce, and the girl realized that these were the same assistants that Dawei used against the bandits. The main character was very happy that the captain finally noticed these effective kids, and immediately found himself next to her. Dawei stated that they were his secret weapon, but the eagle looked embarrassed at the spider dying in a puddle of sauce. These snow-white babies were called ghost spiders. The main character took the poor guy out of the sauce and noticed that white foam was coming from his mouth. The hunting dog asked the guy what happened to his secret weapon, and the guy replied that the spider seemed to be a little sick. Then the guy, using his magic, cleared the baby of the sauce and he thanked his owner for this. The fat man said that he himself came up with this name for the spiders because it sounded pretty good. But in fact, this species is called psychedelic. A person who has been bitten by this spider begins to hallucinate literally within a few seconds. According to the records of Teacher Davi, the Ugu masters raised this type of spider, and as a result, they became quite good weapons in their hands. Those bitten become the unquestioning servants of Master Ugu and carry out any of his orders. If we speak in the language of modern medicine, then they simply had a psychogenic toxin, which, depending on the victim's body, acted from 1 to 3 hours. Yen remembered that she had seen in the records about these spiders, but there they were called Phidias zombie spiders. Those who are poisoned immediately become puppets, because spiders have a neurotoxin in their saliva, which allows them to control people. Then the hunting dog realized that our hero used this ability and thus controlled all the bandits. Lao He watched the conversation and continued to savor the kebabs, and the eagle helped the guy because he wouldn't eat the whole portion. Suddenly, the main character switched over this meal and noted that his comrade does not need to become a doctor after graduating from university. Dawei offered the young man to work with him and have a salary of as much as 100,000. Lao He could not believe that he was worthy of such a high salary. Then our hero asked if he looked like a man who could give so much money, and his friend replied that he was. In the end, the comrade agreed to cooperate with the fat man, and he immediately offered to drink for it. Dawei didn't want Yen to be left out, so he handed her the bottle and offered her a drink. The girl became embarrassed and joked that no one suggests women drink alcohol from their throats. The whole company drank and laughed in a friendly manner at the captain's words. The friends had a good time in a restaurant, and then the main character returned to the university dormitory. Dawei and his friend entered the room and smelled the unpleasant odors of a man's body. The neighbor happily congratulated them and asked what they brought into the room. Suddenly, our hero became more serious, slammed the door and wanted to ask Lao He something. He asked if there was a fox in their room because it smelled so bad. Then Dawei, for some reason, thought that their neighbors were having an affair and became very nervous. It turned out that he was just a man with stinking armpits. So everyone savored the barbecue on the balcony. The guys began to complain that the main character did not understand their pain. Lao He said that at first, they were all housed with their classmates. But in the end, those students could not stand their bodies and kicked the poor fellows out of the room. Then Dawei understood why he was so warmly received in this room, and also why Lao He did not have a single friend. Our hero asked why the guys don't just have surgery, because now there are many methods to get rid of the unpleasant odor from the armpits. One of the neighbors commented that they tried all this, But after a few months, the stink came back. It turned out that all the online advertising was complete nonsense and lies. The guys were very upset because they ate only noodles for a whole month to collect the required amount. Dawei noted that body odor is quite easy to treat. A guy who suffered from this said that there are two reasons for this problem, which are the large gap between the cells in the walls of the sweat gland and the release of unsaturated fatty acids. More often, heredity also influences this. So the young man believed that this was far from easy to cure. Our hero looked at his neighbors with a big question in his eyes because he did not understand anything at all from his story with a large number of scientific terms. Zhaofan tried to explain in simple words that the sweat gland is oversaturated with sweat, and it contains a substance that causes an unpleasant odor. You can get rid of this by surgery, but after that there is a long rehabilitation because you need to cut out the whole organ. All the guys sighed heavily because they really missed this unpleasant problem. Dawei looked at them and noticed that there was a folk method that would help cope with this problem. The neighbors were very surprised and asked the fat man not to joke with them like that, and our hero noticed that he could cure them for free if they were ready to try this method. The guys boldly agreed to try the folk method from our hero. Events moved to the next day, when Dawei was sitting at his desk, and teacher Lian Yu entered the office and greeted him. She decided to remind our hero that they should have a common candlelit dinner today. Dawei noticed that she was in too good a mood, so he thought that the girl either ate something wrong or succumbed to the charisma of the main character. Lian Yu asked the guy to look appropriate and noted that she would be waiting for him at the entrance to the men's dormitory. Liao He noticed the strange behavior of the teacher with the main character, whom she simply hated just yesterday. Friends concluded that Lian Yu was indeed acting suspiciously, so Dawei needed to be careful around her. In the evening, a cool car drove up to the men's dormitory. The guys standing on the threshold were surprised at such inappropriate guests in their dormitory with ordinary students. Suddenly, everyone realized that in front of them stood a real Ferrari 458, and they were surprised where such rich people came from. Dawei also stood among this crowd of onlookers and did not understand why everyone had gathered here. Finally, the beautiful Lian Yu came out of the car and invited the fat man to sit inside. All the guys were very angry because the main character was such a lucky guy. Dawei began to mock the girl because she dressed up as if she was really looking forward to their date, but Lian Yu tried to justify herself. The girl thought about the fat man's stupidity and noticed that this was only the beginning of this evening. She wanted our hero to definitely enjoy their romantic candlelight dinner. The fat man noticed that for some reason they were standing still, so he asked Liana what had happened. Suddenly, the girl leaned very close to our hero and noticed that he had not fastened his seatbelt. Dawei was embarrassed by such closeness, and for the guys around it looked quite strange. Some students were very jealous of the main character, and some were already thinking about how to kill the fat lucky guy. It turned out that this was one of the steps of Lian's brilliant plan. After some time, Dawei dealt with the cake and the girl asked him to sit quietly. She pressed the gas pedal and drove out of the crowd of angry guys. Lian Yu quickly brought our hero to a luxurious skyscraper. At the threshold of the establishment, employees were already waiting for them. The guy called Lianya by her real name, Natalia, and congratulated her at their establishment. The girl was very happy about this reception and asked the employee to park her car. The guy showed his client where she should go next. Then our hero irritably asked if the door was open to him just as gallantly. The employee's face suddenly lost its smile and he noticed that his duties included only parking the car and not opening doors. But the guy was honored to help his friend Miss Natalie, who was a regular customer of their restaurant. Dawei realized that even now the girl was up to something because she was carefully watching him. In the end, the fat man decided not to quarrel with the restaurant employee. He watched as Lian Yu waited patiently for him at the entrance to the restaurant. Our hero decided to play along with her jokes and in the end, see who made the funniest jokes. Suddenly, another employee put out his hand and stopped Dawei. He noticed that to enter their premium restaurant, you had to be dressed according to the dress code, so the fat man could not enter there. The main character thought that he had pretty decent clothes because she didn't come in slippers and wasn't naked. The guard pointed to a booth at the entrance and explained that you need to dress in a classic suit, tie or bow tie, and leather shoes, but a tie or bow tie was the only requirement. He repeated again that Dawei could not enter the restaurant like this. The guy wanted to add something, but our hero could no longer stand it and stretched out his hand. The fat man was pissed off, so he grabbed the guard right by the head. Dawei looked at him with an enraged look and noticed that the guy would go with him. The bodyguard got scared, pressed himself against the wall, and agreed with our hero. As a result, Dawei simply forcibly took the entire suit from the guy and finally entered the restaurant without any problems. Although the establishment was prestigious, there were still a lot of visitors there. Lian Yu drank a cool alcoholic drink with pleasure and waited for the main character. She couldn't think that the fat man was so weak and wouldn't be able to complete the second stage of her plan. The girl thought that our hero was still sitting at the entrance and thinking about how he could enter the establishment. Suddenly, a handsome man in a classic suit stepped on the threshold, and Lienya immediately noticed her friend. Dawei confidently straightened his tie and looked triumphantly at his companion. He explained to the waiter that he was with Lienya and that she was paying for their dinner, and noted that this restaurant was not bad. The guy noted that it was his first time in such an elite establishment, so he experienced rather unusual sensations inside. The girl was offended that our hero managed to go through her ordeal. Suddenly, Dawei spread his arms and invited the girl to kiss. Lienyu turned away because she didn't want to do this, because she still didn't know the fat man's identity well. At that moment, the waiter asked the girl what she wanted to order and asked him to offer something new. The guy suggested a special French cream of mushroom soup, baked clams, and a French bun with lamb chop, and in the end, Lian Yu chose the last dish. Next, the waiter importantly turned to the main character and asked what he would like to try. Dawei opened the menu and saw that all the dishes were written in a foreign language, but the guy did not know any languages other than Chinese. He decided to ask the waiter to offer him several options. Then Lini asked the employee to do everything according to the rules of their restaurant. The guy listened to his client and addressed Dave in a foreign language, which the fat man did not fully understand. He began to quickly list many dishes in French, and our hero begged the waiter to speak a little more slowly. This was the third test from Lin, which she watched with interest. When he noticed her cocky expression, he realized that the girl just wanted to make him look like a fool. The main character was not going to retreat and decided to play with Lienu. Suddenly, the fat man answered the waiter in French. He asked the employee to take a pen and write down that he wanted 3 portions of escargot with snails, 3 portions of sirloin steak, and 5 portions of foie gras. Lian Yu watched in shock as Dawei spoke flawless French and ordered another bottle of expensive wine and 2 servings of strawberry chocolate mousse. When the main character finished, the girl asked how he knew a foreign language. The fat man replied that it was all with the help of TV series, so he could only order food, and the girl realized the gap in her plan. After 20 minutes, our hero was already brought a large portion of stuffed snails. Dawei took a closer look at them, and there was something he didn't like. The guy turned to the waiter and noticed that he actually ordered 3 servings of escargot. The restaurant employee explained that in France there is an emphasis on precision, so each dish is prepared separately. But Dave did not like this. The waiter apologized to the visitor, but could not do anything, because their French restaurant had exactly such traditions. Lienya was unhappy with her plan because its second and third points completely failed. She was very embarrassed because for her it was a complete shame. Meanwhile, the main character was fascinated by the beauty of his companion. Dawei looked in surprise at her deep neckline. The guy considered her a real seductress, so he thought that he would have to suffer terribly. Our hero sharply stuck his fork into the steak because he was determined to deal with Liena. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice from the stage. It was a man who said that his close friend Natalie Borman visited the restaurant today. He asked to congratulate the girl with warm applause and asked her to sing a song for everyone. The main character suspected that his friend was a fairly famous person. Line said into the microphone that she did not come today on her own, but also with a friend. She noted that she did not want to distract the distinguished guests. In the end, the girl wanted to invite her unknown friend on stage. Lienu wanted the main character to perform a beautiful song. This interrupted the guy's meal because all the visitors began to call Davi directly to the stage. The guy walked up to the stage and asked his friend if she really wanted him to sing the song. Lienyu noted that each new guest must perform their own song or performance. Otherwise, Davy would have been kicked out of the restaurant and blacklisted, so the guy would never have been able to get here. Our hero was not afraid for a second and snatched the microphone from the girl's hands. The guy asked her not to regret it later because he was the real golden voice of Jinfin Mountain. Liena was annoyed that the guy was showing off even before his own death. She was sure that the fat man would be kicked out of this restaurant very soon. The main character suddenly began to hit the piano keys and sing so hard that even the golden silkworm ran away from the sound. Restaurant visitors had the most varied negative reactions to this singing. Dawei laughed and noted that he was just warming up for his performance. Finally, he played the first note of his song on the piano. The fat man suddenly began to sing well in French. Lianu and all the visitors were simply fascinated by this impeccable singing from the guy. Then the girl came to her senses because her main goal was to kick Davy out of the restaurant. Her friend began to cry and began to chew on a napkin when he heard the incredible vocal skills of the main character. The fat man continued to confidently sing the French melodic love song. To complement his performance, Dawi began tearing his costume during the choruses. He continued to sing emotionally and threw his clothes in the air, but underneath was his usual outfit. All the restaurant guests instantly became fans of our hero, and Lianu's friend noticed that the guy was a real talent. Everyone shouted Davy's name, and in the end, he was given the establishment's VIP card. From that moment on, our hero became the most respected guest at Vess's restaurant in Paris, so Lianu's plan completely failed. The guy asked if this card allowed him to receive the appropriate service. Dawe asked if he could come to the establishment in his usual form, and the owner of the restaurant replied that the guy was now his friend and could come even completely naked. He noticed that the man was bleeding from his mouth, so he recommended going to the hospital to check the condition of his lungs. Lienya was very upset because she could not do anything with the lucky fat man. Davy decided to laugh at her and noted that he knew another French song called Bear, so he could perform it. The girl replied that there was no need for this and asked the guy to eat before the food got cold. Then the waiter already importantly noted that he could warm up the food of their dear guest. The main character noticed that the employee was quickly changing his mind and refused the offer. A black man approached their table and called Miss Natalie's friend very nice. Other men asked if he was Lianyu's boyfriend, because they wanted to introduce Dave to their daughters. The main character thanked the strangers and replied that Miss Natalie really was not his girlfriend until now. He noted with a smile that he would definitely conquer Lienya soon. The husband laughed at this couple and decided to leave them alone. When Dawe and Lienyu were alone, she hit our hero right in the jaw with all her might. The girl was offended by the young man and noted that she would wait for him at the entrance when he paid for dinner on his own. The main character came to terms with her character and asked the waiter to bring the bill. The employee reported that the dinner cost 63,000 yuan and asked Dawe what currency he would pay in. The guy grabbed the bill and saw that he had eaten very little, but the bottle of wine cost as much as 60,000. He thought that this sneaky move was also in Lien's plans. Dawe asked if he could pay the bill by card. In honor of the new acquaintance, the restaurant manager decided to treat his dear friend. Then our hero decided not to stop and asked to take 2 more bottles of expensive wine with him. He left the restaurant with the thought that Lian Yu had incredibly kicked him out. In addition, the girl simply abandoned Davy and quickly left in her car. The main character did not want to spoil his good evening with bad thoughts, but someone was already watching him from the shadows. The strangers shouted to the fat man and ordered him to stop. The hooligans said it was a robbery, so they demanded a wallet, phone, credit card, and all valuables. They tried to intimidate Davi and promised to break all his bones. The main character did not respond to their threats and simply stared at the hooligans. The guy was not at all scared and called the bandits new punching bags. In the end, the bandits quickly received many blows and were defeated by Dawe. The hooligans began shouting to each other that they needed to quickly run away from the strong fat man. Dawe delivered fast and accurate strikes tirelessly. The bully could no longer shout anything or give at least some resistance to the main character. The fat man fiercely asked the bandits, who gave them permission to attack him. He beat his attackers almost to death and kept asking if they really wanted to break all his bones. The bandits screamed because they thought that their leader had been beaten to death. They noticed that Dawe was flexing his fists and begged him not to come near them. Our hero grabbed the bully by the clothes and demanded his phone, money, and other valuables, as their gang had done before. The fat man promised the guy to break his neck and legs, and then beat all the crap out of him and break his skull. Suddenly, the police appeared behind him, seeing a rather ambiguous picture of beating and robbery. For a few seconds, Dawe thought that it was the help of bandits who had arrived. He turned his head and noticed that a real policeman was standing in front of him, pointing his weapon directly at our hero's head. While the fat man was distracted, the hooligans quickly rose to their feet and disappeared from him. The policeman ordered Dave to stand and not move, and he began to explain that he was the one who suffered in this situation. After all, this is not the first time that the main character has ended up in a police station. They handcuffed the guy and began asking him for his personal information. He sat in the interrogation room, so he unconditionally answered questions from police representatives. This filled Davy with a sense of urgency because he remembered how he ended up with the police during his first days in the city. Suddenly, the police asked directly why our hero wanted to rob those guys. He noted that he was a law-abiding citizen, But then the employee asked why such a good person was robbing people in the park in the middle of the night. Dawei tried to prove that they really robbed him, and he was only defending himself from hooligans. The policeman noticed that they not only heard the entire conversation, but also recorded it on a voice recorder. He turned on this recording and asked the main character to listen carefully. At that moment, Dawei's threats and demands to give him all valuables were heard from the laptop. After such concrete evidence, the policeman asked what else the guy could come up with, but he tried to prove that he was really innocent. Our hero explained that he simply repeated their words to intimidate the bandits, and also asked if the police had ever seen a robber with a bottle of Lafite wine from 1982. The employee replied that maybe Dawei had taken the bottle from his victims, but he began to shout furiously so that all the blame would not be dumped on him. The fat man realized that the further the case went, the worse the situation would escalate, so he thought that they wanted to blame him for more than just robbery. The police came to terms with the position of the protagonist and decided to ask one more question. They asked if the guy was a medical student, and he confirmed this information. The police officer then asked if the guy's name was really Sun Dawei. Suddenly, the policeman opened the laptop and showed the guy that the university did not have any student with that name. Then Dawei realized that Fan himself brought him to the university, so there was no personal file of his there. In the end, the police ordered him to sit here and think about his behavior because they have a rule according to which they severely punish those who lie and do not admit to their crimes. The main character did not give up and tried to convince them that he was a law-abiding citizen. The police officers did not listen to him and slammed the door behind them. The more Dawei continued to endure this injustice, the angrier he became. As a result, he concentrated his strength and was able to easily break the handcuffs. With the help of cameras, the police saw what the guy did and how furious he was. They told the captain that the fat man was able to break the handcuffs, but he could not believe what he heard. The door to the interrogation room immediately opened, and the person who came in asked Dawei to stop yelling. It turned out that she was a good police officer. The police officers watching the interrogation room with cameras couldn't believe that Chu Ling dared to come there. The girl put something like a book on the table in front of our hero, so he could not understand what they wanted from him. Chu Ling stated that she would now interrogate Dawei on her own. The guy was not very happy about the news that he would again be tormented by a bunch of questions. The policeman asked what the fat man was doing, and he replied that he was an ordinary student. She couldn't believe it, because an ordinary student would hardly be able to break the handcuffs with his bare hands. Dawei already had a headache, but he continued to explain that he was a second-year student and suggested calling his second student Fan Yuan, the deputy rector of the university. Chu Ling could not understand why our hero calls his acquaintances disciples. She remembered her teacher saying that a sparkle in a suspect's eyes meant he was definitely hiding something. The girl also added that if a thief stares at a woman's breasts, then he has definitely committed some kind of obscene act. The police officer ordered him to speak honestly and asked Dawei who he was and what he did. Then the main character answered honestly that he was the attending physician. The girl was puzzled by such a confession from her suspect. She couldn't believe that the guy was no longer a student, but a real doctor. So she asked Dawei to prove it to her. The guy was very annoyed by the behavior of this policewoman, because even without her, he had a headache. Dawei said that the girl had menstrual irregularities, so she did not sleep at night because she was too hot. He added that Chu Ling slept completely naked and did not even cover herself with a blanket. And because of such details, she was very ashamed. The policewoman was surprised at Dawei's abilities and asked how he knew it so quickly. Our hero smiled and noted that the girl asked to prove that he was a doctor, so he told it. Chu Ling called him a scoundrel, because there were many more ways to prove his abilities other than highlighting her personal problem. At that moment, another policeman entered the office and cleared his throat to attract attention. The husband asked the employee to leave so that he could personally extend the interrogation. The policeman heard about the young man's ability, so he sat down opposite him and asked him to identify his illnesses. Dawei looked carefully and concluded that the man had digestive problems. Our hero also added that he had arthritis, and the policeman confirmed the guy's guesses. Dawei also analyzed that the man was experiencing baldness and had problems with urination. The policeman was shocked by such accuracy and could not understand how our hero managed to see all this. In fact, the guy deceived the old man because he simply named all the diseases that occur at that age. The husband asked if Dawei could cure all this, and he happily agreed. He was most worried about the problem of going to the toilet, so he asked the main character to help with just that. Then Dawei asked to bring him several pieces of Mongolian dandelion. He said that you need to put a white sheet on the table and a plant on it, and press hard until the juice comes out. The main character asked to give it harder because he definitely needed all the juice. The policeman tensed so much that he began to tremble, and then Dawei noticed that it was necessary to apply just such force. The guy began to actively support his patient, but he quickly lost all his strength. The fat man asked if the man really had no strength, and he replied that he had not been so tired for a very long time. The old man asked whether this juice should be smeared somewhere or taken orally, but Dawei ordered to find a landfill and throw it away. The husband thought that the guy was mocking him, but he explained that it was an exercise that needed to be repeated 3 times a day for 10 minutes, and then the disease would definitely go away. The fat man asked if the patient stood on his toes, clenched his teeth, and arched his back when doing this exercise, and the man confirmed all this. Davy explained that when a person stands on his toes, the center of gravity moves forward and thus reduces the pressure on the lower back. As a result, bladder contraction decreases and breathing becomes much easier. The guy noted that such breathing is called initial qi and tones the kidneys. He asked the man to raise his shoulders because then the blood would begin to circulate faster through the body. If you clench your teeth further, the effect of these 3 movements will intensify, and in medicine this is called a qi inhibitor. Then several more police officers came into the office wanting to improve their health. They asked if our hero could improve his eyesight and help get rid of frequent night trips to the toilet. But Dawei asked everyone to apply one at a time. After helping all the police, the guy was finally able to leave the police station and return to his home. He was very happy because he had come a very long way while returning home. Dawei was sure that now no one would be able to disturb him, and there would be time for training. The main character saw all his favorites on the balcony of the house. He could not understand what was the matter because the animals had enough food. Suddenly, the atmosphere around the main character became much heavier and tense, and he immediately felt it. Real death loomed over Dawei, already swinging its scythe. The guy turned sharply and asked who was there. He quickly jumped onto the roof of the house to better inspect the area around him. Our hero smelled an unpleasant odor, so he thought that some evil Ujiu master wanted to find him. Dawei wanted to quickly find his enemy and resolve this issue, so he released a golden silkworm to help. It didn't matter to the guy who it was because his main goal was to protect his family. Suddenly, he noticed that his silkworm had gained weight again. At that moment, an unknown monster with huge claws jumped onto the roof. Dawei noticed a strange sound behind him and immediately turned to look at the intruder. He was shocked when he saw this strange monster. A creature akin to a giant lizard released a poisonous liquid towards our hero. Dawei and the golden silkworm managed to jump away from the poisonous stream at the last moment. The guy noticed that this liquid corroded the iron behind him. The lizard realized that it had not hit its target, so it began to make threatening sounds. The main character looked a little closer and noticed that the monster had 2 heads. Out of fear, the silkworm decided to hide in the hair of its owner. Dawei analyzed that the 2-headed one was similar to a gecko, had a flat and toxic body, eagle claws, a crocodile tail, a snake neck, the speed of a cheetah, and the teeth of a shark. He believed that the masters had already completely destroyed this dangerous creature. The main character could not understand where this monster came from near his family's house. Suddenly, he noticed that the beast was again secreting its caustic poison into its mouth. The monster suddenly fired, so Dawei barely had time to raise his leg to avoid the fatal attack. The guy was very angry because the beast allowed itself to shamelessly spit in someone else's house. Then the creature decided to jump up to directly attack the main character. The 2 heads opened their mouths to grab Davy, but the guy was a skilled warrior, so he was able to easily knock the monster over himself with his legs. Our hero could not fight at full strength on the roof of his family's house, so he wanted to introduce his opponent to another place. He noticed that there were cliffs with forest next to the houses, so he decided that this was a suitable place for a battle. The monster landed and saw that its target was no longer nearby. Dawei did not wait and was already running away from the roof of the house with all his might. The guy began to tease the beast, calling it a green shell and saying that he would not be able to catch up with it. Out of anger, the monster began to spit poisonous saliva in all directions. The main character's plan was that he would give the enemy the opportunity to show off a little. For now, Davy's main goal was to bring the beast into the forest. Upon arrival at the right place, our hero wanted to deal with the aggressive creature. When they eventually got into the forest, the monster began to behave strangely and crash into trees. Dawei immediately noticed this and could not understand what was wrong with this creation. Something was definitely wrong, because the disgusting demon slowed down greatly when it entered the forest. The protagonist didn't care about the reasons because this was his chance to defeat his weakened enemy. He jumped from the tree and landed right on the animal's tail, causing it to scream throughout the forest. The beast looked with fear at Davy looming over him. Dawei was very angry, so he raised his hand and ordered the monster to cover its poisonous mouth. The force of the impact was so powerful that an incredibly loud explosion sounded in the forest, illuminating the area around for several seconds. The monster was already lying lifeless, so the surrounding snakes began to stretch it little by little. Meanwhile, Dawei thought that disgusting demons existed 600 years ago in Xinjiang, and only there could they be. It was also strange that the monster slowed down in the forest, although this was its usual habitat. The main character's thoughts were overcome by a snake, which looked at him with tears in its eyes. The guy asked why she didn't want to eat, and the snake pointed somewhere with its tail. Dawei decided to follow her and finally came to some strange object. He walked closer to it, but felt that the atmosphere around this building was simply terrible. The main character could not understand why such an object had no security at all and began to call people. He also felt that there was a very thick, bloody smell around the building. Suddenly, he noticed that the golden silkworm began to behave rather strangely near the truck standing very close. Dawei decided to see what was bothering his pet so much and noticed that there was someone in the car. It seems that this was not just a person because our hero was shocked when he got a better look at the darkness. Inside the car, he saw the remains of poison and the remains of the driver's skeleton. Dawei realized that these were traces of the claws and poison of a disgusting demon. That is, he killed all the employees of this facility. There was simply no face on him, because he understood the deplorability of the situation. Everything inside the object was covered with a growth of unknown origin. Disgusting demons were already eating the corpses of ordinary workers who had become their victims. The picture was simply terrible, because everything was covered in blood and parts of the human body. The poor silkworm was very frightened by such terrible footage. It turned out that there was a whole nest of disgusting demons on this object. There were about 100 monsters and the same number of their eggs at this facility. Dawei understood that he couldn't cope here, so he had to call for help. Then there was an incoming call at the Special Forces base. One of the fighters resorted to a hunting dog and said that the fat man was looking for her because of some urgent matter. The commander already felt that this call did not bode well. He interrupted his training and asked Davy why the guy was looking for him so urgently. And he explained that he needed to gather a team right now and go to his house, where there was a small mountain. The hunting dog thought that our hero had done something again, and he needed to deal with another criminal group. The guy started screaming into his bag, because these really weren't jokes and he urgently needed help. Dawei explained that there were poisonous creatures that could harm all the people around, and the commander noticed that this was the first time he had heard the fat man worry so much. In the end, the hunting dog asked his friend to reset his geolocation and promised to arrive at the place as soon as possible. After some time, the Special Forces vehicles arrived in the forest not far from the main character's house. Dawei was still hiding behind the tree, and the golden silkworm was already sleeping due to the long wait. The commander greeted his friend, and behind him there was already a detachment of fully equipped soldiers. He gathered 30 people who were not involved in the tasks. The guy asked where Raging Bull and the captain were, and Hunting Dog replied that, unfortunately, they were on a mission and had left before the guy called. Their conversation was interrupted by the already familiar voice of an old man who had been the protagonist's slave for some time. He had a large backpack with various supplies, and Dawei was surprised that the martial master also came here. The old man could not stand the fact that the guy kept calling him offensive nicknames and noticed that his name was really Deki. The master recalled that our hero promised to remove the mark from him at their second meeting, but now there was no time for this. So Dawei asked the team to take a look at the building. The soldiers looked through binoculars and were shocked by what they saw at that base. It was simply swarming with terrible creatures unknown to them and their eggs. Some disgusting demons have already sensed the presence of the Special Forces. The hunting dog was dumbfounded and could not understand what he had just seen in the binoculars among the disgusting animals. The soldiers asked whether such strange creatures could really exist. The commander asked Dawei if these monsters were the work of the Ugu Masters, and the guy said that a certain school created them a long time ago. Dikait also saw these animals and recognized them as real disgusting demons. The main character suspected something and asked the battlemaster how he knew about these creatures. In his thoughts, he noted that demons had not appeared in this world for several hundred years, and one could only learn about them from the ancient scrolls of his teacher. The old man admitted that the disgusting demons were created in his school. The hunting dog was even more shocked to hear the news from Deki. The husband immediately became nervous and did not know how to explain this whole situation. He began to tell that the founder of his school was the only one among the Ugu masters who survived the attack of disgusting demons. Others personally felt the horror of their creatures and therefore dealt with the monsters cruelly. At Decay's school, hatred and disgust for these creatures was passed down from generation to generation. The hunting dog asked our hero if the squad could simply shoot these monsters, since there were 3 demons for each fighter. Decay interrupted this conversation and noted that this was impossible, because the creatures were very careful and simply scattered in different directions from the shots. If the demons leave this area, then humanity will face a total disaster. Dawei added that speed and toxicity were the characteristics of these animals. In addition, they lived for a long time and multiplied very quickly. The special forces noted that according to this description, the animals looked like Godzilla, and asked what they should do in this case. Dawei and Decay agreed that a magical explosion should be used. Then the fighters asked in confusion what kind of technique it was. The main character suggested that the master use the cataclysm of and destroy all the monsters. But Decay did not master this technique. The guy noted that he knew how to draw a magical combat knot, but did not know how to use it. The old man was surprised at such skills and assured that with the knot they could easily destroy all the creatures. Dawei drew the desired picture and asked Decay to listen to it carefully. Cataclysm Ugu was a difficult technique because it consisted of 3 magic circles. The first circle was called the bloodthirst of the beast, and upon entering it, Master Ugu becomes very cruel. At the sight of blood, madness sets in. The speed of attacks and strength increases with every drop of blood spilled. Next comes the circle called Madness of the Spirit. Upon entering the second magic circle, the master loses his mind and self-control. Any creature becomes an enemy for him. The Special Forces and Decay listened attentively to the fact that the Cataclysm of is the third circle, uniting the first 2 circles. This technique could only be used by combining madness and bloodthirst. For the Cataclysm technique, Ugu was in the center of the drawing. Decay could put energy into this technique, but he couldn't bring it into action because it takes too much strength. Dawei noticed that the old man was completely stupid because they were going to join forces and that should be enough. The men were very offended by this because even the 5 highest masters with Jita's technique would not be his equal. Our hero that their task was that Decay would be responsible for filling the energy and everything else would be entrusted to the guy himself. The martial master could not believe that Dawei was taking such a step because it was almost impossible to do it alone. The Special Forces helped draw the magic diagram and announced that they had completed this task. Decay heard them, but he couldn't stop being nervous the whole time. Finally, he filled the drawing with his energy, as the main character asked him to do. The hunting dog never ceased to be surprised today because it was her first time seeing the martial art of Meanwhile, Decay threw something to the fat man and asked him to take it with him. In the hands of the main character was the core of launching the combat. The old man explained that without this jade sign, nothing would work, and Dawei noted that he did not even know such devices existed. Decay trusted the guy because he wanted him to take revenge on the disgusting demons for his school. Suddenly, he swore that by the end of his life he would serve the main character. Dawei laughed and asked Decay to repeat these words when the guy returned. Next, our hero turned to the hunting dog. The guy asked his friend to take care of his parents if he did not return after his mission. He also asked not to let his sister be insulted, and only then did the commander understand what was happening. The hunting dog suspected that the guy was hiding something from him. Dawei didn't think that his comrade would understand everything so quickly, and now he was ashamed, and the Special Forces began to get nervous and asked to tell him the truth. As it turned out, the main character was simply trying to withdraw money from a bank card, but the ATM did not give it back, so he wanted to ask the hunting dog to help with this, and he already thought that the guy's life was in danger.